Because other guys can look good, and there's nothing worse than going into a meeting room and somebody that when they put the pads on is not going to be playing at the same level. Yet coaches are mentioning them and they're putting pressure on you. Coaches are great at manipulating your feelings and your mind and everything. So now that the pads are on, they're going to get a chance, like I said earlier, to settle some scores.
A couple more notes. Says Campbell's excited to see the defensive backs with their pads on. Wants to see who's brave enough to line up David Montgomery coming around the edge.
Hey, who's going to be able to handle that when you've got to be able to lower your shoulder, and then who can flip the switch to, hey, I'm going to have to bring a little bit extra to tackle David Montgomery. Same thing with Jahmyr Gibbs, but now the added, uniqueness of I've got to worry about missing.
On JMO, he's the most confident I've seen since he's been here. He's in a good place. He's taken the coaching, trying to work on it. He's improving. He's making plays. By the way, we have details on the Decker deal. Adam Schefter, minutes ago, new deal. Lions left tackle Taylor Decker reached an agreement on a 3-year, $60 million extension, according to sources. Decker was entering the last year of his deal, scheduled to pay $13.7 million. He is now under contract through the 2027 season.
And we saw it at the end of last year, how much it meant to him to be in the playoffs, to get a playoff win, to then get a second playoff win and play in an NFC championship game. He's been here. He saw it at its worst. Now he's getting a chance to be a part of it at its best. And then for them to reward him for that, I think it's a great gesture, and he's earned it.
What did Dan say? The old guard?
Yeah.
He's part of the old guard.
He's part of the old guard. Yep. He saw some rough times.
And he's part of the future, too.
Yep.
That's a multi-year, 3-year extension. All right. One of the big storylines is the kicking battle, John. Great insight coming up next.
Yeah. Eddie Murray. Eddie Murray's going to join us.
Standing by. We'll get to
former teammate of mine.
Oh, boy. I need some John stories. We need some kicking insight. It's all coming up after the update, 97.1.
Brad Holmes dropping a bomb when speaking with Costa and Jansen last hour, burying the league, but mentioning that they've signed tackle Taylor Decker to a new 3-year deal that was completed yesterday. Lions coach Dan Campbell approached the podium before practice, pumped that pads are going on, and they can finally start truly evaluating their team. Yeah, keep in mind, in order to attend today's Lions camp, which is open to the fans, you do need to have a ticket, which were available earlier this month. We'll see what the Tigers front office decides to do for tomorrow's trade deadline. They've already sent catcher Carson Kelly to the Rangers for a couple of minor leaguers, but all eyes on pitchers Jack Flaherty and Tarik Skubal. They've got a couple of games against Cleveland today and tomorrow, and Flaherty is scheduled to take the mound this evening. Over the weekend, they did lose 2 of 3 against division rival Minnesota. Good to see Kenta Maeda return to form a bit and save the bullpen with 5 innings of 1-run balls, some success that's eluded him for months. And Olympics today, some tennis star power already on the courts. Rafa Nadal and Novak Djokovic, who's missing a medal from his crazy resume. Also, Coco Gauff already playing this morning in singles. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Busy day out at Lions training camp. Jim Costa, John Jansen. We are joined by Eddie Murray, former teammate of John Jansen, Lions longtime kicker. We got to get some insight on the team and the kicking battle. But first, insight into John Jansen. You got to have a story or two, right?
Well, I bet there's a lot of people out there going, John Jansen played with Eddie Murray.
yeah. So Eddie came.
I'm only 100 years older than he is, so.
It was great, too, because when he was signed by the Washington – I think it was my second year because Norv was the coach, and I kept looking at him like, this is a guy that I watched growing up.
He was in diapers.
So it was great to have him. My dad was telling me stories about Eddie Murray.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
My last year in the league in 2000, Norv was our offensive coordinator when I was with the Cowboys in 93 when we won the Super Bowl. Then I played for Norv in 95. And then he was still there in 2000 and unfortunately got fired near the end of the year, and Terry Wabinski took over everything. But it was fun to be out there. And, of course, knowing John from his Michigan days and stuff like that, it was great. We had a lot of fun. He always used to call me Mr. Murray, and I'm going, my dad's not here. Okay.
But that's the uniqueness of it. I'm like, wait a second here. I remember the Lions teams, like my first memories of football was Eddie kicking, so I'm like, I got to address him as Mr. Murray, right? But we have since gone past that. Now, we do obviously have a lot of kicking news here in camp. First of all, what was your reaction when you heard that Michael Badgley got hurt and would be out for the year?
I was devastated for him. I mean, something, I don't know the whole extent, but enough of what we know is bad. Having to go in and operate, and hamstrings are really delicate and tough. And unfortunately, we need them as kickers. So there's going to, I'm devastated for him because he just seemed like he was kind of coming into his own, and he was, going to be the incumbent and all that kind of stuff. So, I'm devastated for him. So hopefully he has some good recovery and good results and gets back on the field and gets a chance to compete again. And then, the unusualness of Bates being signed. I mean, here's a guy who took advantage, really, of a situation playing on a team in a city that needed a kicker in a lower league and ended up kicking extremely well. I mean, he was known for his long kicks and all of that kind of stuff. I don't know all of the stats with him. I've not really looked into him, to be honest with you. But the kicks that I've seen highlighted have been pretty impressive.
So the question, of course, is could it translate to an NFL game, right? The environment, because kicking in practice, not the same as kicking in a preseason game, not the same as kicking in an NFC championship game or even a Super Bowl where this team aspires to be. How much of that is mental?
Well, hopefully, I don't know his background as far as, where he went to high school, if he was a kicker in high school, where he went to college. I don't know.
So let me just share you. So soccer player, and tell me if you've heard this story before,
right?
With the Cowboys, but soccer player, and then in college, I think it was at two different spots, did kickoffs, but has never kicked in a game in terms of field goals or extra points. And then he was on the roster for Houston, same thing. No opportunity to kick in games. His first opportunity to kick an actual field goal was for the Michigan Panthers.
I got you.
So he's
just really got one season under him.
Yeah, and now he's on a team that we have Super Bowl aspirations for.
Sure.
How does he come along? How do you gain trust in a kicker that there's no track record?
Well, it can be two ways. The question mark is what we're talking about. Can he continue to keep kicking the way he is at the higher level? I think a lot of it has to do with how the coaching staff are going to handle it. So if I know there were some situations last year, coach has been the Riverboat Gambler, and so they've gone for, fake punts on their 30-yard line, all those things. And there were some times that they didn't kick field goals that they could have. I think in the preseason game, they've got to give him as many field goals. If I was them, I would go drive all the way you can to the 30-yard line and let him kick.
Yeah.
You need to get him some reps in the game. That's really what you need to do. And, of course, it's hard to do that way. So hopefully he translates on the practice field and can continue that into the preseason game as much as he can, because it kind of gives him some confidence that the coaching staff are letting him kick.
Yeah.
So then if he can go out there and keep kicking like he did for the Panthers, then hopefully his confidence will stay high for the rest of the year. And then you just got to believe in what he's doing. That's really what you got to do. If you've got an apprehension now, then bring someone in to compete against him. I mean, that's really what you got to do. If you're not quite sure if the coaching staff has the same questions that we're talking about, you need to bring someone in to compete against him and then push him to see if he can really handle those things.
Talking to former Lions kicker Eddie Murray. Do you like the riverboat gambling as a former kicker?
Well, I mean, some of those were a little iffy, but he had a lot of success to it. A lot of it had to do, people didn't think the Lions were going to be the Lions that they were last year. I mean, there was, a lot of people kept saying, same old Lions, right? I mean, they're not going to really compete. They maybe compete for a wild card. But to do what they did, they really threw it all out on the table and say, hey, we're going to do this, do that. So now people are going to be gunning for them, and they're also going to be very cautious of them. So trying to do those fake punts on the 30-yard line, I don't think would be smart this year. But again, I'm not the guy making the decisions.
You mentioned during break something I thought was unique. Is there concern for Jake Bates that they want to give him as much opportunity to prove himself,
sure.
gain the trust and gain the confidence in himself, but also the trust of his teammates and coaches. Is there concern of only having one kicker in camp?
There always is now because of the way rosters are and how you have to be under the cap roster size at camp. I went to in the 80s. You could have 120 guys at camp, right? You got 4 guys wearing number 3.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot different now. So if he's going to be the guy, and you're not wanting to be in that situation where you want to maybe bring some competition in with him, you have to be really. He has to be. Bates has to be really cognitive to tell the coaching staff, hey, I need a rest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tired.
You may want to kick. You're going to have to do a drill without me, or they've got every kind of machine, jug machines, they got kick machines, they got all kinds of stuff for return guys. But he really has to be able to maintain himself better and convey that to the coaching staff, saying, hey, look, I don't feel really good today, and be honest about it.
Pressures of a rookie kicker. Obviously, at one point we were all rookies.
Sure.
You were there.
Yeah.
What was it like as a rookie?
Well, it's funny. My situation was very similar to what happened here. So in 1980, Benny Ricardo was the incumbent kicker here, and he was in a contract squabble. So back then, we used to have rookie camp. So we would go to Oakland U,
right.
the old Hill House, practice there. We would go to, and we were in camp for like a week before the veterans showed up. Then the veterans showed up. So Benny came. And he was in camp for like a week. So he's kicking against me for a week. Then he decides to split because of contract issues. So then the preseason started. So my preseason, like my first game, I kicked 5 field goals. The next game, I kicked 4 field goals. I was like, what happened?
You had opportunity.
I had tons of opportunities. And I think I missed 1 field goal the whole time during my preseason. So they were going, okay, Benny, you can just stay out.
Wally pipped him.
Right. So they ended up just cutting Benny at the end because he never came back into camp again. And I did, like I said, I was just on fire. And we were too, because it was Billy Sims' rookie year and it was excitement around him and offense and all that. And we were scoring a lot of points in preseason. So I got into the swing of things really quickly.
Made the most of your opportunity.
I did. I'm very fortunate. I had a huge rookie year, voted in the Pro Bowl. I was the first rookie to be MVP in the Pro Bowl game. A lot of things really happened quickly for me. And so I was very blessed. But it was, again, it's still a scary situation. Every game is a lot of pressure. Yeah.
Down the line on the Cowboys, Super Bowl champ, we talk about Super Bowl with this team.
Yeah.
Do you see that when you evaluate this football team?
Absolutely. No, I mean, you cannot deny it. I mean, and the thing that has been great is, last year everybody still had is it going to be the same old Lions? Yeah. And then, of course, we saw the euphoria and the excitement as the season was going along. It's still here, the heightened excitement for the team and everything. But I think the thing that they've done, and I know you had Brad Holmes here before me, that guy's just been a magician right now. He really has. He's got the golden touch. He's made some right picks, but he's also made some right free agent picks. And in years past, we didn't have a lot of depth. All of a sudden, in his tenure, we've got great starters, like we're talking about. They extended Decker, all this kind of stuff. They're getting the right people signed, getting them all up, but they also got some great young guys behind them that are great depth, and that's what's going to be a championship team.
And not only are you obviously here, you're still involved with the Lions.
Yeah.
But I think the secret weapon last year was the cheerleaders.
Oh.
Your daughter was her rookie season.
It was.
She's back on the roster. What's it like from a really unique perspective watching your daughter perform at Ford Field?
It's been a blessing. I mean, my daughter grew up being in the big dance world in high school and all the dance competitions and doing exceptionally well. Had won a lot of national titles and all that. Went to Michigan State. I'm sorry, John. He went to Michigan State, was on the dance team there, did well, captained theirs. And then when she came out, she was working and she just was living at home still at the time. And she said, I'm thinking of extending my dance stuff. So we thought like maybe she might go on a cruise ship or she may, go to some dance academy and just kind of do like more performing stuff. She goes, I think I'm going to try out for the Detroit Lions cheerleaders. We're like, oh my God. And so last year was her rookie year. And so we told her, hey, the only reason why they won was there was another Murray. There was another Murray on the team, So I know we had some local media stuff, did some nice stories about us, and my wife Cindy and I are very proud of her efforts, and also very proud of the hard work that Nicole had to do to get ready. And then they had tryout again this year, and she made it again. So we're really proud of her.
It's a really cool story. And, Eddie, we
Okay.
appreciate
Thank
your
you.
insight on all things football and kicking specifically.
Go Lions. Go Lions. I
Absolutely.
mean, it's going to be a great year.
We're excited for it. All right, appreciate it. Thanks. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, you can join the YMCA with no contract and no joiner fees and for just $3 a day. I'm loving all the YMCA has to offer, including access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, discounts on personal training, which I'm taking full advantage of now, all with free child watch while you work out. And now you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find your Y today.
Crowd cheering Amon-Ra St. Brown as he ran over to the crowd in front of us. We're out live at Lions training camp all week long. And listen, we got some Tigers news to get to before the hour ends. 9:35, the latest on Skubal. Thought that was not going to happen. Still might not happen, but some updated Skubal rumors for the Detroit Tigers. They did make a move yesterday. We'll break that down. And some more Tiger deadline stuff to get to before the show's over. The Olympics over the weekend.
Yeah.
Heather, you weren't in on Friday.
I wasn't.
John ranked his top 10 Olympic events.
I heard it, actually, and I texted in, but I didn't text you guys. I did the ticket text, thinking for sure signed off, see you Monday, Heather, that somebody would see it. I was appalled that you didn't put gymnastics in your top 10. I couldn't believe it.
2 different shooting events, 2 different volleyball events, rowing, weightlifting. No track and field, no gymnastics.
It's just,
did you have swimming in there at all?
He did 10th,
I did.
barely.
Yeah, that was 10th, yeah.
Shame
and I combined
you.
them both, men's and women's. I'm not going to take up.
You did it for everything. You combined basketball as men's and women's.
Yeah, but volleyball I split up into indoor volleyball and beach volleyball. Yeah, it's that. Again, I wasn't doing this as this is the show top 10.
I understand.
I'm doing it as my top 10.
And we're doing it as your top 10 was bad.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fine. Hey, you watch what you want. I'll watch what I want. And here's the thing. Right now, the U.S. leads in the medal count with 12. Mm-hmm. They are trailing China in terms of gold. China has 5. Japan, South Korea, Australia both have 4. All 3 have 4 golds. And the U.S. right now 5th in terms of gold with 3. So a little middle medal count update.
I think 2 of those golds are swimming golds for the U.S. I saw this weekend, I watched them win the relay. Yes, which was in your top 10. Here's the thing. I don't know how many of you guys are watching the Olympics. I know viewership, interest level, it's down over the years. There is something that has made the Olympics so much easier to watch. It's Gold Zone, which is the spinoff of Red Zone, which is one of the greatest inventions we've ever had. It's Fire, the Wheel, and Red Zone. The Gold Zone comes to the Olympics, so you can watch fencing in one little corner, and if you're into some of the more obscure stuff, they'll cut in when it's a medal round.
Is that only while it's going on live, though? So it's only from, middle of the night until 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yesterday, Sunday, was great for it because they wrap up at 6 o'clock our time, really.
Right.
So you could watch from noon to 6. You could really dive into all the stuff on a Sunday.
That's on Peacock?
Yeah, you have to have Peacock.
Okay.
And yes, I know it's another hoop to jump through for people, but I
loved
it.
We got Peacock for the month, and we'll cancel it when we're done.
Well, even with Peacock, if you're watching it there and you start late, it can catch you up. They've got a setting or an option. Hey, you want to catch the 15 highlights to get you caught up to where you are right now. So I know there's a lot going on. How do you keep track of all of it? Especially now, Monday through Friday, you're at work when a lot of this is happening. But I enjoyed watching Kevin Durant and LeBron James on the same team for the last time ever in this Olympic run. The women's soccer team, I like the team sports. They got some goal scoring now, unlike the World Cup.
4-1.
Trinity Rodman looks like a force plus, Sophia Smith, 2 goals for her, and Swanson, the other goal scorer. They look like a team that could actually win gold and get us back to that dominance on the pitch, as they say, John. I loved swimming in the rivalry with Australia. I am getting into the Olympics more than I thought I would, and I credit Gold Zone as the primary reason.
Well, good. Hey, whatever it takes to get you, watching it and get you off the video game.
Won a national title this weekend, but we're not going to spend any airtime on that. Congrats to the Jayhawks. 248-539-9797. Did you watch? What did you watch? And if you're not watching, let us know, because we don't need to spend a ton of time on the Olympics if nobody cares. But, John, you're fired up. I know, Heather, you love the gymnastics.
I love it. I watched it just as I pictured I would. We watched it in bed on Sunday morning. I had Emily in bed with me. We just and she kept saying more. Every time we'd watch it. We were only watching the U.S. because we didn't watch it live, right? So we would just flip to the U.S. Team, and every time we'd watch one of their floor routines or their beam or their bars, she would just say more, and then I'm like, there's more coming, just wait, sweetie. And, like, she's getting into it. Like, it was just, that's how I envisioned watching at least the gymnastics with her.
Well, and there's always this flip, too, where you get into the swimming or you get into the gymnastics, and then all of a sudden it's done, and Emily's going to say more. Well, now you're going to have to get her onto all of the track and field events. That happened later in the Olympics.
Which I will.
Yeah.
One news moment before we get into Heather's news. We had some breaking news on our show.
Yes,
Brad Holmes, if you just hopping in the car, if you weren't listening earlier, if you haven't seen Adam Schefter piggybacking off of us, Taylor Decker, 3-year extension for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure Shefty knows, hey, if you want your Detroit breaking news, tune in to 97.1 in the morning because he was just after us. And I appreciate Brad Holmes doing that. But to be able to have the offensive line, the confidence of knowing that chemistry up front. I know Zeitler is in a 1-year deal, and Glasgow is a little bit older, and he's in a 2-year deal, and Frank with the injury. But to know that it's, especially your bookends, whether, Decker and Sewell, knowing that those guys are locked up for the foreseeable future, it gives you a sense of comfort that this offensive line is going to continue to be a dominating force in the NFL.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, I'm going to start with a little Olympic news, something that's trending, somebody who's gone viral. The world has become fixated on the Speedo-clad mystery man who saved the day when one of the women's 100-meter breaststroke heats faced a hiccup, right? So the race's starter called for the swimmers to, get down off their diving platform because there was something in the pool. It was one of the swimmers' caps. It was U.S. swimmers Emma Webster's cap down there at the bottom of the pool. And instead of having one of these top swimmers, right, that are competing for gold, it was Bob the cap catcher that came to the rescue in his Speedo from the side of the pool. This mystery hero walked out to cheers. People were cheering him. He performed like this perfect dive, scooping up the cap, and then he triumphantly got out of the pool, and everybody was applauding him again.
It was hilarious because you're looking at all of these unbelievable physical specimens.
Exactly.
And then Bob comes out with, not a bad-looking body, but kind of a dad bod in a Speedo.
Yes. It's the Speedo that really
that really set it all off.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he went out there as proud as anything.
He sure did.
Dove in, got it, got out. Yeah.
I love it. Hey, U.S. gymnast Jade Carey is dealing with some sort of mystery illness, and we don't really know what's going on. So she was the reigning gold medalist in floor exercise, and she is not going to get the opportunity to defend her title in that event after just this kind of disastrous fall during the qualifying rounds happened on Sunday, which she later blamed on her health. So she repeatedly stepped out of bounds if you watched her floor routine, and then she took this nasty spill and ultimately finished dead last in the event. She is the reigning gold medalist, like I said, so it was heartbreaking for everyone to watch, too. You never want to see somebody do that, and sad to see she can't keep competing in that. The good news is she did make the vault final, so we will get to see her again. But anyway, afterwards, she did reveal that she's been dealing with this lingering illness, and she said she's been very sick over the last few days to the point where she hasn't been able to eat. And her father, Brian, who's actually an assistant coach for Team USA, was also sick. He had to skip practice on July 25th. Now, that's all she basically said, right? Didn't say what it is.
Right.
But then you say, well, if she's really sick, she probably shouldn't be around all these other Olympians, right?
Right.
But then her aunt chimed in on social media saying that she's not contagious. She's okay to be there. So it's just like a lot of speculation. What is it? Is it food poisoning? Was it something that her and her dad ate that's not going to...
Or is it even related? Or is it just a coincidence that her dad got sick and she's got some other health issue that she's dealing with?
So at this point, people are just making speculations online, but it's a bummer to see that anyway. So hopefully she'll be feeling good and get back at it for the vault. New York Giants head coach Brian Dable and his wife are turning heads for their new look. If you haven't seen them, camp is, underway, and it's clear that he didn't take any time off, right, during off-season training because he is a lot slimmer, trimmer, and he says it's all because of Pilates. He's addicted.
I could not believe when I saw it because, I mean, we see Dan here locally, and there's times where he does talk to the media, and I got to imagine in New York it's the same thing, even more so. How did we not see the progress coming? Because when he was at practice and somebody's like, oh, yeah, there's Dayball, I was watching the film of it. I'm like, that's not Dayball. Like, Dayball is actually round. He looks like a ball.
Yeah.
And
it's a ball.
Yeah, but no, he looks great. The only thing that is similar is the shiny bald head.
Yes. So, I mean, apparently that's what we need to be doing.
So Pilates?
Break down this Pilates routine he's doing.
I've
often
actually
does he go?
never
Have you?
done Pilates.
I've never
But
done
now
it
they
a
have all
while
those
ago.
studios on those, like, I don't know even what they're called, reformers, trainers that, like, I don't know. I mean, I like to typically sweat when I work out, so I always am like, Pilates is too easy, but it's not. It's not. I know it's really difficult, and it's obviously a great workout.
Worked for him.
Yeah.
Worked for him.
Great job.
All right, coming up next. People want to weigh in on the Olympics, we can make some time for you on the phones and the ticket text. We have some Tigers news to get to, a trade they made, a trade they still may make, the Skubal stuff, the latest on that front. And, yes, there is the latest as of today, the day before the deadline. That's next on 97.1. Brad Holmes casually dropping that in our conversation earlier today.
Both of us were stunned. Didn't see that one coming, and actually kind of looked at him like, did we miss something last night?
Okay, again, we get up early in the morning. We scan to make sure we didn't miss anything in our sleep. There's no way we would have missed that, so we instantly had this feeling of,
wow, thanks.
He just broke this on our show.
Yeah.
So there you go, 3-year extension. The pillars, the bookends, the tackles are signed long-term for the Detroit Lions. The line will continue to be strong with continuity, stability. Good news for the Lions as we hang out at training camp today and all week.
Yeah, and knowing that you got Frank in the middle, you got 2 really good tackles on the outside, one of them the best in the NFL. Now it just comes, it's a matter of, are they going to, moving forward, is this going to be piecemeal that they use with the guards? Obviously, this year getting Kevin Zeitler, I think is an upgrade from what they had last year in Jonah Jackson. Wish Jonah all the best of luck out in L.A., but I think it's an upgrade. So how do they continue to piece this O-line together? But it's going to be much easier knowing that you've got 3 really good players in both tackles in your center.
We've got some Tiger stuff to talk about, the latest ahead of the deadline, including the latest on Tarik Skubal. We'll get to that in a second. Tim in his car, you want to talk a little Olympics? We threw them in the mix here on 97.1.
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking the call. But, I wanted to talk a little. I do watch the Olympics, but I prefer to watch the sports and the events that do not have the professional athlete participating. I don't think that's right. It's not the true sense of the Olympic Games, how they ever were set up. The true sense was 1980 hockey. That was the true sense of Olympics. Now, for instance, I don't really need to watch basketball with all-stars out there where they say, oh, they're going to win the gold anyway. They've got their professional job. They got their own deal. Let them do that. Life's about choices. You're going to either be a professional or you're an amateur that can participate in one of the biggest stages, which is the Olympics. I don't need to see Alcatraz or Alcaraz and Nadal play tennis. I saw them in the U.S. Open, French Open. I don't need that. I'd love to see college kids. That's just me. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, if you're going to go amateur, there's really no amateurs in the college ranks either.
I'm not, John. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not talking
about.
No,
I know what you're saying, especially with basketball.
Come on, let's have a conversation here.
Well, let's have a conversation because I don't see it the way you do. And listen, you're more of a purist. I want to see the best of the best compete.
Correct.
The Olympics on the world stage. I want to see Michael Phelps swim until he can't swim anymore. I want to see LeBron and Durant play basketball until they can't anymore. I want to see Ledecky. I want to see Simone Biles. I don't want them to have a 3 or 4 year window. You get one crack at it and then you're gone. I want to see the best of the best in all sports.
Then I may be missing something. I didn't know Ledecky was a professional swimmer in a professional league.
My point is, across the board, I want to see the best.
Right. Whether it's Ledecky, whether it doesn't matter, insert the best. That's what Jim's talking about. And I
some
see
can be
your
amateurs,
point.
some can be pros. I just want the best.
I see your point, but other countries, if we're just taking basketball as an example, they're using NBA players as well. They may not have as many, but they're using NBA and professional players as well.
Why would we water down our team?
No. Did we water down our team in the 1980 Olympics when it came to hockey? Don't oh boy me. Did we or didn't we?
We didn't, and it is one of the great moments. But
boy? It's a great.
We got to go all the way back. We got to do way back. We got to hear about the '68 Tigers today too.
Right.
Come on, dude. The Olympics have been played.
We can agree to disagree.
Okay.
We can agree to disagree. That's fine. I appreciate you taking my call, guys.
And I appreciate you calling in. We welcome disagreements on this radio show. But, John, I feel like we got to go back and, hearken to the one great upset of all time and then try to replay that forever and ever for all time. It was great. It happened. We want to see – we should water down our teams, and we should not win golds. We should put out our B team or our C team and let the other teams win more often. I don't want to do that.
Well, I don't either, but I do see his point in regards to, it's kind of a foregone conclusion – that the USA men's basketball team is going to win gold. Same with the women's.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I'm looking at it from his perspective, and I understand what he's talking about. Do you want to watch a sport or a game where it's so lopsided? I think that's where a lot of people.
Why do you watch? That's what it comes down to.
Well,
I
watched it because it was awesome to see them all play together. But I'm looking at it from I don't mind pros being in it. And so, but that I think is really at the heart of that discussion is when you have the NBA players for the United States, every game is going to be 20, 30, even 40 points, and it's not going to be competitive. If they're just looking for great games, great moments, great opportunities, it's not going to happen in basketball just because they are so dominant. And so that's, to me, that is where he's getting at, is he wants to see more competitive sports.
I watch because I want to see, selfishly, the U.S. win a ton of golds, but I want to see the best of the best in all sports. I want to know when I tune in that even if it's table tennis or
tennis, because he used Alcaraz, who's not not going to be playing for the U.S. He has won majors, and he's the best tennis player in the world right now.
I just want to see the best of the best compete.
I'm with you. I'm just saying that is part of the argument in that because the U.S. has been so dominant, and they looked dominant yesterday.
Let us be dominant.
I'm
not arguing with you. I'm arguing with this person who's no longer on hold.
Yeah.
But let us be dominant. Let us be, because we've had ticket texts and phone calls like that today. With the Olympics underway, we got kind of the lay of the land, how people reacted over the weekend, and we had quite a few people say what that caller said today. And I don't understand. Let the U.S. be dominant. Let us win the sports that we're really good at. Let us struggle in the ones that we're not.
Yeah, but I think that is at the heart of the discussion. It's not necessarily the pros per se. It's the fact that there's when you watch the USA men's basketball team play, you're watching greatness, and you're watching, from our perspective, a lot of fun watching Steph Curry be able to hit it from anywhere on the floor, watching LeBron, watching KD, watching all of these players. And Jason Tatum didn't even get on the floor.
No.
And so, I mean, I know there was some discussion about that, but when you have so many great players, it's not always going to happen. But the games aren't going to be close either.
When I looked at the Olympics this weekend, I never thought this would be better if they weren't as good, or I wish they weren't being paid. I never looked at the Olympics and was like, damn, this is ruined because LeBron has a contract.
Yeah, and I was kind of a smart ass when I said, hey, college athletes aren't amateurs either. It's a smart ass comment.
So we got to pull high schoolers now?
But
in his world, in his idyllic, the purest sense of the sport, we just take a bunch of high schoolers from around the country or around the world. And
if you're talking about, the top college basketball players, most of those guys are being paid as well. So that, I don't know. We're grading the lines or blurring the lines of what an amateur and what a professional athlete is. And I would think if you're being paid for, whether it's by the university or somebody else to play basketball, you're a professional.
But, not arguing with you, John. Asking the question out loud, why does someone getting paid make it less entertaining to watch? I don't understand that caller, because at the heart of it, to him, the fact that they're being compensated makes it less interesting to him. And to me, the fact that we get the best of the best competing is what makes it fun to me. Like when I was watching a little bit of the men's soccer, they have restrictions. You can't have your full roster because they don't want to cheapen the World Cup. But it takes away from the Olympics to me knowing you don't have your best out there. That same restriction is not there for the women's side. It's not there for men's or women's basketball. I don't want there to be restrictions. I don't want anybody to have to water down their country's best of their best when they compete internationally.
Yeah, and other countries are going to have pros, and depending on how they're paid, some of them are paid by the government to be professional athletes.
All right, DeAndre in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, John just stole a little bit of my thunder. I was calling in response to the last caller. The only reason, if you remember, we sent the Dream Team in 92 is because other countries had athletes who were pros in their own countries that were going to the Olympics. So we sent our best to make it an even playing field. That caller, his call made no sense.
Well, I agree, yes. If other teams are going to use professional athletes, just because our professional athletes are better than yours doesn't mean that we should hold them back. The gap is being narrowed in basketball. And instead of all 40-point wins, what was the win yesterday, 20 points?
Yeah, they ended up pulling away.
Yeah, that's going to happen, and it's going to happen repeatedly for basketball. But if they weren't there, so you're saying, the Joker, who they were playing against yesterday, he's going to be playing against college players because he just plays for a different country?
Exactly.
That would make no sense.
I agree with you 100%, John.
Multiple people are pointing out, appreciate the phone call, multiple people on the ticket text saying, well, Katie Ledecky, he tried to make the case she's an amateur. with all of her endorsements,
Yeah.
she's compensated to swim. She, in the purest sense of amateurism, Katie Ledecky shouldn't be there. Well, could you imagine how ridiculous? Simone Biles is an endorsement machine. The idea that because, and I know, there's always this question of what is amateurism or not. If you're getting paid because of the sport you do directly or indirectly, it's what your comment was about college, it's not true amateurism. So the answer is to take all the stars out of the Olympics.
Well, and
that's what
if you go back 20 years, the endorsements weren't there. If you made a certain amount of money, then you were no longer allowed to be in the Olympics in some of these spots. I think that it was part of the conversation about Michael Phelps when he first started this, and I know it was a conversation for some of the other gold medal winners, is, you do get an award or a reward from the government for winning a gold medal, but there were limits on how much you could make to be able to maintain your amateurism. Now those limits are either extended or gone, and most of the high-profile athletes in the Olympics do have big-time endorsements. So if that makes them a pro, you're not allowing pros. You're going to have very few individuals that are even eligible to participate in the Olympics of the top-end athletes.
Spirited conversation, and I was not yelling at you, John. I was not upset with you at all.
It felt very offensive.
I was looking at you. My body language was angled towards you. I use a lot of hand gestures.
Yes.
It was not meant at you,
Talk
John.
to Heather like that.
Sorry. I don't think she wants me to do that either.
No.
Watch out.
She'll fight back, yeah. Might see Confrontational Collins show up.
Oh.
We didn't get to the Tigers. We'll do that next. The report on Skubal the day before the deadline. It's 97.1. get back to the phones here in a second. People want to talk Olympics. We've had a little bit of fun with the Lions today. We got to get to the Tigers. John Morosi, who's been on our show, been on our station, Carson Anderson recently, he tweets this out today. The Tigers and Orioles remain in contact on a possible Tarik Skubal trade, but there's no deal close at this hour. Baltimore continues to look for top-of-the-rotation arms. He would add on 9 minutes ago, Kyle Stowers, 26 years old, is one of the many names who could factor into the conversation. Started in center field for AAA yesterday. Nothing to prove in the minors. He has a .797 OPS in limited action at the major league level this season. John, I thought the Skubal thing was dead. It appears it is not dead.
Well, I mean, I would anticipate that they would stay in contact with each other, and it's just a matter, it's going to come down to desperation. Are they able to get a deal done with somebody else and have to give up less, but feel like at the top of their rotation, they're going to get good production? They're going to get nobody is out there like Tarik Skubal. Nobody has had a season like Tarik Skubal. We anticipate that he's going to be the Cy Young Award winner. So if that's the case, then yes, Scott Harris should remain in contact with him. And if it gets down to the last hour, the last seconds, hey, this is our deal. This is the one that we would accept, and we would give up our top pitcher, our top left-handed pitcher, but we are going to need, more in return. And whether it's Holiday and Basallo, Holiday and Mayo, Holiday, Mayo, and somebody else, like that's where Scott Harris has to hold tight and say, if you're not able to get something done, you believe you're a World Series contender, but you need top-of-the-end rotation, well, you're going to have to pay for it.
And the latest I had seen, Bob Nightingale, USA Today, was that Jackson Holiday is not someone they were going to trade. Okay, then you're not getting Tarik Skubal.
Right, then Tarik Skubal's not somebody we're going to trade.
Right, and that's what Nightingale also said, so I figured like this had cooled off. Now, are they playing phone tag? Is it a game of chicken? I'm cool with Skubal coming back. Great, 2025 with him at the anchoring of your rotation. Would love to see that.
And this is where Scott Harris really has to play the game and know that, hey, especially if other pitchers are moving to other teams, it takes more chips off the board, and it makes it more important or more desperate for the Orioles to say, well, Skubal's the only guy that we could really add to the top of the rotation. We're going to have to give up a Jackson Holiday. We're going to have to give up not just Jackson Holiday, but number 3 in our organization, number 15 overall.
How about this? You want a frontline starting pitcher? Jack Flaherty. Let's make a deal. You want to give me Major League ready bat or bats for him? Great. But Skubal, if you're not willing to pay the prices, I mean, we don't have to have the conversation. If I was Scott Harris, that's how I would take it. If you want to buy a luxury vehicle, you better make sure you've got the money to pay for a luxury vehicle. Otherwise, we can get you into something maybe more your speed.
And if you're going to have to mortgage the future, how bad do you want it?
Right.
Because it's going to cost more than anything that would just paying them this year.
Right.
It's going to have to happen, and you got to get a benefit. And this is where Scott Harris has all the leverage, all the advantage. No one's going to be mad. No one's going to be upset at him if Tarik Skubal is still here at 4:01 tomorrow. The only way they're mad is if at 4:01 Skubal's not here and we're looking at the return going, really?
That's it. Here's the key. Keeping Skubal, keeping Flaherty even, you just have to follow through. If you're going to keep these arms because you feel like you're building a foundation, well, you told us once you had a foundation you were going to spend. So there has to be a follow-through to then keep Flaherty and to put some bats on this team. Keeping them easy to defend, especially if there's follow-through. And really only if there's follow-through. Otherwise, if you're going to keep Skubal and not spend any money this offseason, what the hell was the point?
Yeah, and now that we'll get a chance to see Dylan Dingler come up, Carson Kelly moving on, we'll get a chance to see if he is, over the course of the rest of this year, going to work himself into what we're calling the core of this team, or at least what Scott Harris is calling the core of this team.
You hearing those Jared Goff chants in the background? I don't know if the mics are picking them up.
Oh, yeah, Jared. Yeah, you hear at different times throughout the course of today, Jared Goff chants, even before the Lions were out here. I mean, I have the gates opened up at 7:30, and the people that were lined up in the corner over by the facility were chanting Jared Goff.
Let's get to the phones. We got Chris in Kego Harbor. You're on 97.1.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Great. I want to talk a little Olympics real quick. I just got back from a little Europe trip that ended in Nice. Got to watch the women's U.S. team get their first win of the Olympics. So it was quite the experience, bucket list experience.
So did you plan the trip knowing about the Olympics, or did it just kind of happen where you're like, hey, we're here, we need to go find a way to see some of it?
No, we kind of planned it around the Olympics. We got tickets way back in like December and knew that we had a couple games that we were able to go to. We didn't know who we were going to see, but it ended up, our time slot ended up with the U.S. women's team. So it was crazy how that worked out. But, yeah, we worked our whole trip around that.
So I don't know how much do you follow soccer, but specifically the women's national team?
I pay attention. My son's real big into soccer, so it's something that I've paid more attention to over the last couple of years since he's super big into it. So I follow a lot of soccer.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, because this is one where I'm totally in the dark. Emma Hayes, the new women's soccer coach, how big of an impact do you think she has been? Because a lot of people are talking about, hey, this is an aggressive style. It was, and the 4-1 win obviously was huge. It's their first win at the Olympics. How much of it can you sit there and say it's a completely different team simply because the coach's mentality?
They looked way more aggressive than the teams in the past. Like they were constantly on the attack. They had control from start to finish. It was never in doubt. They looked like they were hungry. They were out there. They were fast. Lots of shots. It was good to see.
They were dominant. It felt like the team that we were used to, where they were the best in the world. If you look at those rankings, the world rankings, our women's soccer team has fallen all the way to 5th. The team they just beat kicked their ass. Germany was 4th.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a statement. Hey, we're not drifting down the world rankings. We're going back for gold this year. And
punching up.
And that's the message it said to me. You win 4-1 against a good German team, scoring some goals, playing aggressive.
And you set the tone early.
Yeah.
Thanks to Chris for that update.
We got the guys back in the studio.
That's right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going there, Gator?
Going all right. I don't know if we're going to be talking about soccer, but we are. Well, you got some cheering going on. Who's excited for you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're not cheering us.
Yeah. They're not. It's Jared Goff chance. There's no Jim Costa chance yet.
Not yet.
We got all week. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
good luck with that.
So what excites you? Hey, the guys are in pads today. What excites you guys the most? What do you want to hear coming out of the opening practice in pads today?
Everybody's healthy.
Yeah, right. Aside from the no injury thing.
The Jamison Williams stuff, it's just every time someone has a chance to update us on Jamison Williams, they tell us how great he looks. So, seems like a critical part of this team reaching its potential this year.
I guess for me, it's wanting to hear that the defensive backs, if anybody had a question about their speed or their aggressiveness, that's just put to rest. That, you know what, they don't lose anything in speed when they put the pads on. And, Carlton Davis, you got to account for him on the field because he'll hit you.
Yeah, we'll let you guys know what we've seen. We got a little bit of a different setup. You guys will love it when you come out here. We got the double-decker bus going on right now. We're on the first floor, but there's a lot more people, obviously, out here at Allen Park than there have been in the past. More people in front of us, so it's a little bit harder to see. But we'll let you guys know what we're looking at.
Well, cool. Can't wait for the updates all week long. And we'll be talking some Lions and Tigers with a trade deadline right around the corner.
All right, Carson Anderson's next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the program, Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. It is 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, typically on this day, I ask you, how was your weekend? I saw you much of the weekend as we played golf together on Saturday.
Spent a lot of time together on Saturday.
Yes, we did. Riding together for our annual station golf outing. I did not play well. I had a blast.
I told you, man, it's a good time.
Oakhurst is a beautiful, beautiful course.
So why are you flipping it off?
If I never have to play number 3 again, I will be perfectly happy.
And you just got screwed. You had a tremendous tee shot. Should have been a tremendous tee shot. And we never found the ball.
We don't know which area of crap it
There's
went
two
into.
parts of crap. One is easy to clear, and the other one you really have to poke it to clear. And I didn't think that you hit it that far, but you must have, because there's no way
we never found
you wouldn't have cleared it.
But when you hit it right down the middle, and you're like, wow, that looks good.
That's
and
a
then
good
you get out there
shot.
and there's no.
Where's the ball?
Where's the ball? No ball.
No ball.
And it led to an 8.
That's a problem.
But I didn't play well, but we had a ton of fun.
Yeah, so there was a lot of talk on Friday when in the crosstalk about the handicaps and stuff. Let's just say
people were complaining that I was listed as a 24.
Let's just say things worked out the way they're supposed to.
I authenticated the 24.
Yes. I didn't play much better, but I did play a little bit better. But yeah, it's just
it's a tough course, but
it's a tough course, and it's a beautiful and it was a perfect day. I mean, it got a little hot, just a touch on a couple holes in the back 9, and then it calmed back down. But not a cloud in the sky, very little wind. Great time with really good people and
a lot of people from the station.
Yeah, good cause. It's a way to remember a few people that have passed over the recent years, and then a little bit of a donation to the Humane Society as well, which is great. And and thanks to Pete Kowalski, our sales manager, for putting that on.
Yep,
Pete's awesome, and look forward to it again next year. I did learn something on the course though.
What's that?
Twisted tea, huh? Twisted tea light.
You like it?
That can be dangerous.
That's become my go-to. Hot summer days, there's 2. Twisted Tea Lights and Natter Days. And the Twisted Tea Light. I don't like the regular Twisted Tea. It's too sugary for me, but you thought it was good, huh?
I thought it was delicious. To me, it tasted literally like the Lipton iced tea you used to get in a can. Mm-hmm. It tasted like that, but a little spiked. You could tell there's a little something there.
Yep.
But it wasn't overpowering. It was refreshing. It was delicious.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did.
Yep. In the meantime, the golf was fun. There was not a lot of good golf played in our group. Guys.
Not in our
group. No.
Although as a group we played better in the back 9, but it's okay.
That's what we kept telling ourselves on the front is, hey, the back's easy. Back's easy.
No,
right?
it's not.
Yeah, I know. We were trying to keep our spirits up. The golf soul, we talk about the golf soul. Like I will, early in the round, I'm like, even though I have a 1 foot putt, and you might say that's good, I'm gonna putt it out because it's good for the golf soul to hear the ball go in the hole.
After a while,
my soul was crushed after about 3 holes.
Screw your soul.
I gave up on the golf soul. But
those greens are tough.
Yeah. So look, Tigers make 1 trade over the weekend, and Lions put pads on. That is the big news. And this morning, I mean, it sounds like things are afoot. John Morosi just said something very interesting on MLB Network. We are efforting to try and turn it around and flip it and play it for you regarding the Tigers and a chance to still move Tarik Skubal, which all along has felt awfully unlikely. And yet, you asked a question in your show sheet. Would I, and I will ask you, I guess, the same question. Would I shoot the boot guarantee that Skubal will not get traded? The answer is no. Baltimore has won 7 of their last 19 games. And you wonder if they're going to reach a breaking point where they just say, screw it, we're going for it. We are absolutely going for it, which would be the most aggressive move on the table that really it feels like any team could realistically make. And all along, it has felt like it's going to take a whopper of an offer from Baltimore, which they don't seem to be that willing to do. Morosi did report this morning that the 2 sides were still talking about Skubal, but nothing felt imminent.
I was going to say, John Heyman just tweeted out like 10 minutes ago. He said, Orioles with new, wealthier, win-oriented owner and great prospect stash are aiming high and are among teams to check on Blake Snell, Crochet, and Skubal on the off chance that he's available are also potential fits. So I should say there's a period after Blake Snell, and it says Crochet and Skubal on the off chance he's available are also potential fits. So it's interesting because the moves that the Orioles made over the weekend really leave a lot to be desired if you're an Orioles fan. You're a team that's got a chance to go for it. You've got a really young, exciting team that is offensive minded. They mash the ball, and really, if you added a top end pitcher like Tarik Skubal, you'd put yourself in a tremendous position in the postseason. So if I were an Orioles fan, I'd be screaming at the owners and please God, make the trade. Let's go. Let's get something to okay it, or scream at the GM, make something happen here. Instead, what they've done so far is, rotational depth, and that's not very exciting. So when I hear that John Heyman tweets this out, and obviously Morosi had something to say that we're going to effort and get to us, it's interesting because it's not dead because they haven't given up any of those prospects yet. They still have them. They still have this really good team, and they still need a top-end starting pitcher. So it's still in play. I don't think it's going to happen.
Would you shoot the guarantee that it's not going to happen?
It's funny because this morning when I was writing out my notes for the show, I almost wrote, I did write, would you shoot the guarantee that Skubal's not going to be traded? And I almost wrote, I would. And now, here it is 10 minutes after 10. I'm like, you know what? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
think I'd shoot the boot on that because it seems like here we are. We're getting towards the 11th hour, even though the deadline's tomorrow at 6. But we're getting close. The day before the deadline. And things are going to ramp up because teams are going to jockey. The Yankees look like they're going to be desperate here to try to improve their team because they just keep losing. And there are other teams that are in that boat as well. The Dodgers want to fend everybody off. They want to add pitching. The Dodgers would really have to go deep into their system to make a trade proposal to the Tigers that would make any sense. Baltimore has to go deep, but they've got the depth. So there are some teams that could still make something happen. Obviously, Baltimore is the one that you're looking at.
Buster Olney reported this morning, there's a lot of frustration with the high asking prices of the dealers as well as the lack of available players. Well, when there is a lack of available players, this is simple supply and demand economics. Right. If the supply is minimal and the demand is high, it benefits the sellers. It has to be a historical offer, one that changes the future of an organization to move a player like Tarik Skubal. And I'm sorry, but if I'm a Baltimore fan, I'm like, whatever it takes, man.
Well, when I see the media over the last 24 hours just fawning over what Tampa Bay has done with giving up some of their players in trades and what they've gotten in return, oh my God, this is Tampa said this is how you do things. Be like Tampa. Okay, fair enough. So now you're going to be like Tampa, and people are, it's too much. You're asking too much. Well, there's a reason you're asking too much because trading away Tarik Skubal is a hell of a lot different than trading Isak Paredes.
Yeah, you don't want to trade Tarik Skubal.
No.
But if you
got to make it hurt.
If you got an offer you can't refuse, then that's what they're mining. In the meantime, there's the Flaherty issue. And with Houston cranking it up, MLB insiders reporting that this would be a reasonable ask to send Jack Flaherty to Houston. We'll tell you who that is coming up. It's a Monday. We got a lot of Lions talk we're going to mix in. Champ and Chump on a weekend. We do it every Monday. We'll have ours today at 10:35. Here are Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. cracking of the pads out at Allen Park this morning as they hit for the first time the Detroit Lions. Remember Dan Campbell telling his team on Hard Knocks, trust me. I know you don't necessarily want to do this, but trust me. We'll be better because we do this. He believes in going hard at this time of year where you have a chance to actually hit and build those calluses for the season. So they're back at it today, and we will be talking about that and more. Brad Holmes joining the morning show. Some of the highlights of what he had to say, the Lions GM. As the show goes on, of course, we have open lines, so anything on your mind, fair game. Let's go. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday, so get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll have our nominations today. At 10:35, we are rapidly approaching the 6 p.m. trade deadline in Major League Baseball, and it feels like this morning wheels are starting to spin here a little bit. There was a report over the weekend that the Astros were one of the teams interested in Jack Flaherty. John Heyman and MLB Network said the Mets continue to look for both rotation pieces and bullpen pieces even after getting 2 relievers. Flaherty goes tonight. He's scheduled to pitch tonight, which is a whole nother intriguing part of this, is that as of now, he's scheduled to pitch. And what does that mean? Does that mean that Scott Harris doesn't have an offer yet that he'd be willing to accept? Because if he had an offer he'd be willing to accept, he'd say, why even risk it? Why pitch him? And be calling around and saying, I need your final offer. He's not pitching tonight. Reading some reports of some Major League Baseball insiders. One of the guys, Sportsnet.ca's Ben Nicholson-Smith, said, if a team has a deal on the table for Flaherty and Scott Harris has interest in it, that team may sweeten the pot just a little bit today so that he skips his start tonight and can make his next start in the next couple days. The sooner the better for an acquiring team. I have a feeling that Flaherty, they don't have the offer yet they want for Flaherty, but they have plenty of people calling about him, so they're going to pitch him again tonight and try and crank up the one final offer.
As of now.
As of now.
I find this interesting because last week we saw that the Vegas odds, the number one team with the Vegas odds to land Jack Flaherty in a trade were the Cleveland Guardians. And I thought that was interesting. The fact that they're playing the Guardians today and tomorrow leading up to the deadline is even more intriguing. I wonder if that plays a role in it, because if the Tigers were to trade him to Cleveland within the division, he's a rental. And you know what the Tigers don't have to do after Tuesday? Play the Cleveland Guardians the rest of the season. They're done with Cleveland after tomorrow. So that whole coming back to haunt you thing won't happen unless Cleveland re-signs Flaherty if they were to trade for him. So I think it's interesting, and maybe that's why Cleveland's even being mentioned in a small way. But if you're Scott Harris, you know you've got this bargaining chip. Jack Flaherty is a huge bargaining chip to have because of how well he's pitched this year. He's a rental. He's going to cost you, but maybe doesn't cost you a ton because he is a rental. At the same time, he's got the other chip that everybody wants in Tarik Skubal, that this is the pretty thing that you can't have. I'm sorry. Oh, you like that? Yeah, you can't have it because you can't afford it. These guys can, but you can't. But here's what I can give you that you can afford. It's Jack Flaherty.
Well, there is speculation again that Houston is really getting involved. According to the guys at MLB Network, outfielder Jacob Melton is the only Houston player who made Baseball America's most recent top 100 prospect list. The Tigers could justifiably ask for him in a Flaherty deal. Getting a top 100 prospect would be encouraging. They throw a couple other names out there, but Jacob Melton is their highest current ranked prospect, outfielder. Not tearing up the minors, but that doesn't mean the Tigers don't see something that they might like in him. What would you make of a deal like that?
I mean, based solely on numbers, there's nothing to like other than he's a top 100 prospect at number 66 in MLB.com's prospect rankings, but he hasn't done anything yet in the minors to make you go, oh, that's a guy. That's the next Kyle Tucker. That's next Yordan Alvarez. No, that's not it. Not right now. It doesn't look that way. So, I mean, it looks underwhelming on paper, but I'm not a scout, so I'm not out there looking at it every day and seeing what he can do. There's obviously a reason that he is this highly rated, but right now the numbers don't necessarily bear that out.
There's a couple guys that they mentioned that are at the big league level right now that could be available to Detroit. One is Joey Loperfido, who is a left fielder, 25-year-old, who's not done a ton for the Astros this year. Another is a starting pitcher, Jake Bloss, whose numbers are not good since he's been called up. They've got a player named Bryce Matthews that I guess could be available, but,
He's a shortstop. He's got limited time this year, but he's done really well this year, 3 different levels.
Yeah. So anyway, the Astros have some stuff that could be in play for Flaherty. Flaherty's start tonight feels like it's one last showcase to get everybody's final offer. He starts at 6:40, and the trade deadline will be less than 24 hours away when he takes to the hill. So, we keep talking about how Flaherty has gone out post-back injury, showcase this talent, and always looks like he'd be a worthy return. So, feels kind of important. There'll be scouts everywhere watching tonight. There'll be people watching on TV from other organizations. Feels like this is it. Go out and have a great outing for us, Jack Flaherty, and then go win yourself a pennant somewhere. Like, we'll root for you. I got nothing against Jack Flaherty, sure. But let's do each other solid. You drive up your price so the Tigers can get back something that's worth it, and then you got your chance to go win something significant.
Is he trade at all cost guy though?
I don't think so, given that you can give him the qualifying offer and keep him. Do you think
I don't know if he could always turn it down, and then you get the free agency, and then you have to hope he signs a deal with more than $50 million, and then you get the compensatory pick, the higher of the compensatory picks.
You're right. But do you think of him as traded any cost guy?
Not at any cost, but I think that there's got to be a basement where you're like, okay, we understand. We're going to be better suited if we move on from him and get some kind of prospect in return, but they're not going to go basement bargain and just give him away. I think they need to get something, but they're aiming for high, and they should aim for high. But the reality is it's probably going to be something a little bit lower than that. But it'd be nice if they could land a top 100 prospect for Jack Flaherty. And if not, then, again, it's up to what their evaluations are. If that value isn't there, is the value there with a qualifying offer? Does he want to be here? Do you want to give him a real offer, an extension, and keep him here for the next few years?
We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations coming up today at 10:35. I want everyone right now to think in their own head, what do you think the odds are, the percent chance that Tarik Skubal gets traded? What percent chance do you think it is that Tarik Skubal gets traded? Because an MLB insider just said something along those lines that I found rather curious. And you will hear it for yourself today at 10:38. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Scott Anderson, 97-1 a ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Things are afoot in Major League Baseball this morning. The fact is, a lot of reporting going on about a lot of Tiger assets that could be moved. Flaherty remains the more likely of the two. Interesting from an MLB insider, though, regarding Skubal that we'll play for you today, coming up at 10:38. We will get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Let's get to Greg in Detroit, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Sweet! Hey, guys. You guys are the greatest. Thanks for making me an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic.
Great.
I want to do the champ and chump, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
My champ is Brad Holmes for making that announcement on your show. We didn't have to get it from anybody else. We got it from the source, and we got it, and we gave it up. We didn't have to get it from anybody else. You guys got that exclusive. That was great.
It was cool.
And your response to it was even greater. Like, what? What did you just say? What?
Yeah, it wasn't us. Obviously, it was the show prior to us. But yes, Brad Holmes announcing on the radio station the Taylor Decker extension was kind of a surprise.
Oh, yeah, and that was great. That was wonderful. That's my champ. And, of course, Sheila Ford is always my champ. Just want to throw that out there. But my chump is the Olympic Committee, and this is me, for firing that guy for making a comment. And to me, it wasn't a firing offense. It just made a side little comment joke. It wasn't that serious. That's the difference between your granddad going to Vietnam and your dad going to Grenada. It was not that serious. Come on, I mean, golly, give me a break.
Is that what he said?
Well, he's no.
I don't even know. I honestly, Gator, do you know what he's talking about, Greg? We don't know who got fired.
It was the girls swimmers, right? It was the girls swimmers, and I think the Australian girls swimmers or something, and they were waiting on them. I think he made the comment that they had to get their hair together, or they had to get something in pocketbooks or something that women do when they take forever. You know, just a comment that you would say about your wife when you're going through where she's taking forever. And so he made a comment in that regards, like, you know, they were taking a while, and he was like, well, they probably got to get their purse or do something to their hair or their lipstick or makeup.
Probably not a joke that's worth it, but yes.
But was it really that serious? I mean, but he got fired. Was it really that serious?
I don't know. Since I didn't hear it or the context, I guess I can't comment. Gator, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
I do not.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. But thank you. We'll mark you down for your vote. 248-539-9797. Let's get to our champ and chump nominations. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Colt Keith, who went 4 for 8 in the games Friday and Saturday, had a triple and a home run. Continues to impress at the plate. Not a great day yesterday, but nobody was great yesterday. Colt Keith, my champ of the weekend.
Hey, I'm going to give the guy some love. 3 home runs in 3 straight days. Javi Baez is going to give him the champ of the week. I recognize he did swing at a pitch that was way out of the zone the other day, but 3 homers in 3 straight days is impressive no matter how you slice it, particularly from the number 9 position in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't been done by the Tigers since like the 20s, so nice job.
My chump of the weekend is I'm going to go with Oakhurst number 3. Beautiful course.
It stole your ball.
But I don't know if I've ever hit a ball off a tee.
When you had more confidence, that was a great shot?
Only to never find said ball. Yeah. That's my chump.
My chump is the Baltimore Orioles. Make a move already. Let's go. Your fan base demands it. You want to win the World Series? Hello. 313. There you go. Start dialing a number.
We await any news out of Baltimore, 248-539-9797. So anyway, we'll get to this insider's report regarding Skubal. The trade the Tigers did make Carson Kelly shipped off to Texas for a pair of mid-level prospects. This obviously opens up a spot for the white-hot catching prospect Dylan Dingler, who's been in the organization for a couple years. His long journey to the big leagues could be complete. His plate discipline has improved to the point where he seems to be maxing out his offensive potential at AAA. They also get a catcher in Liam Hicks in return, who's basically replacing Dingler at the minor league level. They'll bump somebody up from Erie, and this guy will probably go to Erie. And a relief pitcher, Tyler Owens, who throws mid to high 90s and is a strikeout per inning type of guy who has major league potential. They took something that was nothing and turned it into this reliever, is basically it, and open up a spot for a catching prospect that could be here long term. It's a good move. I'm not planning any parades over this trade yet. No need to print a shirt yet, but good move.
I wasn't expecting much for Carson Kelly, and I think the best thing of trading Carson Kelly is that it's the roster spot, because here comes Dylan Dingler, and it's time for Dylan Dingler. He flat out deserves it. 25 years old. He'll be 26 in September, getting his first taste of Major League action. He's going to be brought up, and we'll see how he does, but he's deserving of it, man. Played 71 games this year with Toledo and hit .308 with a .938 OPS, had 17 bombs on the season, and his strikeout rate it's not terribly elevated. It looks like it's kind of average, 61 strikeouts in 71 games. It's a lot by the old standard, but by today's standards, it's not terrible. So I like to see this. I don't know what he is as a guy behind the dish. Can he manage a pitching staff? Does he have a cannon for an arm? All those things that you look for, but it's been a few years. We've been hearing about him since he was drafted out of college. Let's see what he can do, and I'm excited for him, because to me this is the deal. The deal is clearing the space for a guy who deserves to be up here.
From Bob, and get your Champ and Chump votes in, 248-539-9797. Bob writes in, Champ of the weekend is Lewis Hamilton for winning the Formula One race yesterday. Chump of the weekend is George Russell, who got disqualified for having an illegal car.
Too light.
Josh in Allen Park, if there is any serious offer on the table for Flaherty, they would pull him from his start tonight. I tend to agree, and we made that point a little bit earlier in the show. If they had an offer on the table they'd be calling teams and say final offer. And that team, by the way, would probably be saying, yeah, don't start him. We will start him tomorrow. We will start him Wednesday. Another one here. Teams want to see him start one more time after his brief back flare-up.
I don't know if they do. I think teams would rather have the start for themselves than watch him start for somebody else.
I guess if you're not convinced and you want more evidence that he's okay, you'd want to see him start tonight.
I'm just curious if he gets traded today. Who the hell's going to pitch?
I know, right?
Maeda went 5 innings. Was it yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
He went 5 innings yesterday. So it's not going to be Maeda. You had to go all bullpen again.
Yep.
And then
there's probably somebody down at Toledo who's been told.
Yeah, be on the ready.
Be on standby.
Lyle Larkart or whoever it is.
Yeah. Unnamed texter. So Flaherty is good enough for other teams to be interested, but not the Tigers longer term for what a sure thing like Mize or Torkelson was not very often.
No. Understand what Flaherty is. He's a rental.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're a team that's winning right now and there's a pitcher out there on the market who's pitched as well as Jack Flaherty has this year, and he's going to step into your rotation and be your number 2 guy, of course you're going to make that move. If you're the Tigers, look, do you think that Scott Harris is he ruining the day that he didn't give Jack Flaherty a second or third year on the contract? Maybe, but the Tigers took a chance on him.
Mm-hmm.
This is a reward. It's a reward for Jack Flaherty. Hey, we're giving you a 1-year contract. And by the way, they paid him $17 million or $14 million, whatever it was. That's a pretty good chunk of change for 1 year to prove yourself. And to his credit, he proved himself. So I imagine the Tigers would be like, okay, we'd like to have you back, but I'm sure they've had that conversation already. Jack probably has said, I want to test free agency. I'm having a great year. I can really get a big bang for my buck on the market here. Let's go.
All right, here we go. MLB insider John Morosi on MLB Network this hour kind of caught me off guard with this. Asked who's more of the 2 big pitching prizes out there, Tarik Skubal and Garrett Crochet, which of the 2 is more likely to get traded? Here's what John Morosi said.
Wow. So 50%. He thinks it's 50% and that it's a real, that they're really talking. That the Tigers and Orioles are really talking. That's 50% chance that he gets traded.
He said it's in that ballpark. That surprises me that it's that high.
Well, you know how I feel with percentage. I feel like everything's 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't. But I understand that the premise here anyway. I mean, because you're not wrong either way. It's too easy to do. But the real salient part to me is that there are conversations that are still taking place. Now, if the Orioles, the question is, are the Orioles just talking about Skubal or are they talking about Flaherty? That is something that we don't know, and I don't know if the reporting said that.
I mean, he said around 50% that Skubal gets traded.
Yes, but because I think he's basing that off of that he's got knowledge that the Orioles and Tigers are talking.
Well,
but are they talking specifically about Skubal? That I don't know if we have for sure.
He actually tweeted out this morning they are still talking about Skubal.
Okay, then.
Yes, it is Skubal. It's about Skubal. And I think he said in the beginning of the cut, it's about Skubal. So that surprised me it was that much. That feels like a shift. That feels like Baltimore might be listening to Detroit's asking price, which is an amazing, a surprising, a bit of a stunning change of approach to this. Around 50%? It felt like this whole thing was a less than 10% chance.
Okay, so let's examine that. If we want to look at 50%, what tips it in the favor? Are they like, they've made an offer and the Tigers like, okay, and if the and is because they haven't offered Jackson Holiday. Is Jackson Holiday nuke the deal? Or is it something that they're looking at more than just Jackson Holiday?
I think it's got to be more than Jackson Holiday. And
well, obviously it'd be more than Jackson. But I'm saying, do you think that the Orioles have said, all right, we'll give you Jackson Holiday and our number 8 prospect? And the Tigers like, got to be more than that. Or do you think that they've offered the Tigers Kobe Mayo and a couple other guys in their organization, but not Jackson Holiday?
Yeah, it's possible the Tigers wanted Jackson Holiday thrown in with what Baltimore was talking about. And now, I'm just complete wild speculation. Jackson Holiday, for people who don't know, is considered the top prospect in baseball, shortstop, middle infielder guy. Matt Holiday's son. If they said, well, we'll take everything else off the table but throw in Jackson Holiday, that might be, well, now we're talking, but we don't want everything else taken off the table. I mean, the Evan Petzold of the Free Press, his trade proposals for Tarik Skubal were blockbuster deals. Were deals that would make you say, yeah, I think we got to take that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm afraid when I see that stuff in writing that it's too much.
And that you end up with a letdown if
it's not that much, yeah. 248-539-9797. Well, how does that make you feel, Tiger fans? MLB insider John Morosi says it's in the neighborhood of 50%. Hey, the best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton to soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So to make sure that first $5 bet wins, just find a heavy favorite. We know how this works. And bet them on the money line. You won't win much on your $5 bet, but you get the $150 in bonus bets. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and start betting the games today. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Wow. I mean, that feels like something's changed. That was John Morosi on MLB Network this morning. We've got a follow-up question in, and he has now texted back. The fact that they're still talking a day before the deadline, and the Orioles have multiple combinations of players that could make this deal work. Okay, so that's I'm pretty surprised to hear that. And the Buster Olney thing this morning, that teams are frustrated with the high asking prices. I'm glad the asking prices are high. I'm not concerned, but I'm a little leery of the fact that Flaherty's going through with his start today. I think if they had an acceptable trade offer, they wouldn't start him tonight and just be calling teams and saying, we need your final offer. But the fact that they're pitching him makes me believe that there's a possibility that they don't have an acceptable trade offer for Flaherty.
Well, they got time, I mean, it's not like Toledo is all that far away, to go grab an arm to pitch if they had to. So I would imagine there's a timetable that they're talking to teams. Hey, if you're serious about wanting Flaherty, he's set to start tonight. So if you don't want him to start tonight, we got to have a deal in place by 3:00.
Yeah.
Something like that, or by 2:00, whatever the deadline is. They could do that. I think he gets traded. I think Flaherty definitely gets traded. I could be dead wrong in that, but I feel like he's going to get traded.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know if it happens today or not.
Maybe I'm a little gun shy after what happened last year at the trade deadline, when I was sure that Eduardo Rodriguez would get traded.
That was completely
it's totally
out of
different
control.
And totally different situation. Yeah. And probably a check minus for our guy, and by our guy I mean Scott Harris. You're not going to get everything right, but curious here, what has moved towards 50-50? And Morosi says the fact that they're still talking, and apparently talking this morning. 248-539-9797.
I wonder if that deal with Baltimore, does it have to include Jackson Holiday or not? Like, it seems like Baltimore's deep enough where they could offer the Tigers a bunch of prospects not named Jackson Holiday, and I would still probably do the deal. But obviously Jackson Holiday is the one that you want because he's the number one prospect in baseball, and he fits a positional need.
Yeah, I mean, they've got two top 25 prospects in Sam Basallo, a catcher first baseman, and Kobe Mayo, a corner infielder. Connor Norby's a middle infielder who's outside the top 100, but at 24 years old.
And he's playing with Baltimore now.
And he killed it at AAA, hit over 300 with 16 home runs and a 908 OPS.
And made a heck of a play defensively yesterday.
Feels like he's just coming into his own. I mean, I'm glad that Detroit has apparently held out long. They've held out long enough that Baltimore is still talking. Baltimore is sounds like by this account, Baltimore is a little bit more motivated today than they were yesterday, and that means that the plan could be working. Now, they still don't have to trade him.
No, you don't. That's the brilliance of it all. Is that you don't have to trade Tarik Skubal, but I don't know if his trade value is ever going to be higher than it is now. So Scott Harris is going into this with Baltimore, and he's thinking, okay, of course we'd love to land Jackson Holiday, but secretly he's like, I will take Mayo, Norby, and Basallo. I'll take all three of those guys, or Mayo, Norby, and another player or two. I've got this great combination that I would absolutely take, but I want to see if I can get Jackson Holiday. And the Orioles keep talking. They don't want to throw hot, but then the Orioles keep sweetening the deal. And then they're like, look, here's our best and final. Here's 5 prospects. You get 2 top 25 prospects that aren't Jackson Holiday, and then others that are pretty good because our organization's deep. What do you say? And then he can sit back and smile and then say, yes, we'll make the deal.
248-539-9797. Rob is next on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Rob.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
We're good, thank you.
Good. I got a champ and chump today.
Awesome.
I think I might be the first person this year to champ Javi Baez, but a great weekend for Javi. Hopefully somebody trades for him.
You're the second today. Gator was the first, and nobody's going to trade for him. However, he did have a good weekend.
He had a great weekend. And then Chump, the 2 kids who ran onto the field on Friday night, if you guys saw the video, that's terrific. I was there. One kid put a Barry Sanders-esque move on the security guard, put him on his bum. But the parents of these kids who let them run onto the field, they're the chumps. You can't let your kids run onto the field, even though it was a fun time and during a game that didn't go the Tigers' way, added some extra fun for everybody. But you can't be doing that.
Thank you for the phone call. I guess I would never refer to people running on the field as terrific. I feel like these are things that people regret. And if the parents let them do it, that's probably it's not something I would do. I would not let my kids do it.
No, I don't. I never condone the running on the field.
I have one that probably would have been really in favor of it at one point in his life. Kid that has historically pushed the envelope. He's maturing, though, Gator.
Is he?
Yeah,
right before your eyes?
He really is.
Look at that.
I don't think he any longer would be run on the field guy. But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, champ and chump votes. Get him in. Reacting to reports today that John Morosi thinks it's close to 50-50 now, that there could be a trade with Tarik Skubal involved. Meanwhile, the Astros are still targeting. There's a quote from MLB Network that came from their GM, Dave Brown. Came from MLB Network's reporter that covers the Astros. There's a little doubt the Astros will acquire at least one starting pitcher, and Houston general manager Dana Brown said Friday he would ideally like to add 2 starters. Right now, the Astros have 2 rookies in their starting rotation, so they seem to be motivated to go after Flaherty. So we shall see. Bidding continues. Scott Norris sounds like he's still busy this morning fielding phone calls and talking to potential suitors going after Tarik Skubal and Jack Flaherty. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. If we walked away without Jackson Holiday, I would feel like Al Avila was our GM again, and I don't want to feel like that. I feel like we need to stick to our guns.
Well, it depends what else they would get. I mean, I understand that sentiment because of what happened with Verlander. Mm-hmm. The package they got for Verlander, those players that were not Kyle Tucker or Yordan Alvarez, the ones that they got, they weren't top prospects. One guy had a ton of potential in Franklin Perez, but he wasn't a top 50 prospect in baseball, and the other guys were well outside of it. So it'd be different because what Baltimore has so much to offer. They literally have 3 top 25 prospects in baseball right now. And they have another player that just graduated with Norby. So they could put together a real nice package of players that I think I would probably do the deal if it didn't include Jackson Holiday.
They could still tempt you.
But yeah, they could definitely tempt me. But I want Jackson Holiday.
Todd writes in, if they trade him, meaning Skubal, I assume, if they trade him, I'm done. See you in 3 years. Next year, well, we can hit, but the pitching sucks. I mean, even if they trade him for this slew of prospects, I'm not sure they're going to hit next year. The idea is that you hit long term. 248-539-9797. Brad Holmes joined the morning show, announced the Taylor Decker extension. Also talked a little bit about who's next. We will get to that at 11:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. We got some breaking news from Lions GM Brad Holmes this morning right here on 97.1, revealing to Costa and Jansen that Taylor Decker is now extended through the 2027 season. Holmes knew that their stellar left tackle was worth it. Adam Schefter says the 3-year extension is worth $60 million for the 30-year-old tackle. Meanwhile, players in pads this morning for the first time, Dan Campbell says they can start to truly evaluate their competition now, and he has an eye on the defensive backs specifically. According to him, a few new additions, including rookies Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw, they want them to compete and earn their spots. As of right now, Jack Flaherty still slated to take them out against Cleveland tonight, despite being one of the hottest trade commodities in baseball. The deadline coming up tomorrow. John Morosi says this morning that there's still some talks between Baltimore and Detroit about Tarik Skubal, but nothing has been close yet. He also believes that a trade of Skubal is more likely than Gavin Crochet of the White Sox. Also, Michael Lorenzen is back in the AL Central, traded from the Rangers to the Royals. And it's medal day for several sports in Paris: skateboarding, judo, canoe slalom, archery, and more swimming finals coming up this afternoon, starting with the women's 400-meter IM at 2:30.
You said it was medal day, like Metallica, Iron Maiden.
Medal from the Eiffel Tower being placed around your neck, sir.
That's different.
That's what you want.
Totally different.
And also swimming is going to go through, I think, 4 o'clock is when the 200-meter freestyle final will wrap up. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
You know, Doug, we don't have a whole lot of French heavy metal bands out there.
Is it a genre that's been untapped
I think
France?
maybe. I mean, you've got, like, metal is all over the place, right? You got German bands and English bands, obviously, Swedish metal, all types of metal. But I've never heard of French metal.
How about a French country artist?
How about that, right?
It's time.
Right. Jean-Luc.
It's time for there to be a French country artist.
I would think so, yeah. Except the problem is that they don't have pickup trucks in France.
And their dogs are all poodles.
And nobody drinks beer; they drink wine.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough. It's a kind of a bit of a niche market. The French country artist, but maybe there is a French country artist that we just don't know about him. But
just an observation.
Jean-Luc Bryan, is that what it is?
Right. Yeah. Another. Well, yeah. Right. You have to have a Luke in there, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's time. Gator, it's time.
Yeah.
By the way, we were talking about it Friday. Did you see that Deadpool and Wolverine made $205 million, a top 10 opening weekend of all time?
I did see that.
Yep.
I think it's the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time in the opening weekend.
Yep. You did not get out and see it.
No, but I want to see it. Yeah. I definitely want to see it because I like both of those characters a lot.
I was thinking I might see it.
Wow.
Yeah. I also might not see it.
I was going to say, it's 50-50, Doug.
Yeah, my daughter asked me to go see the Twisters movie, so I'll probably do that. Spend some time with her.
Get some good special effects in that flick, I'm sure.
Yeah. It was number 2 this weekend, but it was like $30 million or something like that.
Yeah.
There's quite a gap.
People going back to the theaters, I guess. That's cool.
Apparently. 248-539-9797. All right, so the big story today, John Morosi reported this morning that he thought he knows the Tigers and Orioles are still talking about Skubal. And then he went on MLB Network and said he puts it around 50-50 that he gets traded, which was way higher than I would have expected, but certainly is interesting. The Tigers have moved one player, Carson Kelly, the catcher, to the Texas Rangers. The first impact you'll see of this is that with one catcher gone, Dylan Dingler, who seems to finally be living up to his offensive potential, which is fine. I mean, I don't want to make that sound like a criticism. It's not. It's a tough thing to go from level to level to level and prove capable. He has apparently proven capable at AAA to the point where they were happy to move on from Kelly, a player they signed as a free agent, which was really had very little market, and they're able to get a potential bullpen arm out of it. And they open up the spot for Dingler. So seems like a good move, not a great move, but a good move. But it's it's going to be fun seeing what Dingler can provide.
Good day to be a Buckeye in the state of Michigan, right? You got Taylor Decker, who got his extension today.
Yep.
And Dylan Dingler is a Buckeye as well, and he gets a chance to play in the majors today.
There you go.
Assuming they can play baseball today.
That is correct.
A little dark out right now, although it's supposed to clear up later on today. But we'll see.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Greg next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hi, this is Greg. How you doing?
We're good, Greg.
Okay, about trading either Skubal or Flaherty. If the Tigers do that, they are giving up. They are already competitive for a wild card spot. And if they trade those two players for prospects, what's the gain? Then in 2 or 3 years, the prospects or a player like Skubal or Flaherty, then you trade them again. They are saying we are a small market team. They're going to just spin their wheels like the Lions did for so many years, and football season can't get here fast enough.
So you think they're still competing for a wild card? They're 5.5 out of a wild card spot right now, but you think this team is talented enough to still compete for a wild card?
I think when they throw Skubal, Flaherty, it's a shame about Olsen. You get 7 innings of a pitcher that can keep you in the game.
Right, but they've done that all season. But they've done that all season long, and they're still 5.5 games out of the wild card.
Yeah, I got you. It's not easy. They need their hitting to come around. But with Skubal and Flaherty, you have a righty and a lefty that any team, even the Dodgers, they would love to have those two guys.
Right, which is why you listen to the offense.
That's the nucleus of a team that you can build. Now, they need hitting. So if they trade those guys, they get a good hitter that they can put in the lineup fine. Other than that, they're giving up.
That's exactly
what
they
think.
do. That's exactly
they're not
what
going to give them
doing.
away. I mean, that's exactly what they've been holding out for. You're not going to talk to the Baltimore Orioles and just say, all right, we'll just give you Skubal, and you don't have to give us anything in return. I mean, they're expecting to get everyday players back.
No, I'm not. Okay, yes, definitely. But you're not going to get a Skubal back. This is why they're trading with Detroit for a player who could step in today. Now, if you get prospects, you're risking that they work out. Let me give you a few names: Matt Manning, Casey Mize, Torkelson. You're hoping the prospects work out. Right now, you have Tarik Skubal and John Flaherty, which are premium right for this year. Very good players, so you build around them. You don't trade them.
I don't think you build around Jack Flaherty. Jack Flaherty signed a 1-year deal, and it's because he's on again, off again every other year in his career because he's battled with injuries, and has this year. By the way, I hate to break it to him, but he's had 2 shots in his back to get him right, and he's been really good all season long, despite missing some starts because of the injections. I trade him as quick as I can because I don't think he's ready to bounce back and be this guy for the next 5 or 6 years, or even 2 years.
I've been biting my tongue on saying this.
Okay.
This entire time. But if you don't understand why a team that is not great would trade veteran players for prospects, if you don't understand why they would do it, I'm not sure we can even really have this conversation, with all respect due. This is what rebuilding teams or middling teams do to try and get to a better place, is hoarding prospects. And no, you're probably not getting somebody back as good as Skubal. Got it. But are you getting 2 position players back that might make you a better organization over the timeline that Skubal would be here? And maybe even more. And you're right, maybe less. I mean, as much as you want to, I mean, the idea that you don't want to make a trade or get a prospect because other guys haven't worked out in the past tells me that if you dated and that person you dated broke your heart, you would never date again. Like, you have to keep trying. You have to keep going back to the well. It's okay to go back to the well. Because at one point, Bobby Witt Jr. was a highly regarded prospect. And Fernando Tatis was a highly regarded prospect. And by the way, both those guys come from major league lineage, just like Jackson Holliday. Their dads played in the bigs, just like Jackson Holliday. Now, I'm not trading for Jackson Holliday because his dad was in the bigs, but it's just an example of this follows the template of teams that have had success with prospects.
Well, Let me throw another name at you that has not been mentioned from Baltimore, and that's somebody who's on their team right now, Ryan Mountcastle, who's a first baseman, outfielder type.
Mm-hmm.
They have some depth, and he can be displaced if they wanted to. He's been in the leagues for 5 years now. He's only 27. He's a career 770 OPS guy. He hit 33 home runs back in 2021. Followed that up with 22 the next year, and then dropped down to only 115 games last year, but still hit 18 home runs. He's got 12 this year in 95 games. Does that move the needle at all if that's thrown in? It's because I know people are like, well, enough prospects. I want to get players. So this guy would be an actual player from the roster that would be under team control. He's not a free agent until 2027.
Yeah.
To be thrown into the mix of the prospects they have.
Probably the player of the prospects they have that I would prefer is Heston Kjerstad.
Sure.
Of a player that would come in and play right away.
But those are two names of actual players that are playing on a team, and so is Norby, by the way. Norby's playing right now too, but doesn't have the track record that these guys do in the major league level, at least at Mountcastle has the major league level.
Now,
I'm just saying there are players Baltimore has that aren't necessarily prospects that could be additions to the Tigers that would benefit the Tigers.
Now, let me be clear on what I said. I'm not sure we can have the conversation. It's if you don't understand the philosophy, you might say, I still wouldn't make the trade. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But the philosophy is middling to poor teams trade quality veterans to try and hoard prospects to be better in the future. And if you're trying to win now, win this year, and you think they are a legitimate playoff contender, I guess that's sort of a fundamental disagreement. I don't look at this lineup and this rotation. I think they've got pieces, but I don't look at it and say that's a playoff team.
I don't either. You have to play the hope and if game in order for that to happen. 5.5 games out of the wild card spot. And if you don't trade these guys, understand this. They've had these guys all season and they're still 5.5 games out. So the hope and if game is you're hoping that Parker Meadows comes back to this team real soon in the next by the end of the week, and that he can be a guy that plug and play right away. And you're also hoping Kerry Carpenter comes back and gives you 6 weeks of baseball at the end of the season that's going to be really helpful for this team. You're hopeful that what Spencer Torkelson did yesterday with 2 home runs, a grand slam, and 7 RBIs, that Tork's ready to come back and charge his second half run like he did last year. Those are the hopes and ifs. And and by the way, then you're also hoping that Mize and Olsen come back and pitch to form, even though they're still a long ways away.
I guess you say they've had these guys all year. They haven't had this version of Colt Keith, right?
No.
So
but they've had these pitchers in the rotation all year.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. And who's next to get a contract? Brad Holmes talked about it on the morning show after he announced that Taylor Decker gets a 3-year extension. That at 11:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wow. That was John Morosi this morning on MLB Network. I think if you ask Tiger fans, based upon all the buildup to this trade deadline, what they would put a Skubal trade possibility at, it felt like this entire time it was marketed as well less than 50%. But now, with that, it sounds like they are things are still percolating between Detroit and Baltimore. We know that Detroit's asking price will be through the roof high, so much so that by most accounts, Baltimore has balked at the asking price. But are they coming around? Are they coming around to an astronomical ask for Tarik Skubal? 248-539-9797. Bill is next on 97.1. Hello, Bill.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
You look at where they were by the All-Star break. They were 8 games out.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're 5.5 games out. The Skubal trade has to be monumental. And I understand that you look for prospects or players. And Flaherty the same way. I mean, these two pitchers are carrying you right now. And if you can get back Reese and Mice, which I don't know about Mice, but why can't you be in the wild card run? Their hitting is much better the second half than it's been the first half. So now that it comes down to pitching, they got the pitchers. I don't know where you stand on this.
Well, I don't know if they have the pitchers because Reese and Mize they're a ways away. And without those two guys in the rotation, you're looking at bullpen days, and bullpen days aren't good days.
How far
more
out
Cater
was
Mart.
Reese?
Well, he hasn't started a rehab assignment yet. So without those guys in there, we still have a rotation that involves Cater Montero and likely to be Kenta Maeda again real soon too. So I'm not encouraged by the rotation. It's going to be brutal if they trade one or both of Flaherty and Skubal for the rest of the season. But I guess I look at this team and I like how the bats have warmed up, but I don't think that this is a playoff team. So if the right offers come along, I have no problem pulling the trigger, but I also have no problem not pulling the trigger if the right offer isn't there. If they don't offer you what you want or what you think is fair value, then don't make the trade.
Well, and that's why they haven't done it up to this point. They haven't seen that maximum value for the pitchers. So they're in a quandary right now, and I understand that.
Well,
but I don't think you throw everything away and say, okay, well, we're giving up on the season.
Well, you wouldn't throw everything away without getting a huge return. And it's tough to give up on seasons. The Tigers just made a move. And this feels like a precursor. The Tigers have acquired right-handed pitcher Ricky Vanasco from Los Angeles, from the Dodgers, in exchange for cash considerations, and they've optioned him to Toledo. Vanasco has he's pitched 24 games in Oklahoma City at AAA, 2 games with the Dodgers. This is a guy who has started in his career, has come out of the pen more this year than in previous years. Is this a guy that is this an example of we just need arms to finish out the season and they might be making another move?
Yep. 100%. This is what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Limited. I mean, this year he's come exclusively out of the bullpen. Was a starter in 2022 and only started 3 out of 28 games in 2023. So is he a starting pitcher? I don't know if he's a starter. He looks like he's a bullpen guy at this point. Better than strikeout per inning guy. But I understand what you had. Does this feel like when they started they need to get some arms?
When you're getting a veteran 25-year-old minor leaguer who's had a cup of coffee in the majors, but he's a pitcher, this isn't a move you're making to say, hey, we're building around Ricky Vanasco. This is a move to say, hey, we're going to need a pitcher.
Yeah. I don't know if it's too much. I mean, I immediately said yes, but I feel like they always need to they need to stockpile some arms in the minors because they just don't seem to have that many great arms in the minors.
Literally need pitchers.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
That's a huge move.
Well, it's
for
not
cash
a huge
consideration.
It's obviously not a huge move. It's a move that just makes you wonder, war chesting arms because arms might be about to be shipped out. Kyle's next. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, good morning. Hey, so I think we have to make sure we treat these two players individually, right? They're not the same. Flaherty's on borrowed time, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's a 1-year contract, so it's perfect time. You have to deal him to get something, or you're going to end up empty-handed or spending a lot of money to keep him, which we don't need to do. Skubal is a generational player. I think, I understand the push for this year, but my question is this, right? I'm 41. I'm not a huge baseball guy, but for as long as I can remember, the Tigers have been known for developing pitchers, right? When have we ever been known for developing bats? It seems like we do the same carousel ride all the time. We get great pitchers. We deal them off for prospect bats. But where do they ever develop these guys? Or if they do,
have they developed Colt Keith
mediocre,
this year?
They deal them.
Have they developed Colt Keith this year? Have they developed Wenzel Perez a little bit this year?
A little bit, but I mean, come on. But the thing is, once you get rid of, Flaherty's fine, right? We'll survive. But you get rid of Skubal, now we're hurting there, right? You're hoping that these prospects down in Toledo and whatnot are ready to come up because you're going to need them. So I just think it's best we keep him, we get rid of Flaherty. And I guess the big question is if owners are not going to spend money to hire some good bats, like veteran bats, proven bats, then what the heck are we doing? Maybe it's time to
that's a whole nother topic, Kyle. I will say this: I don't care that they haven't historically developed bats because I don't think it has anything to do with the here and now. Do they have the people in place that can develop hitting prospects now? And there's been some good returns, not great returns, but I think between Colt Keith, what he has done, what Riley Green has done, Wenzel Perez, I think there's reason to be intrigued by Justin Henry Malloy, but there's no victory laps being done about him yet.
But here's what else.
You know what? Carson Kelly came in and had a great year here for him. So, I mean, that's a guy that was on the open. He got flat out waived last year. So we're talking about
Matt Vierling is, he's a better than average baseball player, I guess, or he's an average baseball player on a good team. But
he's right that historically they have not done a great job of identifying and developing young hitters, but I'm more concerned about what they're doing now than what they did 5 years ago, 10 years ago.
I feel like Avila got more right than wrong at the end of his tenure.
In terms of
the players, they started developing. These are his guys, right? Colt Keith is
players they draft.
Yeah,
okay.
Colt Keith is his guy. Dylan Dingler was his guy, and these other players they acquired. Kerry Carpenter was his guy. He was another guy that's out right now. Boy, that would be huge to have that bat in the lineup. When he got hurt, he was an over 900 OPS guy. When there weren't many in baseball, they've got some bats, and we're starting to see some more of that matriculate through the minors. And now you've got Scott Harris coming in. He makes a move and. Trades Lorenzen gets Hao Yu Lee, who is middle infielder with Double-A Erie, and he's hitting extraordinarily well there. And is that somebody that maybe they lucked out on? Or is that being shrewd? Is that having the right scouts in place now? Because they've got different people in the front office that are capable, and they know what they're doing because they come from organizations that have been able to do that, whether it's the Giants organization or the Cubs organization or the Rays organization. These are pretty good organizations they're coming from, and now we're starting to see those players kind of develop. And you can understand if you're watching, and you had the draft a year ago when people were complaining that, well, why take a guy like Max Clark, who's a high school kid, when you could have taken Wyatt Langford, who's pretty close to plug and play now? Well, if you look at what Max Clark has done in the minors, you're like, okay, well, now maybe I understand that. Wyatt Langford's having an okay season as a rookie, but there's a lot of upside with the high school kids that they've taken. So it'll all flesh out in the years. We won't know for a couple of years. But right now, I feel like this team is doing a better job. This organization is doing a better job in trying to develop some of these everyday players. The timeline isn't there yet. That's the bummer. Is that we're not going to see it be flooded right now. It's going to take over the next couple of years when we start to see these guys coming in. And does that fall into line when Skubal is ready to hit free agency?
Carson Anderson, open lines. Brad Holmes, you get a deal done with Taylor Decker. Is somebody else on deck? Hear what he had to say at 11:33 and more. Your open line calls next, 97.1. All right, so guess what? We had some technical issues here. Brad Holmes did talk about extending a Lee McNeil. So that's the move that's on deck. They extend Taylor Decker today. We will. The said sound bites, the term here at the station is didn't transfer over. So we are efforting the retransferring of said sound bites, and we will play some Brad Holmes sound for you a little bit later in the show. When it does transfer over. Think that clears it right up, Gator?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Still, people want to talk about the MLB trade deadline. We're moving in on having a 24-hour, moving on 24 hours to the trade deadline. Tigers feel like they're on the brink of making more moves. The first one was Carson Kelly. The second one is Dylan Dingler called up. The guys that got back for Carson Kelly go to the minors. They just sent money to the Dodgers for a pitcher that is probably going to come out of the pen for them if they move another reliever. That feels like it's a strong possibility. They still need to find arms that can start for them, although this guy has started in the past. In the meantime, you've got a John Morosi report this morning who's moved to 50-50 that Skubal gets traded, which sounds like Baltimore might be moving off a hard stance that they won't move certain players. Flaherty, Houston seems to be a team that has got the material, and now there's people in Houston speculating that they might give up their top prospect, who's an outfielder who struggled a little bit this year, but is in the mid-60s in Major League Baseball. So we'll see. I mean, look, if you have full faith that Skubal is going to be able to continue this, and you think the Tigers can build a winner on the timeline that he's guaranteed to be here, I can understand why you don't want to trade him. And that's one of the encouraging things if they don't trade him, is it feels like the sense of urgency would be cranked up to win in the next couple of seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And that they will be looking to have perhaps a more aggressive offseason. Because you don't keep Skubal to then not try and win with him. And certainly they could sign him beyond the 2 years. But that's the only thing they know. The only thing they know is that they have him for the next 2 years.
Well, and if you want to be encouraged, it's looking at how, I mean, even though they had one freaking hit yesterday, the Bats have been so much more vocal in the month of July. In 23 games in July, they have 35 home runs now. 35. Their previous high was 25 in a monthly total, and that was in 27 games. Their OPS for the month is 759 as a team, which is considerably higher than the league average. So they've gotten better at the plate. I'm encouraged by that. I'm encouraged that some guys might come back to the lineup, like Parker Meadows. I can't wait to see what Dylan Dingler does, because he absolutely flat out deserves to be here. I think he had 5 home runs in his last 5 games, was hitting over 300, and had an OPS well above 900 at AAA. It's time to reward the people that deserve to be brought up, and he is that guy. And is going to be, when you trade away Carson Kelly, who's a quality backup catcher, but did they just improve their everyday lineup because Dylan Dingler can come in?
I mean, that would be great if Dingler,
we don't know until he hits.
We got to see what he does at this level. And he's had times in his career where you're like, absolutely, this guy's going to be a prospect, and then he'd struggle. And now it's been a plate discipline thing for him. He's got, not swinging as many pitches out of the zone, and he seems to be living up to his offensive potential. We shall see. We have gotten 2 calls today from people saying, don't give up on this season. They're only 5.5 out of the wild card. And I can understand that. With the schedule and 7 games against the White Sox still to come, Fangraphs has the Tigers' percent chance of making the playoffs at 5.2%, 11th in the American League. So between the 3 division winners and the 3 wild cards, they are far back from everybody else in terms of percent chance of making it. I mean, if they make no moves, sure, I'm going to root for it. If they don't sell anything, but it just, to me, seems very unlikely.
Yeah, it just seems unlikely to me because I don't think they have the pitching to do it. I think they've been getting by with better than average hitting, and with these bullpen starts that are creeping up now because, we've gone now a week without Reese Olson and Casey Mize, left like a week earlier than that. So it's trying to finish out the month and getting into August without those 2 guys in a rotation. And who knows when they're coming back? It could be a couple weeks, could be a month. I don't know what it is. But it seems like it's going to be a while before they come back. just trying to fill that void is going to be awfully tough, particularly because there's nobody at AAA right now who seems like, yep, let's go there, pull this guy up. It makes all the sense in the world. And by all accounts, they're not willing to do that with Jackson Jobe at AA, that they don't want him jumping from AA to the majors, that they wanted to see him at AAA, which I totally understand. If this team somehow, let's say they win the next 2 games against Cleveland, okay? And Cleveland's a team that obviously they're leading the division, so it's not really, you're not really making ground necessarily in the wild card spot. But you may, if you're still winning. Does that start to give you a little bit more hope that, wait a minute, this is something that's sustainable because they've done it for a month? I still don't see it. It's just a hard stretch for me because of the lack of pitching. But if they are to win more games, does that give them more of an impetus to say, we're going to not take such a hardline stance on Jackson Jobe saying he can't enter this rotation?
I thought he's going to make an appearance this year for sure.
I still think he might because, okay, I'll agree. No AA jump to the majors. But how about AA to AAA and then who knows? Because if you pitch well at AAA, why not make it to the majors?
Let's get back to your open line calls. Doug is next on 97.1. Hello, Doug.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so in my opinion, trading Skubal, I think that would be a mistake, simply because he's young. Everybody's talking about he's a generational player. I don't have to repeat that. We all know that. However, when you look at the trades that's been made in the past, and I'm not talking about just the Tigers, people who have traded generational players have rarely recovered. Like, say, for instance, one that we are familiar with is when we got Miguel Cabrera, right? Now, what have Miami done since they traded him here? And then even sooner than that, look at Washington trading Soto. What have they done? It's not so much as the team that they go to. Yeah, they may put themselves in a position to win, but Detroit would simply be resetting their timeline. Now, Flaherty, I understand. Get rid of him. You know, he's on a 1-year contract. He's a veteran. He's an older player. He has injuries. But Skubal, that makes absolutely no sense to me.
Well, what if I told you this? Because typically a starting pitcher in baseball makes 32 starts in a season, something like that. Tarik Skubal's career with the Tigers, his second year with the Tigers, he started 29 games. He pitched in 31, but he started 29. The next year went down to 21. The next year was down to 15. This year he's made 21. We're all anointing him as being this generational pitcher, and I can't disagree that this year he's pitched like that. He's been amazing. But the track record of Tarik Skubal is that he gets hurt.
Okay.
So I'm just putting that out there. I can't automatically pencil this guy in as being going to be Cy Young candidate for the next 10 years when his track record is he doesn't stay healthy.
I mean, I absolutely hear that too. I've been watching him for a while. And you're right. He has had some injuries. But what you also saw is every year, multiple starts or not, he has gotten better.
Oh, he's phenomenal.
He's better this
Doug, you're
year
getting
than
no argument.
last year.
I think he's phenomenal, but I just don't know if he can stay healthy because he hasn't shown that ability.
There have been deals made where teams set themselves up for the future by trading away for future players, for top prospects. That happens too. I wouldn't do it every time because it's happened to the positive. You just have to evaluate each situation for what it's worth. I mean, the Tigers might be in love with 2 or 3 or 4 prospects Baltimore has that they think they're all going to make it. And so that might compel them to make a move because they will be doing it with a high degree of confidence that those guys are going to all be players for them. There's always a risk. And, the Herschel Walker deal in football set the standard for trading away a known commodity for future assets, and it set up the Cowboys to win multiple Super Bowls. Different sport, got it, yeah. But that's sort of what you're going for. 248-539-9797. If you missed John Morosi's comments, 50-50 on a Skubal trade? Kind of caught us off guard. Didn't think it was that high. That's how he feels today. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Did you see that wipeout from Leon LeConte in the women's cross-country mountain biking over the weekend?
I saw a still photo of the faceplant.
Dude. Look, I love the mountain biking. It is easily my favorite obscure sport to watch in the Summer Olympics. I absolutely love it. That was one heck of a wipeout in the rock garden area over the handlebars. She's okay. But there's like 70 riders in that race, and she was in third place. It's got to suck. But they're flat tires in that. One woman's bike like exploded.
What?
Yeah, dude.
Why?
Because you're going over all these rock formations and stuff, and she obviously in a jump or something landed, and it looked like the back of the frame broke.
That ever happened to you?
No. I've had flat tires before, yeah, but never.
Have you gone over the handlebars?
Yes, I have.
Do you wish that there was a camera?
Without
to catch
question.
That?
Without question. I felt a certain.
I went over the GoPro guy.
Yeah, I did not have the GoPro on that day. I went over the handlebars out at the DTE trail north of Chelsea, where I hit a stump in the middle of the trail, and I went flying. I went over the handlebars on a downhill up north on the North Country Trail, and it's amazing. These wipeouts are over before you even know they're happening.
I cringe when I hear him talk about this because I had a friend of mine that broke his neck 20 years ago in a mountain biking accident. He's fully recovered now, thank God.
It's scary.
But no, that's really scary. Kang, when Doug was trying to kill you in Vegas years ago, when you guys were on the mountain bike thing, did you ever wipe out? Did you see Doug wipe out in that?
Neither one of us wiped out. Doug tried to make me wipe out, though, like you said. I'm pretty sure he did. It did not work, Doug. I knew my limitations. I would just slow down if I saw something that was looking a little iffy or sketchy. Sketch McGetch, as your kid would say, yes. Doug. So I would just take it easy. You got to know your limits.
Would you describe that outing as you actually kind of enjoyed it, or you didn't like it at all, or you even hated it?
No, I enjoyed it somewhat. Okay. Somewhat. I can't say I fully enjoyed it.
We're out in the desert. It was a hot day, man.
Yeah, it was. Oh, was it hot in Vegas that day? Yeah. It was hot that one day in summer in Las Vegas.
Oh, was Vegas? Is it hot? That was September.
Was it?
That was like late September, mid to late September. Yeah. Oh, it was hot. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we had some scenic views out there, so it wasn't all terrible. Mm-hmm. I survived. No one was hurt, but not something like hey Doug, let's go do it again.
Did you see the wipeout LeConte had in the women's cross country?
Yeah, that looked rough.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, good thing she was wearing a helmet.
Good thing.
That is correct.
There you go.
Right?
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Daryl is next on 97 The Ticket. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, Doug and Scott. Long-time listener. Love your show.
Thank you.
I followed the Tigers for over 40 years, and I'm not trying to be mean, but I think I'm losing more brain cells as we speak by listening to some of these callers. First of all, right now, the Tigers, the chances of making the playoffs are pretty slim. Second of all, I love Jack Flaherty, but he's got a history of injuries, and he's not going to sign here. So by not trading him is a major mistake. Now, in regards to Tarik Skubal, you need to look at the market. First of all, this is kind of a unique situation. There's not that many great pitchers. Now, I don't trade Tarik Skubal unless you get a king's ransom. But if Baltimore is willing to trade Mayo and Jackson Holiday, then you got to consider it. I think some of these fans aren't understanding with these other trade packages. These two guys are AAA and Major League ready. And third of all, they don't understand his agent, Scott Boras, who does not sign extensions. And I want to see these same fans call me in 2 years or call in and say, hey, you know what? The Tigers should have traded Tarik Skubal when they had a chance. I'm not trading them, but if they have an offer that they can't refuse, especially with the current landscape, you make the trade because those two could potentially really increase your rebuild. You tell me if I'm wrong.
I don't know if you'll ever get more for Skubal than right now. I think the Baltimore team that hasn't won a World Series since 1983, that has all kinds, a wealth of riches in the minor leagues, seems to be almost the perfect trade partner for a team in Detroit's position. Now, they might not pay enough, and that's fine. Totally fine. But I'm willing to listen. Others aren't, and fans that don't want to listen, I understand how you don't want to You don't want to give him away. You want to build around him, and you can. There's more than one way you can get to the finish line. But not listening feels like you could make a organizational changing trade, but people don't even want to listen to that.
And nobody's saying give them away, but you got to listen. And if they're willing, because of the landscape, trading Mayo, who's ready, who's raking in AAA, and Holiday, and they've got a ton of prospects, and people don't understand Baltimore also has like Kerstad, maybe I'm mispronouncing his name, but they've got hitters that are really good. All their players are blocked in the minor leagues. A lot of them are. And these fans don't understand that. Now is the time to strike if you get an offer that you can't refuse. I don't think I'm wrong with that.
No, I mean, if they're with as many guys as they have blocked, they should be willing to part with them. They should be.
Yeah, I would if I were Baltimore, I'd give up the players because I think the juice is worth the squeeze here. I think if you landed Tarik Skubal, you'd be in the driver's seat in the American League to win the American League.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'd have that 1-2 punch of Burns and Skubal, which is incredible. But I don't know if Baltimore is going to have the guts to do it. Even though, look, we haven't won a World Series here since 1984. Had a nice run of 8 or 9 years when the team was really competitive, but they didn't win it again. And we're still searching for the next World Series win. You got a chance to do it. Go for it. Win the World Series. Put your team over the top and do it. And you could do this if you're Baltimore without really damaging your future. I don't think they're going to do it.
In theory, right? I mean, they got Gunnar Henderson, who is a 23-year-old all-star Silver Slug award-winning shortstop in the way of Jackson Holiday.
Right, he's an MVP waiting to happen.
And they could repurpose Holiday at another position, or
which they'd like to work him at second base, but they've got other guys. And so they could move on from Jackson Holiday and not impact their major league club at all. And Tarik Skubal would. But again, are you willing to listen? And some people aren't. I'm willing to listen. You're willing to listen. That caller's willing to listen.
If I'm an Orioles fan, I'm pissed if they don't get Skubal by this trade deadline. Because you said go for the World Series. Gator, you're not going for it just this year. You're going for the next 2 years. So that's 3 years of making a World Series, a strong World Series push. And you're not damaging the current team at all.
The current team, you're not hurting at all. In the future, what you have to do, Burns is a free agent at the end of the season, so you have to re-sign him, which is going to be a pretty penny to do. But by all accounts, the new ownership there is willing to spend money. So if they're willing to spend money, they can keep Burns. If you keep Burns and Skubal, then you've definitely got a leg up on everybody else in the American League to try to be as competitive as possible over the next couple of years. And with all these players, good God, is it a young, exciting team that they have in Baltimore? And they've got players that are in their mid to late 20s that they could move in this deal if they wanted to stick. I don't want to give up on Jackson Holiday or Kobe Mayo. Okay, then give up on Mountcastle and Norby or Kierstad or whatever, and they could do that. I don't know if the Tigers would be willing to take that in return.
I'd give Holiday, whoever the Tigers want. If I was an Orioles fan, I'm not an Orioles fan, so I don't care what they do. I'm a Tigers fan, so I do care what they do, and it's a harder decision if you're a Tigers front office, because if you don't trade Skubal, Scott Harris, Greenberg, Illich, you better go for it the next 2 years, because there's no guarantee Skubal's going to be here after that.
Well, your point is, if the Tigers were in Baltimore's situation, you'd be screaming for mountaintops, make the trade. Yep. 248-539-9797. Jeremy is next on 97.1. Hi, Jeremy.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on. I just want to talk about basically like 3 examples that I think kind of reminisce with Tigers fans of guys that we traded previously that didn't really work out for us. The first one, obviously, everyone knows the Verlander trade. We didn't really get much in return. Those guys didn't come up. They didn't pan out, whatever. The JD Martinez one, we gave away a generational hitter who's still fucking hitting.
Oh, boy.
All I say to you is, we didn't get to your point, but if your point is don't make a trade because you've made trades in the past that didn't work, is that really the way you should operate?
I mean, you were in a
different person making these trades.
Yeah, and you were in a situation with JD Martinez that you had to trade him or lose him for nothing. You had to trade him. And it was at a team that was a sinking ship. That was not a playoff team anymore in 2017. This team was done. They had to let him go, and the deal they made didn't yield much. Jose King, Sergio Alcantara, and Doel Lugo. Nothing worked out.
Do I go to the dating analogy again? You get your heart broken once, so you're never going to date again? Or should I stop with that analogy?
It's okay.
All right.
You keep trying, Doug. You keep trying.
Gator, new teams involved. Somebody else is looking at Flaherty. Do they have what it takes? We'll get to that at 12:05. Plus, we'll get some Brad Homesound next hour. He joined the morning show to announce the signing of Taylor Decker long term. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Well, today, didn't really expect this. We thought we'd get a little bit of trade talk, but let's get right to it. John Morosi, MLB insider, went on this morning and on MLB Network and was asked, of the big starting pitching prospects or starting pitching veterans that are available, the big ones, Tarik Skubal, Garrett Crochet, who is most likely to be traded? And here is what John Morosi said. Okay, so that was kind of a but as he went on, he added more, and this makes it seem like something has changed over the weekend in terms of the conversations between the Tigers and Orioles. Okay, Gator. On Friday, did it feel like the general census of a Skubal trade was around 50%?
No.
So what's changed? Is Baltimore and Detroit continue to talk, and Baltimore must have moved off a hardline position that they wouldn't give up certain players.
That, or, Baltimore's made a couple of smaller moves, and it clearly didn't cost them any of their prospects. So they still have all those prospects, and they still have the big need of a top-notch starter. So their objectives are still in front of them. They haven't depleted any of the resources if they wanted to go for it. And, seeing what's happening over the weekend, the Yankees have won a couple games in a row now. They're going to get some guys back, and that's who they're going to be competing with. So maybe just there's more impetus in getting it done. And maybe they always knew they were going to be talking with the Tigers. But it all comes down to, are they willing to go as far as the Tigers want them to go? Because the Tigers don't have to make the move.
Meanwhile, late last week, it was reported Houston has talked to the Tigers about Jack Flaherty. This morning, John Heyman in New York, an MLB Network contributor, said the Mets continue to look for starting pitchers. Now, Dennis Lin and Chad Jennings of The Athletic is reporting that the San Diego Padres have talked to the Tigers about Jack Flaherty. Now, I can tell you that the Padres have weakened their minor league system in recent years, trading away prospects for players. They do have a guy in Ethan Salas, the catcher, who seemed like it would be an overpay for San Diego, but maybe Detroit would sweeten the pot with something else. Gator, can you see a deal going down between Detroit and San Diego with Flaherty?
Salas is a top 10 prospect in all of baseball. So I don't see that happening. And then if you start to look at the rest of their prospects, there's nothing that jumps out at you as got to have. So I wonder if there's a player on their everyday roster, maybe a younger player that's just getting started, perhaps a pitcher that gets knocked out because, hey, they just had a Flaherty. Obviously, he'd go into the top of that rotation. Is there somebody younger that they've given an opportunity to who's just getting their feet wet that may interest the Tigers? I'm starting to think if they're going to trade Flaherty, I'm thinking it's probably for a pitcher.
You think, huh?
Well, they need to get some pitching back in return at some point.
I mean, the player you'd want to get from San Diego is Jackson Merrill, young outfielder, but he's tearing it up, and they're using him, so I don't know that would be in play. 248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up?
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
One of the thoughts that I had was, first of all, I'm on board with Skubal to be traded. Like Daryl said a few phone calls ago, I don't know if a king's ransom is as high as I'm at anymore. Couple reasons, and you guys have talked about this a lot, is I don't think this team is ready to win in 25 or 26. We've got a core of 4 or 5 guys today, and I think the rest of the core that's coming up is a few years away. And I believe when Skubal's a free agent, I can't imagine a Boris agent signing the kind of money that they're looking for, and I don't see it being the Tigers, which leads into my next point, is I could see a team like the Dodgers for sure signing Skubal for that kind of money in a few years. And I know you guys have spoke about the Dodgers not having the war chest to get a guy like Skubal, but a couple things that I'm looking at is one of the players is a still young guy, and people forget about him, is Gavin Lux. Yeah. Gavin Lux is a shortstop, and he's not been playing shortstop because of Mookie Betts and some other things. And I know he's been unhappy about it. And if you look at Gavin Lux, he's hitting the ball right now. And if you took a couple of the young pitchers from the Dodgers, they got Bobby Miller, River Ryan, Gavin Stone, a bunch of younger rookies that are pitching well. If you could take a couple of those guys, Gavin Lux, and then maybe, Dalton Rushing's their top prospect, catcher, first baseman, I think something could be brewing there. The Dodgers just makes a lot of sense.
Gavin Lux feels like they're Torkelson, a guy that they really had high expectations for. He made it, I think, as high as number two prospect in baseball. And now he's 26 and he just hasn't hit. Has he been hitting lately? More so.
Yeah. Yes. He's hitting over 400 since the All-Star break. I know it's a small sample size, but he's been hurt. That's also been his problem.
He had a breakout year in 2019 in the minors that got him to the majors. He hit 347 between AA and AAA. They were 26 home runs with a 1028 OPS, which is outstanding. And I remember he got hot right when he got into the Dodgers, and then hasn't done much outside of that. And maybe it's because of injuries. Maybe he's unhappy with where he's at. I don't think he's the corner piece in the trade, but if he's part of it, perhaps. I mean, we saw that Evan Petzold had his proposed trades. He came with 4 mock trades, and one of them was with the Dodgers with Tarik Skubal. And it was a monstrous haul of 7 players, including outfielder Andy Pajes, third baseman Miguel Vargas, Dalton Rushing, Josue DePaula, River Ryan, Alex Freeland, and Eduardo Quintero. There's some talent there for sure. When you look at it, River Ryan, as you mentioned, he's pitched pretty well.
You get
Dalton Rushing's their top prospect.
And DePaula and Rushing and Pajes, who's been useful for them as a rookie.
It's intriguing, and as long as things like this keep coming out there, then it's just going to push the price higher and higher, and perhaps the Tigers will agree to something.
Maybe the pipe dream, maybe they take on the rest of Baez' contract.
Well,
that'd be nice.
It is. Once a day, a joke gets made. Once a day. 248-539-9797. Brandon's in Shelby. Hello, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Great.
So real quick, when you took Kang on that trail, did you tell him it was like the butterfly trail and then you took him off the side of a mountain?
No.
Like, was he ready for...
No, we didn't. It wasn't really that... it was challenging, but it was the heat that was getting to him. But
it was completely unfair. Kang had no idea what he's getting himself into. And
apparently that's for like the Olympic trials where he took me.
No.
Kane came back and he became a very spiritual person when he came back.
We saw skulls.
And tumbleweeds.
But anyways, what I want to talk about is, do you think Harris wants to trade Skubal because he's going to get prospects back? And I know Illich says he's going to spend when the time's ready, and I know he's spent a little bit in the past. But, I mean, if you have prospects, you don't really need the money because prospects don't cost that much money. So I think he might trade Skubal for the sole fact that if he gets prospects, that's the best chance that he has to make a winning team.
Well, I think if he's trading Skubal, he's doing it because he thinks it's the best chance to get to a better place. You don't trade him if you don't think that the finish line for the route you're taking is a better place. You just don't, right? You hang on to him, you build around him, but you're trading it in for a degree of certainty you have that what you're getting back, you're going to be better long term because of what you got back. You get what was the I think when we had Morosi on a couple weeks ago, he talked about multiple all-stars back. So you have to be getting multiple all-stars in return. That works.
Well, the caller asked, do you think that Scott Harris wants to trade Skubal? I don't think he wants to trade him. I think he has to be blown away by it. I think otherwise you operate like we've got this Cy Young Award candidate right now. It's great to have it. But, yeah, we're in a position now where the organization could use more bodies, more quality bodies, and if the right trade comes along, they do it. I don't think they do it, but if the deal is there, they'll make the deal.
Gator, we were talking last week about the NFL's top 100 players as voted on. They have released. We wondered if Jared Goff was in the top 60. They'd been down to the top 60, and his name hadn't been mentioned. Well, now they've revealed all the way down to number 31. Check that, number 41. They're going to unveil down to 31 today. Any more Lions mentioned? We'll get to that today at 12:18 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Top 100 players in the NFL, as voted on by the players themselves, unveiled 10 at a time. So last week we were through the top 60, and the only Lion that had got any love was Sam Laporta. He was at like number 80, which is pretty awesome for a guy who only played 1 year in the league. But since then, they've unveiled some more. And our question was, would Jared Goff make the top 60? When they unveiled numbers 50, 51 through 60, he was not mentioned. However, yesterday, Jared Goff came in at number 48, Aiden Hutchinson at number 47. This is voted on by the players. And we had said last week, sort of a generality, it feels like people in the game have respected Lions quarterbacks more than people in Detroit / outside. Although I think Detroiters now love Jared Goff. They did not unanimously love Matthew Stafford. People in the league love Matthew Stafford. Detroiters did not all love Matthew Stafford. Many of you did. Goff's case, he's won over this fan base. I feel like he hasn't won over the league, but his ranking comes ahead of Trevor Lawrence. He's rated higher than Trevor Lawrence by players in the league. Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, and Justin Herbert. So names that are going to be in front of him. Joe Burrow is going to be in front of him. Patrick Mahomes is going to be in front of him. I mean, is Dak Prescott going to be in front of him? Tua going to be in front of him?
I forget who's on the list. You've already looked them.
Yeah, Lawrence,
okay.
Rodgers, Cousins, and Herbert are the other quarterbacks that have been mentioned.
Well, Stafford's ahead of him.
Stafford will be ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that those guys you mentioned, I think Dak will be, and I think that
Jordan Love
Tua will be. Jordan Love, that'd be a big. I mean, the thing is, second half of the season, Jordan Love was the best quarterback in football.
He's really good, and he got rewarded for it, didn't he?
Oh my God. Yep.
Goff's contract now has him at like the 6th highest quarterback, and with Dak looming, he'll be 7th, and then Purdy after that, he'll be 8th. In terms of average annual value, which will settle in about where people think he's rated.
Yeah, but I'm glad they got it done when they did.
It doesn't feel like an overpay at this point.
No, it doesn't. And with some of these other contracts that have come in, Tua's contract is basically it's the same contract that Goff got.
By the way, Stafford's number 42, so
yeah,
he
did get
a bit. Yeah, he is ahead of him. And with the others, we have yet to see where they are. I'm trying to think of an example where Jordan Love could be that would support that this is way too premature for Jordan Love. A quarterback who exploded and everybody thought he was going to be the next thing on half a season.
Is Kerry Collins a guy like that?
I mean, maybe.
Is Cam Newton a guy like that?
Could be. Because I'm what we're hoping is that this is a grave mistake by the Packers.
Doesn't matter. They'll just draft the next one.
To be honest with you, anyone not named Patrick Mahomes is an overpay because you should look at their records of these guys who are getting paid right now. They haven't done anything. Like, go back to Herbert. Burrow's made a Super Bowl at least, but like Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, these guys, that's just the market. They're getting paid humongous
they're
dollars.
Their next contract. They're getting their second contract, and the second contract's your big contract.
But who's done anything? Who's won anything? Even guys before these recent ones.
Well, it's hard to win until you're older in your career. I mean, not many guys are winning in their first 3-4 years of the NFL.
I mean, Josh Allen might never get there. We don't know, and he's a big-time quarterback with a big-time contract. But it's tough because you went through Brady, and now it seems like this is the Mahomes era. It's going to be, this guy's holding back everyone from getting a Super Bowl ring.
Yeah. Well, there's always going to be that guy, and he's not going to win them all. It's tough. But Lions got a window here next couple of years. They have a really, really good chance. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Robert's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Morning. Afternoon. I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
I live in Baltimore and have about for 15 years now. I called a couple weeks ago, and everything I'm hearing, both on Sports Talk Radio in the morning and the newspaper guys here, locally. They just don't think Elias is going to make a monumental deal for Skubal. It's going to be more of a third, fourth rotational guy, maybe a bullpen piece. So maybe Chapin gets moved to Baltimore, but that's everything. And I know, obviously, John Paul's a lot more plugged in than Robert.
What are the fans like, though, Robert, out there? Are Baltimore fans like, let's go for it. Let's try to win a World Series. Make the trade. Get Skubal. Or are they like, no, we don't want to give up our top prospects?
So in a highly official straw poll when I was fishing with a couple buddies a couple weeks ago, they were all F the pick sort of thing. Yeah, they were like, hey, we haven't won since '83.
Yeah.
And these guys are in age range between 45 and 55. So some of those guys haven't seen. If they did see them win in '83, they were probably in diapers, right? If you're 45, I don't know, I can't do the math. But then some of them may have been like early teenagers, maybe 15 or so. So there's definitely that aspect of it. But then I talked to some of my Baltimore super baseball nerd guys, and they're like, we're going to slow play this a little bit but I'm of the mindset Burns is a free agent after this year. Mm-hmm. You don't know if this new ownership group, Rubenstein, he's very well loved. He walks around the ballpark. What a novel concept. And he's like, because Angelos was basically like, for people that don't know, the former owner, he was basically like William Clay Ford-esque and that kind of like not like.
Apparently, this guy's willing to spend money.
Yeah, apparently this guy's willing to spend money, and he's a hedge fund billionaire, and if you can be an everyman as a hedge fund billionaire, he is kind of that way. He walks around the ballpark with shaking hands and everything like that. But Burns is a free agent, so who's their starters next year if they don't keep Burns? And I'm of the mindset too, like no one in the AL has like broken out the last 20 games or so. The Yankees are playing terrible. Frankly, the Orioles are playing. They've lost, I think, 10 of their last 15 now. So I think they should do it. Most of my buddies think they should do it, but it is interesting when you hear the spin. They're just like, no.
I mean, look, they know their team. They probably love their team, and they probably feel like they know what's best for their team. If our team was in their position, I'd be like, strike while the iron's hot. Now, if the Tigers' asking price, okay, if I were a Baltimore fan and I found that the Tigers basically weren't saying Jackson Holiday or forget it, if they were saying Gunnar Henderson or forget it, that might be where I would draw a line and say, well, wait a second. This is the guy that we expect to be the shortstop for the next 10 years. It's going to be a perennial all-star that's already won a Silver Slugger. It's just a stud. I mean, if we found out that that's what Harris wanted back, which, then I could see why Baltimore would say no. But hey, if the 10, and like he said, if the tenor out of Baltimore is he's not going to make a big move, that's one thing. John Morosi upped it to 50-50 today that Skubal gets traded. That felt rather remarkable. Could not believe it.
Well, the thing is with Baltimore, they're averaging almost 30,000 fans a game because the team is playing well.
Yep.
That has to be encouraging to ownership, right?
Yeah.
You're seeing that many people come to the turnstiles. You're on pace to have more than 2 million people coming through. That's huge because that's where you're making your money. So it just makes sense. It's a good business model to spend money to keep it going. We'll see if they decide to with Burns, but to have a 1-2 combo of Skubal and Burns would be massive. If you're a Baltimore fan, you've got to be asking. They're in the same situation that Tiger fans are. Tiger fan, we haven't seen a World Series win since '84. They haven't seen one since '83. It's the same thing. They're in a run right now that feels like, when the Tigers went out and got Miguel Cabrera, right? They had that incredible out of the blue run in 06 to get to the World Series. The next offseason, they go out and get Gary Sheffield. It doesn't work out. The next offseason, they trade for Miguel Cabrera. This is kind of like, it's the same type of situation. It's just fun to be part of. And when your owner is willing to step up and spend the money, go do it. And picks be damned. Your draft selections be damned.
If Mike Ilitch were alive and he were the owner of the Orioles, the deal would be done.
Oh, yeah.
They'd get Skubal. I mean, they would, and it's not even, he's under team control, so it's not even have to spend the money now. Like long term, yeah, you might have to, but for the next, including this year, the next 3 seasons, to have a real shot at the World Series every year, make that real run that the Tigers actually, did too. That's fun. That's exciting baseball. And the goal is, of course, to win it ultimately, but that gives yourself the best chance. You set yourself up. I think the longer this goes, guys, I don't know, man. I'm starting to go above 50%. The deal gets done, and the Orioles just pony up. I mean, because maybe I'm looking from a fan perspective too much, but I don't see why the Orioles here take Jackson Holiday, take Mayo. I'm getting Tarik Skubal, under club control for the next 2.5 years.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, what Brad Holmes had to say about Lee McNeil. Hear that today at 12:32, and his future with the the Lions is a contract pending. We'll get to that at 12:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so this morning on the morning show, with the Jays, Brad Holmes joined him out at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions, the Lions GM, and he announced a contract extension for Taylor Decker. 29 years old, gets a $60 million extension. So he is now under contract through the 2027 season. I would imagine that this, when it's all said and done, has some outs for the Lions. But they've locked up a veteran that wanted to be here. And my God, we have a place that people want to be, still getting used to all of this kind of stuff. Gator, what do you make of the extension for Taylor Decker?
Obviously, they think they can fit it in without an issue. It's a little front loaded because of the $31 million guaranteed. So it's going to look like a very team friendly contract over the last 2 years of that deal. They've got the space now to go ahead and make that happen. So I like having him back. I think he's a quality left tackle. Is he the best in the league? No, but I think he's better than average at left tackle. And you're not committed too long. It's 3 more years after this year. It's an extension. So I like it. I like it because it doesn't prevent them from doing other things like signing some other players on this team that are going to get signed in the next couple of years.
So the guys then proceeded to ask him about Ali McNeil. Is he is next? They have money for him. Here's what Brad Holmes had to say. Doesn't sound like a guy that they want to let get to free agency.
No, it sounds like they want to get a deal done quickly.
Yep.
I mean, I'm surprised he gave that kind of an answer. He's like, yeah, the time it's his time, and we need to get some talks going. Okay.
Yep.
That's it's kind of refreshing to hear a GM be that open about what they're trying to do with this team. And there was the story that with Taylor Decker, this has taken like a year and a half, and that Decker went up to Dan Campbell recently and said something like, hey, where do we stand on this? And then they worked it out and they got it done.
I'm going to have one warning because it's a bit of an unknown. I don't expect Brad Holmes to be perfect. And I don't expect anybody to be perfect in pro sports. It's tough, or college sports for that matter. You just got to get more right than wrong. They have committed so much money for the future, and they've got this window to win now. I just want to make the comment that I hope Brad Holmes is as good at signing veterans and managing the cap as he is at drafting. I don't want us to ever have to say, and there's something to keep in mind, I'm not predicting this, I don't want us to ever have to say, Brad Holmes committed too much money too soon to some guys, or just went over the top when he didn't need to. Because it feels like they're committed to keeping this group together and this core together, but there's a lot of money committed down the road, and if they don't win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years and then the cap starts to get them, it's going to be pretty frustrating.
Well, you're shooting your shot, and right now they've got this, I don't know if it's the highest paid offensive line in football, but it sure feels like it. I think they got the highest paid right tackle, highest paid center, and I thought I saw the 7th highest paid left tackle in football. So they're committed to keeping those guys together, which I'm glad to hear because that's how I would build a football team. You build it in the offensive and defensive lines, and they've certainly done that with the offensive line. Give your team a chance by protecting a quarterback and opening up the running lanes, and this is exactly what this team is.
It is. It feels good in the moment, and it seems like it's the right thing to do. I hope that he is as shrewd with this and knows who to sign and who to bring back as he is at drafting, because then we'll be fine. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Kevin's in Grosse Pointe, and he is next. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, guys. On my Odyssey app, I've been jumping back and forth from the Orioles network to you guys. And, you talked about what's the fan base like. If they reflect the ownership at all, it's like a fantasy football league over there. they're like, yeah, we can get Skubal, but Holiday and Mayo are off the table, and they don't want to give up any assets, and they just think that they could either fleece somebody or they don't need them, and they don't want to get rid of any of these guys. They want to keep them all.
I'm not surprised. It happens here in Detroit too, where you get calls that I'll never forget. The people wouldn't give up role players to get Evgeny Malkin. Like, I'm not touching
Darren Helm. I think
it was Darren Helm. I wouldn't trade Helm for Malkin.
He's untouchable.
Yeah, there's just sometimes fans
those
come
wings,
up.
people got really attached to those guys, the role players on the wings.
And you get attached, you fall in love with your own prospects, and you kind of envision a future where they're a huge part of it. And my God, the wealth of riches we have, I don't want to give up on that. In the meantime, I want to trade for a great player without having to give anything up. Hey, got it. Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah, appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thank you for the phone call.
What a great comparison. That one hits home real hard here because fantasy football season is coming up.
Yep.
And if anyone knows, trying to make trades in your league is almost near impossible sometimes because guys just overvalue their own guys.
Oh, yeah.
And then they start questioning, well, why does he want him? Maybe he's going to blow up in the next couple of weeks. And you start overanalyzing and overthinking things. You don't want to give anybody up. You don't want to be like that in real life. And right, when you're a GM of any team or president of any team, you got to be willing to give up something to get something. And there's risk. There's always risk involved. But in fantasy football, no one wants to take on any risk, guys. It's the best. It's hilarious.
I want to pay bargain basement prices, and your guy's hot right now.
Yep.
No. That's not how it works.
It's not how any of this works.
Harvey's in New Baltimore on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Harvey.
Hey, how are you today?
What's up?
I think it's 100% trade for Baltimore. I think they're going to give us whatever kind of we want because they get to punch the World Series ticket probably with him, and it's a here and now for them. I don't think they're worried about 2 years down the road or 3. It's now. It's today.
So I would think that's the way you'd be operating. Of course, you never want to pay more than you have to, so you try and figure out the cost.
That's what they're doing now is probably figuring out what we want, and they're going to have to give it up because it's going to end up being a here and now. Do we want to win the World Series or do we not? And I think with him, they get a very good chance to win the World Series.
Well, I mean, they would become if they get Skubal, they're the favorite. They're without question the favorite to win the World Series, Harvey, and it doesn't come without a price. What's weird about that is you would just think if fans knew what Detroit wanted and they started looking at, where are these guys, all these prospects going to fit into their future? And they have to be wondering, well, maybe we don't need them.
And John Morosi tweeted this out in addition to what he said this morning about the Tigers and Orioles remaining in contact. He said, Kyle Stowers, 26, is one of many names who could factor into this conversation. He started in center field yesterday for AAA Norfolk and has nothing left to prove in the minor leagues. He's got a 796 OPS in limited action at the major league level this year. So he's played limited majors this season. He's 26, and something like that doesn't exactly instill a ton of confidence when you're in your mid-20s and you're still borderline. Is he a 4A player? Is he actually a major league talent? But he had hit 18 home runs with a 877 OPS this year at AAA with Baltimore's AAA affiliate. And like he said, nearly 800 OPS and limited at bats with Baltimore. Is this another one of those everyday players ready to step right in and play because he's been blocked at the major league level? Is this another guy that can be thrown in a deal? It's just another name in the mix where if the Tigers were to make a deal with Baltimore for Skubal, that it doesn't have to be all prospects, that there are major league ready players.
What's weird is I wonder how much we need to understand, too, how much the game has changed from a hitting perspective. I'm going back here to see. This is the lowest a league batting average has been. And batting average isn't the only, but the average batting average in Major League Baseball right now is 243, the lowest it's been since 1968. So when you see that a guy...
And that's back when they still had the high mound.
Yep.
But it changed the next year.
And when you see a guy has, a 270 batting average against what is the norm right now, I mean, that's a little bit better than than a typical 270 batting average.
Yeah, and the new numbers that people look at are OPS.
Yep.
Because it's not okay if you're not hitting, but when you do hit, what does it do? Are you getting extra bases when you hit, and that's where the slugging percentage comes into it. Add that with the on base percentage, you get the OPS. And Major League average in OPS is like 705, something like that.
It's up to 710 right
now. 710 now. So when you see guys that are close to 800, okay,
yeah,
that's intriguing. It's like to see that. And you're looking at like Colt Keith right now. I think his is around 720, his OPS.
Mm-hmm.
But over the last month, it's like 1,100.
Yeah.
Since sometime in May, it's been well north of 800. He's been just on a tear, and he looks incredibly comfortable up there. So, don't be fooled by numbers. Numbers can trick you in a bunch of different ways. Stats can always be manipulated, but if you see a track record longer than just a season, it makes you feel better about it.
97.1 the ticket.
Hey, let me tell you about a great experience I had regarding my garage doors. Okay, I needed new garage doors. They weren't working correctly. They were old, and it was time to get them replaced, and I wasn't really happy about that. But I called Precision Garage Door, and they took my call immediately. We scheduled an appointment right away, and they helped me select the perfect door. We got it installed in no time. The crew, incredibly easy to work with. They were true professionals. And what I love about Precision Garage Door is that they are available weekends, no extra charge. You can schedule your appointment on their website at a time that works out for you. You're not just beholden to when their text can come out. They'll work with your schedule, which is awesome. All calls, they're answered 24/7, which is great as well. And by the way, if you mention 97 on the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. This is awesome. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Back to your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes. We do it every Monday. There is a breaking news story at this hour. According to Chris Ballas of the Wolverine, sources have informed them that the NCAA is prepared to issue a notice of allegations shortly for the sign-stealing operation under former coach Jim Harbaugh. Level 1 violations are expected for former staffer Connor Stalions' role and involvement in an arrangement of off-campus and in-person scouting. Another is expected to be levied against a former staffer for separate incident involving dinner and a ride for student athletes. Stalions is expected to be charged with failure to cooperate in an investigation both during and after employment. While no current staffers are facing allegations, at least 2 other former coaches who were involved in paying for a dinner for Michigan athletes are expected to be accused of level 2 violations. Story goes on to later say there's been no talk of vacating wins. A source said that the NCAA could seek a postseason ban of a year or 2. A Michigan source said that Michigan would have accepted a large fine but would absolutely fight any postseason ban or anything similar. Some believe the NCAA is, quote, looking to make an example of Michigan for the association. They believe that Michigan was thumbing its nose at them throughout the investigation. One source told the Wolverine, this again from their story, that Michigan's response probably wouldn't go before the NCAA Committee on Infractions before the middle of 2025, and it would likely take years to resolve. In other words, no U of M team in the near future is expected to be punished. Furthermore, one source said they strongly believe the evidence doesn't support any such punishment. So that is the latest on that case. We will see what comes out of it. I've talked to a lot of people in Michigan about this, and about that a lot of this could be fought. And there are some people that think maybe you don't. Maybe you just say fine, whatever, and move on from it. I'm in the camp that when this kind of stuff happens, you're better off getting to the bottom of it as quickly as possible. And the whole idea of fighting it through 2025, I mean, who knows what the NCAA is going to be at that time. There's some smart people in charge of making these kinds of decisions. The risk of that is it can drag out and hang over your program for a long time. But then again, if you're looking at postseason bans, if that is indeed, and it said it could be the thing, then they might have to decide, make a very difficult decision.
I mean, I agree with you that you'd want to get through this as quickly as you can. But this is, who knows how thick it is to get through. The Connor Stallion stuff is one of the crazier stories that we've had, with the dressing up on the sidelines of a Central Michigan State game. And maybe this is where this is coming from. If they finally have some closure on that situation and admission or whatever, that they can go through with this. And you've got this, it's timing up with the Netflix special that's supposed to come out next month, right before the start of college football season, with the sign stealing stuff. So interested to see what evidence they actually have, and we'll see how vociferously Michigan decides to fight it.
Yes, and that place has a lot of smart people in charge that can probably get to the bottom and figure out what the best route to take is. But my advice has always been the same: get through it as quickly as possible. Which means sometimes you have to take medicine, sometimes you don't, sometimes you have to do your own research to find out if it's even worth defending. But I think, like I said, I've talked to people at the top, and the idea that I trust some of the people there that are making decisions. I'll just say that. 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback, if you want to go down that road. In the meantime, we were talking earlier, obviously, about the 50-50 report from John Morosi, now thinking that Skubal's a 50-50 trade possibility. The Lions did open training camp by putting the pads on. Gator, we won't be out there until later in August, and I look forward to it. However, the getting the pads on means things start to change a little bit, and I think that's when the rookies find out a little bit more what the NFL's all about. It's easier to run around in shells than when actual hitting starts, especially for those guys in the trenches. But what are you hoping to hear out of them once they got the pads on?
Oh, obviously we want the health. You don't want anybody to get hurt, but I want to hear that there's some guys in the secondary that they're just dogs. They're out there and they are hitting. They're going to stick to you. They're going to support the run game, and that they're sneaky good on a pass rush because these are guys we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Carlton Davis. We haven't seen Tarik Arnold. We haven't seen all these players. So I'm excited to hear about the secondary guys, probably more than anything else when it comes to the pads. You want to make sure that they're not – does the speed diminish because they put on the pads and they're not able to keep up with the wide receivers? No, I want to hear that they're keeping up with them just fine and they're making plays.
There was a report today that DJ Reader might not be ready to go for the regular season. And I mean, I guess we knew that always is a possibility. That would be kind of disappointing. I got hurt back in December, but feels like he's a pretty critical part of this team in their offseason acquisitions.
Oh.
Thank you. But that would be disappointing if he weren't ready to go. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much as long as he's ready for the bulk of the season. But I always feel like it takes some time. Even once a player is back and able to go, it takes some time for them to be up to speed as to what they're going to be. You know what I mean?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mm-hmm. But that would be frustrating for me a little bit just because he's expected to be a big part of this team. Big part of this team.
Yeah, well, right there in the middle, right? And that's where things start, and you're expecting him to be a bit of a monster and to be a bit of a mentor as well to these guys like Aleem McNeil and Broderick Martin, perhaps Levi Onwuzurike if he's got a future with this team beyond this year. And I have high hopes for him.
This is one of those off-season or training camps or practices where I want to hear the defense is doing better than the offense. Because I'm actually so confident in the offense and that offensive line that I think when they go, when real live reps come against real teams during the regular season, they'll be fine. It's the defense I'm concerned about. If the defense can kind of hold their own or even do very well against our offense, I'm going to feel really good about the season. Because if I hear the offense is just running over the defense, scoring at will, and I know they're a good offense, I just told you how confident I am in them, that is going to, that's the one thing holding this team back is the defense. I got to know that they got better from last year to make that run again for the Super Bowl because that secondary was leaky last year. They didn't have the middle. When Aleem McNeil got hurt, they're filing in guys we hadn't heard of that weren't on this team to start the year in the middle of the defense. No one was coming opposite Hutch because Houston got hurt so early, and they were still trying to find somebody over there. I think Tarik Arnold is a big upgrade compared to what they have with Carlton Davis, but I think Jack Campbell gets a lot better. I'm hoping Iffy, Brian Branch, those guys get better. I got to hear the defense is doing better than the offense for me.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in 248-539-9797. And the Champ and Chump that we had, my Champ of the weekend was Cole Keith, 4 for 8 Friday and Saturday, a triple and a home run. Your Champ of the weekend, get ready to duck for cover.
I'm okay with it. Javi Baez hit home runs in 3 straight games, and it's good for Javi. It's good for the Tigers. And look, get a chance to show him a little love when he deserves it. He deserved it. That hadn't been done by a number 9 hitter in the Tigers organization in like 100 years. So nice job.
Chump of the weekend. We talked about our station golf outing. I struggled mightily with the 3rd hole at a beautiful course, Oakhurst. So I'm making number 3 my Chump of the weekend.
Yeah, I totally understand. I played with you. I saw what happened. It was mean and uncalled for. It was a perfect drive. Lord knows what happened to it. For me, it's the Orioles. Let's go! Make a real offer. I want to see it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I want to see it.
So, yeah, the 50-50 comments from John Morosi today, thinking that Skubal had a 50% chance of getting traded to Baltimore, has really led to a lot of phone calls and feedback from the people. It is definitely, it feels like there must have been a change on Baltimore's side to up it to 50-50 as a possibility. So we got that we're discussing. And there's a story the Wolverine is just reporting that Michigan's going to likely get a notice of allegations in the next couple of days regarding the Connor Stallions case. They could be looking at a potential postseason ban, but Michigan would be prepared to fight that. But keep our eye on that and see what the notice of allegation says if you want to go down that road. Then there's a Lions training camp. We mentioned that pads went on today. Today is the second day that fans are allowed into Detroit Lions practice. Gator, I'm a huge fan of going to football practices more than any other sport. It feels like football practice simulates actual football more so than maybe some other sports practices simulate those sports. And like you can see football plays and things that happen in practice that simulate football plays. Maybe I just love football more. I don't know. I feel like I get something out of watching a football practice where I'm not sure I always get something out of a hockey, basketball, or baseball practice from a viewing perspective. I feel like it's easier to draw conclusions watching a football practice.
Do you?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, baseball, what are you seeing? You're seeing batting practice and some fielding stuff. It's just like working on your skills.
Yep.
Hockey is kind of the same thing as like situational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But football, it's plays. We're seeing ones against ones. Iron sharpens iron sometimes, and that's what you like to see. I agree with you. The football is the sport that you really can get something out of.
In the meantime,
is also prone to wild and crazy overreactions.
We're as prone as anybody. And I'm trying to cut back on that part of my job, not get carried away with stuff I see early. And we've been down that road before. Sound of the ball sounds different coming off the bat and things like that.
Only an amateur would fall for that, Doug.
The pop of the mitt.
Right, Gator?
Right. I don't understand what you're talking about.
He's got a heavy fastball. Did you hear that mitt pop?
I don't pay attention to things like that.
But if anybody was there at training camp on Saturday with this kind of establishing that we draw conclusions from football practice, if you were at Lions training camp Saturday or are just leaving and were there today, you are our boots on the ground. What did you see? What are your conclusions? 248-539-9797.
There is a difference. When you're at practice and you hear the sound of pads clashing and helmets clashing, it's a different sound, man. And you start to feel differently about it. And it sets it up like, oh boy, you start to salivate a little bit, like get closer and closer to football. Me personally, when I hear that sound, takes me back in my playing days, Doug.
Yes.
In high school football. But no, it's just a different thing. It's a sense memory, and it's pretty great because you don't get to hear that sound when you're at the game because there's too much crowd noise. You don't hear it. But when you're here at a practice and there's not 60,000 people in the stadium that are cheering or 100,000 people, whatever the case is, you hear it all. And it's just, oh, that is quite physical.
Can I ask you a question? When the pads went on, did you get better or get worse?
I think it was better. I was a better. Well, I mean, I guess it's different because when I played high school, we wore pads every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's different today because you only have a certain number of days. I think you wear pads now. I think they've restricted all that. So I was better on game day than I was in a practice.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. I got worse when the pads went on. I didn't play after my freshman year. But once the pads went on, I went from being bad to terrible. I mean, I guess
it's hard for me to answer because the best thing I did as a football player, I thought, was my ability to rush the passer and use my strength and to get past the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
The problem was I played in an era and in a league that did not value throwing the football.
Right.
Teams were only throwing the ball 10 times a game.
You're a pass rusher and a non-pass
I'm like,
rush
great.
league.
So what am I doing? Yeah.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. All that on the table. 248-539-9797. We go to Chuck. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
At the Lions practice today.
Yep.
And offense was concentrating on JMO a lot. And on defense, just for you, Doug, I was watching your boy Jack Campbell.
There we go.
There's good news and there's bad news.
Uh-oh.
JMO looked great, catching balls in traffic. They ran some first part of ones-on-ones was a lot of running plays, and then when they were passing, it wasn't red zone. It was deep opposite red zone where they had to go all the way around the field, and then they had the one-on-one bull in the ring, and Jack Campbell was tackling a lot of air today. Let's just put it that way.
Some swings and misses?
Swings and, Jameer Gibbs, he went against, I think they might have something going. I think they went head-to-head twice.
Yeah.
And Jack did not make much contact. But it sort of favors the offense because I think they start like 5 yards apart.
Yeah.
But JMO looked really good, just his hands on everything. And I will say that the DBs, I was like you. I have, with this new offensive lineman from Baltimore, I think we're not going to miss a beat there. So I'm just looking at the defense, and it really seems like in the back end when there were passes over the top, there were hands on the ball, contact simultaneously, not, flags and everything. But it was a nice practice, 8:30 to about 10, maybe 10:10, and a little bit of sun, and they have that cover on us now. And all your boys were there. Stoney was there. Mike O'Hare, I don't know. He should be on a golf course, but he was there too. And
can't stay away.
No, he needs his shot of Lions every morning. But they were cheering from Martha Firestone chants to Jared Goff chants.
Wow.
So everybody was really into it.
Chuck, thanks for the intel. And it's amazing that I just think everybody that goes to practice comes away and says the same thing. JMO. This is one of those hype trains that's just building and building and building.
Shh. Let's keep it quiet. Nobody needs to know that Jameson Williams can have a breakout year. They're going to have to double team Amon-Ra St. Brown, clearly. That's it. That's how you stop the Lions. Double team him. Leave JMO alone.
It's kind of crazy, really, because this is where I might have the weakness may show is it's going to get to the point where I'm just going to fully believe he's going to have a breakout year based solely on preseason practice hype. But you almost get to a point where you're like, I don't know how he can't be great.
I don't know who's going to get triggered more between you or I think because Kang's a monster JMO fan.
I never left his side, guys. I never left his side. You guys know this from day one. I always thought, okay, he's not playing, but look at him. He's engaged, right? And he's always cheering for his teammates. He never pouted. He never was a problem on social media. He was never pouting, like I said, pouting and all that stuff. And I almost feel a little uncomfortable how much attention he's getting, not just locally, but nationally, it seems like. People are, hey, have you seen Jameson Williams over at Lions camp? He is just 3 yards behind the defense, getting open. He looks even faster, bigger, stronger. Campbell comes out and says, no question, he's looking better than anyone else coming back. Yeah, Doug, I feel what you're saying with he can't fail, right? This is too much. This is too much.
I know, and it's not wise to draw these conclusions. But how come everybody goes to practice always says the same thing? Jimbo looks great.
Well, if he looks great, this offense, I mean, we already know they're good. Do they have another level? I mean, does Ben Johnson have something been waiting for the guy to take the top off the defense? Because Josh Reynolds wasn't that guy. You know, St. Brown's not that guy. J-Mo brings a different ammunition. That's a different bullet in the chamber that, Ben Johnson has yet to use.
248-539-9797. Open lines, Champ and Chump votes. Get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Well, they did it again. Twin Peaks has upped the game. Starting today, the best happy hour in the state just got better, including You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree Dirty Blonde or Naughty Brunettes? Yep, you guessed it, $5. They even take it a step further, want to be a shot caller. Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and Billionaire's bacon or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadilla. Their new improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6 and again late night from 10 to close. So what better way to end the workday than head to your favorite lodge and take advantage of these awesome deals? And there's the best part. It's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. We all know how pricey it is going to eat out these days, so enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop by today and see what it's all about. And don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Special perks to league commissioners. Again, twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, that was a soundbite that had everybody talking earlier today from John Morosi on MLB Network. 50%, huh? And Gator, you just found this from a Baltimore station, which appears to be 105.7. And they have a listener poll where they ask them, it's basically coming down to the trade deadline. And the Orioles have not yet made a big move. The question on Twitter says, some still linking them to Skubal, T. Scott, and other names. Mike Elias clearly more comfortable on the margin, so we ask Birdland, Oriole fans.
There you go.
Will he make a blockbuster? Yes, he will. 48.8%. That's not how he rolls. 51.2%.
That's pretty close to 50-50.
Pretty close to 50-50.
Morosi has his finger on the pulse of Baltimore. Well, at least the fans. His is not about the fans. His is about the trade itself.
I don't want to overplay or underplay what all that means. It does feel like something has changed on the Baltimore end, doesn't it?
I don't know if it's changed or not. I just think that if Baltimore is going to do this, they can slow play this. The deadline is tomorrow at 6. They got time. Sure, they're waiting to see what some other dominoes have fallen. You're going to get the Michael Lorenzen was traded, and the return was basically traded straight up for a bullpen arm, albeit one that strikes out a ton of batters. But that's all it was. So obviously Flaherty better than that, and Skubal better than Flaherty. So just trying to gauge the market, see what's going out there, and they're trying to get the best deal they can. And the longer that they talk, I don't know. I don't think the value goes up on the. I think that the value is what the value is for Skubal. The question is, does Baltimore want to pay the price? Do the Dodgers want to pay the price? Because it doesn't seem like any other team in baseball can afford what the Tigers' asking price would be for Tarik Skubal, but Baltimore clearly can. They clearly can.
Yeah, it's it feels like this is the organization, and this is the year that if you're going to make a move, if you have a Tarik Skubal and you're going to make a move, this is the rare chance you have to score a mammoth haul of prospects in return. I would still lean towards the 50% that says it doesn't happen, but it feels like it's more possible now than it was Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more than leaning it doesn't happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. But could it? Sure, it could.
248-539-9797. Okay, you asked a question last weekend, Gator, and I got a chance to answer it over the weekend, somewhat generically, just by watching the Olympic Games. You asked, what sports do we parachute in on and suddenly become experts in? The two sports that I found myself commenting on, one, synchronized diving.
You're becoming an expert now?
The 3-meter springboard. I felt bad for the Aussies who had their last dive go awry, cost them a medal. And I thought our dives looked better than China's dives. China won. I think we took silver. But I was like, our dives, we look better than them. I didn't quite understand why we didn't have better scores than the Chinese in synchronized diving.
Channeling your inner Luganis. Figure this out?
Yeah, whatever. I was channeling what I thought looked better. So I had problems with the synchronized diving scoring. And I was thinking back, have I ever watched this sport before? No. How qualified am I to comment? 0. But I thought we looked better than the Chinese.
Well, now I feel like an ass for not watching it.
Not watching
because clearly I'm qualified. I've seen more diving competition in my life, Doug, than anybody in this building.
Well, I suppose you're more qualified than I, so I'd have no issue with that.
And yet, no, I was when it came time for the swim meets for the diving, half the time you would walk out because it's your time. I gotta stretch out, and there we go. Okay, when it was either watching my brother compete in swimming, and that part of the meet would happen, or if when I was swimming and the diving happened, and you're forced to watch it because you're part of the team. And the reason I didn't want to watch it, I didn't want to see somebody smack their head on a board, which I've seen a couple times happen.
Ouch.
And it's not pretty. Or to see somebody just not do the full rotation and just smack on the water. These divers are a little bit more experienced than the ones I saw with the high school competition.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I wouldn't.
High school competition sounds hilarious, man.
I got to tell you, man, I saw a
not
kid,
the head hitting the board thing, but the bad back diving into the pool with your back or whatever, belly flop.
I saw somebody smack on their back so hard in a meet one time, and because high school swimming is during the wintertime, the door outside to get outside if you wanted to, they had like an emergency door that was just beyond where the diving pool was. This kid was in such rough shape.
You're laughing right now, man. See, I'm telling you.
He smacked his back. And his coach went out, opened up the door in the middle of winter, to grab some snow and bring it in to put it on his back.
Oh, my
to help
God.
ice it down. It was crazy. I've seen some things, man. Seen some things.
It's fun.
The parents, the audible gasp from parents when they're watching kids do like inward dives, because that's like the highest level of potential to have the smack of that. Nobody wants it. You don't want that. When you see it, you're like, oh.
Well, in the synchronized diving, when I saw the Aussies blow it in their last dive, I thought they did 2 separate dives. I was like,
they were not in sync.
Like one of them went with the
they went all Backstreet Boys instead.
One went double pike. The other one went
double pike.
Yeah.
Wait, were they joining a fraternity? What was going on?
Triple backflip. I was like, did they just do 2 separate dives? Then they showed the replay, and the one girl just hit the side corner of the board, and it launched her off in the wrong direction and completely.
Oh, that's too bad.
Kang, you parachute in on any sport and become an expert?
So I think it's always going to be a sport that's being judged, because everything else that you're just watching the clock. If it's a race, right, you're like, all right, that's easy enough. This guy was faster. This girl was faster. For me, I'm going to say it because no one else will. It's a marquee event. It's gymnastics. No one knows gymnastics, right? Let's not pretend that we know anything about gymnastics. But we parachute in. It's a marquee event every Summer Olympics. It's on prime time. They'll replay it or whatever. And we all act like we know what we're watching. And we don't. We don't. I've been told Simone Biles is the GOAT. I'm not going to argue that because I don't know. Right. That's what I've been told by everybody. She has apparently the most difficult stuff that she can do. I'll take everyone else's word for it that knows more than me, but I don't know. All we know is if they fall down or not. That's it.
I'm still not sure. Like the vault, when you're running to approach the vault and you hit the little springboard and go over the horse. I'm always shocked when they start doing handsprings before they get to the springboard. Like they're doing tricks before they even hit the springboard, and I'm like,
is that necessary?
Is that legal?
Do we start the judging on that, or is it once they hit the springboard when do we start judging?
Yeah, do I judge the moment they start running down am I looking at how good the run is?
Do I get more points if I skip my loo on the way up there as opposed to just a sprint? What?
We combine the triple jump with this. They do a triple jump and land on the springboard and then go over.
If I do some rolling thunder leading up to that, am I going to get more points? How does this work?
Kang, you pointed out there's one sport that you don't think they get nearly enough credit for how athletic they are, and you think that just about everybody's played it. We will get to that today at 1:31. Don't forget, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also streaming to our website, 971theticket.com. Streaming with video. The video comes at Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket, participate in the streaming chat. Also streaming with youtube.com. Go to youtube.com and search 971-THE-TICKET there. Always you can take in the program. It's Carson Anderson. Last half hour to get those Champ and Chump votes in. Do so now. 97.1 The Ticket. Rico just came in studio to find out how the golf went over the weekend. There was some complaining before the outing that I had. The people were not happy.
Sandbagging your handicap.
Yeah, which I had nothing to do with what my handicap was set at. There was people in charge asked me what I normally shoot, and they set the handicap. I then went out and very authentically validated what my handicap was set at.
Right.
Tough course. I
Tough,
did not.
really, it's a tough course with really tough greens.
Yep. Did not play well. Still had a ton of fun. And I feel like I got about 3 weeks here between the end of summer baseball and the beginning of football season. I get to play golf. So I'm gonna zero in and hope they have some good rounds here. Have some rounds here between now and the beginning of football.
There you go.
But
get after it.
Yep.
My back did hold up. I was able to I tell you, man, at 6:00 in the morning on Saturday, I was leaning towards not playing. And then 8:00, a little bit better. And then by 10:30, I started a routine to try to stretch and maybe I can yep. And then I made a decision I'm gonna make it. Got to the range, took a few swings, and I realized that swinging a golf club was not going to hurt my back.
Mm-hmm.
Bending over to put a tee in the ground, that was a little different, but I toughed it out, Doug. I toughed it out.
Well, we appreciated your effort for sure.
I appreciate being allowed to play. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Guy's a regular Monroe St. Brown over there sitting across from Doug. He's a gamer, man. He's a gamer.
That's right.
I had that thought many times on Saturday. Okay, so you think there's a sport that we don't appreciate the athleticism nearly enough, and you also think that just about everybody at one point in their life plays this sport.
That's right, Doug. I say it all the time, and by all the time, I mean every 4 years when this sport comes up to relevance. Water polo. These guys, man, they got to be in the best shape of any Olympian. I swear. I mean, they're jacked. They can jump out of the water like a great whale, like without any push off of anything. Just there,
because they're in like 13 feet of water, so it's not like they can hit the bottom.
Exactly.
And jump up. Yeah.
And they're treading water the entire time with someone on their back. They got to try to score a goal. I mean, it's I think it's a lot more physical than people even give it credit for. And how about that? It's basically like someone's trying to drown you. Like 100%. You're like, hey, die or score. This is like Squid Games, right?
It's the object of the game is to dunk the other person who's got the ball.
Right?
And
how annoying is that?
Attach yourself to the body like a spider monkey and take them down.
And I'm watching this every 4 years and thinking these guys are in incredible shape. And I was talking to Doug this morning about a Gator. Even when kids, we've all been in the pool and kind of played water polo. Maybe not 13-foot depth, but you grab the ball, your friends trying to score on each other, and you probably thought at one point too, God, this would be awesome if this was a real sport. And it is. It's a real sport, water polo.
Kids will take a ball in a pool, create a goal, and throw it at the goal.
You grab those noodles or something, you make something. Yeah, uh-huh.
You're right. I think more than 50% of kids play some version of water polo in a pool when they're 6, between 6 and 12.
100%. Yeah, but you're always touching the ground.
I know.
Always.
And you're gunning this volleyball into a 3 or 4 foot net, whatever it is. It's all fun and games till somebody gets hit right in the face.
I don't. I actually made an observation today. Do you know there's penalty shots in water polo?
Yep.
Okay, you shouldn't be able to allow it to throw at someone's face, like in the middle. I'm saying that you should either pick left or right. It's not fair, man. Like you don't want to get drilled in the face.
The guy's treading water and trying to hold his arms up in front of the guy. He's like looking, and looking. Where?
In the face.
In the face. You get tagged. You immediately, blood starts rushing. You break a nose.
Nice job, Fokker. We're just playing a nice game here.
Just a friendly game.
Yeah, friendly game.
This is the Olympics. This is different, man. So the water polo players, by the way, I don't know if you knew this, they're required to trim their fingernails and toenails before games.
Good.
To prevent injury.
Is there like a judge that determines if your fingernails and toenails are trimmed enough?
I'm sure they got to show that, it's like...
It's like UFC, when you show up, right?
Yeah, exactly like that. Or like when a pitcher comes off the mound and he has to, give the glove to the umpire to check the hands. I'm sure they check the hands and feet. Because if you got... Listen, You know when you've gone a little too long before you've trimmed your toenails, and that big toenail can be devastating.
That thing becomes like a sickle.
Right. Exactly. Or I don't want to. You're in bed with your lady, and she's got longer toenails, and you're like, hey, watch out. Yeah, you got to watch out for those.
Talk about a mood killer, by the way.
Yeah. I'm done tonight. What happened? No, I'm done. No.
So I watched as much Olympics as I could this weekend, which I don't know why. I love the Olympics and I love the obscure sports, and I'm watching like Spain and Montenegro in water polo, and I just had it on, and they showed a slow motion replay of a guy getting ready to shoot, and he's faking, and then all of a sudden, as you put it, like a whale, he like rises up and he gets up to almost his waist. And I'm like, did he come across some stairs? Like, how did you do that? It's amazing. It's incredible athleticism. These guys are all former competitive swimmers. Yep.
So they have that leg kick, and then they decide to transition to the world of water polo at some point.
And yet, I'm like, this is unbelievable, and I don't think many of us care. Like it's an incredible feat athletically to do what these guys do. And then the whistle blows, and now somebody's over in the little red square. They're in a penalty area, and there's like a power play, and I don't know what's going on.
I think it's because they just look like they're having fun in the pool. It's like, do you ever stop by, whether you're at a hotel or something? You do a lot of travel sports, though. You stay out of town.
Yes.
You don't stop and watch, people playing in the pool, because that's what it is, basically.
I don't.
You're right. I think that's why they don't get the respect they deserve.
But I'm watching Montenegro and Spain going, wow.
Well, that's the best of the best.
Is it?
I don't know.
No, it's a valid point. And then here's another one that I hear that I'm just like, oh, yeah. Well, they didn't finish in the top 2, so they're going to have to try to come through the repechage.
What?
Have you not heard this?
No.
In rowing, the top 2 boats in every race advance to the next heat. Those that finish 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they get like a free guy. They get like a new guy. They go to the repechage, where they'll have another race with all the boats that didn't qualify, and I guess some of those boats can qualify if they do well in the repechage. Which is another way, in my view, of saying race for those that didn't qualify to get another chance to qualify. Apparently, that's the translation of repechage.
Repechage.
Yep. And I was listening to this. Do you think there are different lengths in rowing? Like there's the 500 meter, the 1,000 meter, the 2,000 meter, or anything like that? Because I was watching the other day, and they said all races in rowing are 2,000 meters. All of them.
So there's no sprint.
Apparently not.
Okay. Well, do we need to see more? I mean, really? I mean, they have like 2 men rowing crews, I think.
I was watching 2 men. Well, it was 2 women.
2-person rowing
rowing crews, yeah.
Do they have mixed doubles as well? Is this like tennis?
I don't think they do. But now you know what the repechage is.
You guys are pissing off the crew people right now.
I'm
right?
sorry.
I've already forgotten what the repechage is.
It's like getting a free guy.
Is there a Winklevoss involved?
Right.
The Winklevi? I don't.
Not that I'm aware of. Hey, man. But
you're into it. You guys are into it. Okay.
Into it.
Are you all in?
I mean, it was on a lot over the
Are
weekend.
you like, I can't wait to get home and watch the Olympics? Is that how you're at?
I can't wait to watch the next mountain biking, the next cross-country mountain biking. Because that, to me, is wild.
I did see something, and as I looked over my shoulder, I see they're doing archery here. I did see something over the weekend that said that there was the archery competition was so close that they had to have the 2 teams had tied, and they had to have an arrow off or a shoot off, whatever the hell it's called.
No, it's called a repechage.
And that was so close that it came down to like fractions of a millimeter to see if this person had scored in the 9 or in the 10 range.
Wow.
It's like right on the line. Okay.
Did you find yourself interested?
No.
Okay, let me give you another one. Did you watch like the cross-country equestrian?
Nope.
Dude, They run over a bridge.
Oh, wait, that's
They're
not true.
jumping over other animal figures.
Yeah, someone said they jumped through like a deer carcass or something.
Antlers.
There's antlers.
I did see. I was flipping through channels and I left it on while I was like on Twitter trying to see if the Tigers are making a trade or not, and I saw exactly that. Some horse jumped through these giant antlers on either side, which was strange.
They have like a what looks like some sort of maybe deer head with the antlers, and you got to jump over the head. They've basically taken the boring striped colored fencing and turned it into things like, here's a miniature replication
Turned it into
of
a miniature golf course. They had to jump through the clown mouth.
Yep.
Oh, there's a windmill?
There's a windmill.
Unbelievable. What a move.
I
just turned into a gelding. What happened?
I had that on yesterday and in the living room, and my wife comes walking out, and she comes downstairs. She was up in the bedroom, and she's like, I had the same thing on. This is fascinating. I'm like, I know. Why am I watching this? I have no idea, but it was amazing. Like, they're jumping and running through rivers. It was fun to watch.
I got one I don't understand.
All right.
And it's because it's not in the country. Surfing.
All right.
Surfing is an Olympic game, but they're not surfing in France. So, no offense to surfing. Like, I like surfing. I think it's incredibly difficult. But if you're not competing in the country, what's the point? Right, Gator?
I don't know why they're doing this.
Why?
It's in Tahiti. It's
Yeah,
9,000 miles away. I honestly don't know why they're doing this.
Hey, I won this gold from the Paris Olympics. I was nowhere in Paris or France.
I mean, let's just combine Winter and Summer Olympics at the same time. And hey, meanwhile...
Well, you know what? If this is the way they're going to do it, Detroit should be able to host the Olympics because you can have the events anywhere.
Anywhere. You're right. What? Detroit wins the Winter Games. Where's the skiing? Aspen.
You all right?
Now from the Great Wolf Lodge.
Team water slide.
Right.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
I'll be back in tonight. Watch the mountain biking. You probably won't care.
That's okay.
Yeah. Are you going to watch any of it?
Probably. I mean, I don't know. Tigers playing tonight, so.
Yeah.
I got, other stuff.
Can we read anything into Flaherty's start tonight? We will get to that at 1:48. 97.1 the ticket.
These days, it's going to be really hard to find reliable service. So let me tell you about a great local company that I worked with recently, and that is Precision Garage Door. Look, I needed my garage doors to, not only did I need new garage doors, but I needed the previously, before I got them, the new ones, I needed the old ones serviced. And what did I do? I gave them a call, wanted to set up an appointment. They came out right away. It was awesome. They worked with my schedule, and they got the job done. Daryl and the whole team, they were so easy to work with. And that's what they are at Precision Garage Door. They're really easy to work with. They think about you. It's all about customer service. Weekends, they're available at no extra charge. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. That's awesome. No need to call in. In fact, just go right to the website. Offers the industry's leading warranty. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. How's that for customer service? Give them a call today. Precision Garage Door at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or check out that website, like I said, and schedule an appointment there, precisiondoormi.com, and go ahead and schedule that appointment.
All right, so we have a bit of breaking news here.
It's kind of a whoa.
It's kind of a whoa.
It's a preemptive whoa.
There are now 2 baseball insiders reporting that John Flaherty is being scratched from his start.
That should be Jack Flaherty.
Jack Flaherty. He wrote John. Jack Flaherty is being scratched from his start for the Tigers tonight to protect him for a trade. So we had said just before the break, is there going to be anything to read into Flaherty's start? And now he will not start. John Heyman tweeting literally this minute, Flaherty trade should be expected soon.
McCoskey says, as we all suspected, Jack Flaherty's likely to be scratched from his start tonight. Doesn't mean a deal is done or close. It's just smart not to risk pitching him on the eve of the deadline. But as you said, the John Heyman said should
be expected soon. We said earlier in the show when he was scheduled to start that if he is starting, it stands to reason that they did not have an offer they were ready to accept. But I think that we can conclude that they do have an offer they're ready to accept, and they don't need to market him anymore. And Joel Sherman has made the correction that it's not John Flaherty, it's Jack Flaherty.
Says, I like
and
John
of course,
Flaherty.
I read it like I'm Ron Burgundy. I just read it. It was on the teleprompter, and I read the damn thing. But anyway, yes. So now there was reports it was Houston. The Mets want starting pitching. Then a report came out of The Athletic that the Padres had talked to the Tigers about Jack Flaherty.
The Dodgers are interested in starting pitching. The Dodgers just made a trade with the White Sox and the Cardinals. Eric Fetty, the big get in that because he's had a heck of a season so far this year as a pitcher, will go from the White Sox to the Cardinals. The Dodgers end up with a middle infielder.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this takes the Dodgers out of the running. So there's still a lot of teams that are going to be vying for Flaherty, and it looks like he's going to be traded.
Yep. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, Jeff Rieger is in today. And, Jeff, you guys have John Morosi on today at 2:30.
Yeah. He's going to call us, or we're going to call him. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I got to tell you, this is exciting, is it not? This is about as much fun as you can have in July without being in a pennant race.
Which we'd prefer. We would all prefer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we all prefer being buyers.
Yep.
I will tell you this. I think I told you guys this at the golf outing. Did it surprise you at all that Isak Paredes went to a last-place Cubs team? He would have looked good in a Tigers uniform again. Now, I have no idea what you would have had to give up to get him.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I guess the Rays are being praised for what they got in return. I don't know if I want to give up a ton to get Isak Paredes, who might be trending down.
Not a free agent until 2028.
Well, that's great. But like I said, if he's starting to trend down in his career, then, and something tells me the Rays.
Well, they're just cheap. They don't want to give him arbitration.
Yeah, but the Rays are always ahead of the curve, right? When the Tigers traded for him in the first place, or traded him to Tampa, and Tampa's like, oh, here you go. Yeah, take Austin Meadows. We got this.
So what are we thinking? What's the vibe? What are the fans thinking?
I think there are fans that don't understand that why you make any move to trade good players, which you kind of, if you don't understand sort of the concept, then I don't know, then I guess we won't have much of a conversation.
Well, where you been? I mean, it hasn't changed for our entire lifetime. This is what teams do that don't make the postseason. And, I heard the one caller call you guys, and Gator, you're like, so you think they can make the postseason? They're down 2 pitchers. Probably more after making trades.
Well, if
they're missing Riley Green. I mean, listen, it's great that they're 5.5 games out of the 3rd wild card spot. It's not like they're close.
I will say this. In terms of the prospects of how this team is going to look next year, regardless of any trades that happen, if you're going to begin next year, hopefully with healthy Parker Meadows, healthy Riley Green, healthy Kerry Carpenter, that feels better, along with healthy Reese Olson, healthy Casey Mize.
And if you kept Skubal and if you kept Flaherty, I get it.
Well, I'm not saying keeping Flaherty because I think it makes all the sense in the world to trade him, but who knows what you get in return. We'll find out probably in a matter of hours if he is in fact traded. But I'm just saying.
I say you saw he got yanked.
What's that?
Flaherty.
Yeah, we saw he got yanked. Rico's in
so there's there's reason to think that this team will be better next year. They played awfully well the last month. The bats have shown up. So,
well, I think there's reason to be optimistic either way, right? So if they trade Skubal, that means they're essentially trading for a new core, right? You are looking at Holiday, maybe Mayo. You're looking at maybe starting this season a brand new infield, which they don't really have a third baseman or a first baseman or a shortstop. So that'd be nice. But if you keep Skubal, that means, I think, that you got to spend in the offseason. Well, that means you have to go for it because you only got 2 years. Baltimore, so either way, it's a good prognosis.
Baltimore's got all these guys, all these prospects, right? And guys that are at the major league level right now that are, they're part-time players now because they're sort of blocked or whatever. I'm not going to be surprised if the Tigers deal Flaherty to Baltimore. The Baltimore's like, I can't give you all that for Skubal, but here's what we're going to give you for Flaherty. Rental, but look, we're not using Heston Kierstad. We're not using Stowers or, you know what, if we're going to have to make the trade, it's going to be painful to give up Kobe Mayo or whatever.
I would just
Norby.
let Baltimore bid against themselves and let them get desperate. Because as the trade deadline gets closer and closer, it's like, okay, well, Flaherty's there, but if you want to ante up and pay for Skubal, he'll be available.
So Flaherty's pulled from his start. That is just announced at this hour. John Heyman say expect the trade to be announced soon. In the meantime, something changed. Friday, it
100%.
wasn't 50-50. Something changed between Friday and now, and I'm glad you guys have Morosi on at 2:30. I mean, I texted him earlier today, and he said they're still talking. That's why one of the reasons why he believes it is that they're still talking. But I think as they get closer to this thing and Detroit is hearing that Baltimore is serious, there's probably a name that was off the table that they wouldn't include that now they're considering including.
Well, it's funny because Morosi tweeted about one of those names, that outfielder. I heard Gator mention it, but he's a 26-year-old, nothing more to prove in the minors.
Stowers,
like maybe he's a sweetener or an add-in that Baltimore won't give up. But I agree with you, Doug. Like, it's a great thing, isn't it? You wake up today a day away from the deadline, and Baltimore's like, we got to get real here. We can win a title.
I hope it's a great thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we can know it's a great thing. It's clearly, we're looking at a day that the Tigers might be purging talent that we hope sets them up for the future. We watched a GM purge talent over a few years, and they've got like almost literally nothing. I mean,
you got Alex Lang and Jake Rogers.
Yep.
You got to look at it differently. You got to look at it the way the Lions did it. They gave up Stafford.
There you go.
And it just jump-started the team.
Ended up getting Gibbs and Laporta.
I like it.
Goff.
See, I'm here for you.
Yeah, I
like people think I don't like Detroit, but
no, you're right.
J-Lo.
I like the way you're approaching it, Rico.
Yeah.
Now, so
you can't be a prisoner of the past. If an opportunity is there, don't. Well, what if it does?
Yeah.
He's a smart man. He teaches. Listen to him.
Yes. Are you going to talk
just
about
trying to break 100?
You're going to talk about
Hey,
You came that close.
He didn't come that close.
He choked.
5-foot birdie putt.
Yeah, and you missed it.
I choked.
You choked.
I definitely
Did you choke?
I mean, I left it short, so probably choked.
Yeah.
I played well though overall. Like I
Except
came
when it
very
counted.
close. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I mean,
It's one stroke on any of the 100 that he had. He could have, done
Right,
better
but
on
he
one.
could have
on one
solidified
it could have gone the other way. It could have hit like 3 more into
You
the
just
woods.
think about
That would have been a 110.
or the one that you hit into the woods if you just kept it in bounds.
I'm going to say this.
I don't want to think about it
because I don't think this
I'm
is said. This is said enough, and I don't want to help Jeff out. I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you.
That's a tough course. I don't think you've been shot any better than 100 on that course, have you?
No, that was my best score.
So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
He's getting better.
Josh Reynolds.
I didn't
Jeff
lose
Rieger.
all my money. I just lost some of it.
All right, guys. John Morosi, 2:30 should be interesting. And between now and 6:40, we'll at least find out who's pitching tonight. Might be, you know who they should call up to pitch? Torque.
I'm going to say Brian Sammons.
All right.
What about Zach McKinstry? He seems pretty good.
No, I'm going to say Brian Sammons brought up from Toledo.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Tigers begin a short 2-game series with the Guardians tonight at Comerica Park. Jack Flaherty is scheduled to start, but according to Chris McCoskey, it's likely that he will be scratched. He notes that it does not mean that a deal is close or done. You can hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Former Tiger arm Michael Lorenzen is heading to division foe Kansas City. Lorenzen has logged a .381 ERA and 18 starts for the Rangers this year. Texas receives a AAA reliever in return. The Tigers traded catcher Carson Kelly to the Rangers yesterday for 2 AA prospects. They added a reliever from the Dodgers today in exchange for cash. Ricky Vanasco is a 25-year-old righty who's mostly pitched in AAA this season as well. He has a .347 ERA and 24 minor league appearances. Jamison Williams put in a lot of work this offseason. Brad Holman announced on 97.1 The Ticket this morning that the Lions have resigned Taylor Decker to a new 3-year deal. The deal is worth $60 million with nearly $32 million guaranteed. Michigan football has landed a 2026 piece in 4-star defensive back Brody Jennings. He chose the Wolverines over Miami, Virginia Tech, and Florida. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, it's kind of weird. Sunday night happened, and I don't think Baltimore was all that interested. And now Monday morning happens, and they seem pretty damn desperate. Hi, everybody. Mike out all week. He's back on Monday. Rico's here, Hatchet, Kenny, the whole crew. We got John Morosi at 2:30 to talk about Tiger rumors. And it looks like in the matter of, well, this show, Jack Flaherty's going to be dealt because he was scratched. Officially, he's not going to pitch tonight at Comerica, which is all good news, Rico. It's all good news. This is a time for Scott Harris to be a rock star.
It is, because I did it on Friday when we left. I didn't expect any of this. I really thought that, you know what, Scott Harris was just not going to make that move. He proved me wrong, because the word that I used last week was timid. It just didn't seem like he wanted to start the clock on this team. And now, you have a few minor trades. But, when you got John Paul Morosi saying, hey, the Skubal thing, it has not gone away. There is still smoke there. They are still in discussions. Nothing is imminent, but they are talking. And now Flaherty getting pulled and rumors that something could be happening today. Like, this is one where you're like, okay, maybe, just maybe, they saw things the way I saw things with this Tiger team. The pitching that you have is phenomenal. You love to keep them around, but you don't have the bats to support them. No, I don't think Javi Baez is going to keep hitting home runs every day.
But he didn't hit one yesterday. They got one hit as a team. And by the way, yesterday was like the perfect reminder, I think, for Tiger fans of why you trade guys, why you're not buyers or standing pat, why you get something for 2 potentially of the best trade chips in baseball in Flaherty and maybe Skubal.
And maybe I'm putting too much faith. Like we talk about Scott Harris, maybe I'm putting too much faith into Chris Federick, because I think that he could take a pitcher and really develop them and really get them to be better. We are seeing this over and over again with how he's working with the staff. I believe in this man. So if you have to hit the reset button again, I'm okay with that, because he's going to get young pitchers in there and he's going to get them better. So long as he's on this pitching, he's leading the pitching staff, I'm fine with this move.
So here's what we know. We know Flaherty's scratched. Not going to pitch tonight. We know the Mets, the Astros, the Dodgers, and I'm sure more, all rumored to try to go get Jack Flaherty, which to me sounds like a bidding war, which to me sounds like fantastic news for the Tigers.
It was a great thing because it's happening so close to the deadline tomorrow that, yeah, had you traded him last week, you probably wouldn't have gotten much. But, man, if it's almost to the point where I would wait until about tomorrow at 1 or 2 o'clock and just let teams sweat it out and play games of chicken against each other. Because if you're the Tigers, you have nothing to lose here, everything to gain if you do it the right way.
The funny thing is Tigers got 2 of the bat. You might never be in this position again. And you're absolutely right. The closer we get to the deadline, and that's why deadlines are great for a team like the Tigers, the more desperate teams get. And we keep hearing Baltimore for Skubal. Well, maybe Baltimore didn't want to give up a Jackson Holiday, but then they wake up today and they realize, oh, crap.
Jackson Holiday can't help us win a World Series.
Exactly. And, oh, wow, we need pitching. And, oh, wow, it's not like we can go get Crochet from Chicago considering he's got an innings limit. So we're looking at one golden goose who might happen to win the AL Cy Young, and we got a ton of prospects that they want. Yeah. We might just have to keep pushing and pushing. And I got to be honest.
We make the trade and we have a new ace.
From yesterday to right now, I have different feelings about Scott Harris. Like, I think he handled the Carson Kelly thing pretty well. Like, he went out, he signed a guy that got released from Arizona. Nobody wanted him. 4 days after he got released, talking about Kelly, Harris signs him, had a really nice season, and then you dealt him for 2 prospects that people claim they're underwhelmed by, a pitcher and a catcher, but, like, whatever, they're prospects. Now he's got a chance to even, I think, strengthen his resume by trading a guy like Flaherty. And if he's able to pull off a Skubal deal that all of baseball agrees went the Tigers' way and the Tigers so-called fleeced the birds, then I kind of feel in the span of 3 days, Scott Harris has kind of renewed his reputation.
Rieger, interesting you say that. That's how I was feeling last year at this time. Okay. You got Eduardo Rodriguez, and you're going to get something for him, Scott. The question was, how much can you get from the Dodgers? And then I was let down. So the potential is there. Until I see that the deal is done, until I see the breaking news banner, no, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt from me.
You say no.
Because, yeah, right, yeah, this is me, yes.
See? I listen to your guys' show way too much.
I need you to finish this. I need you to consummate this. I need you to make this happen. He did this last year, and he left us, all the Tigers fans, just kind of high and dry because we got nothing. So it's there. If he pulls this off, yeah, I will look differently upon him. But,
absolutely.
But Rieger, you could ask David, you could ask Kenny, you could ask Mike when he gets back.
I believe you.
My thing was, I gave him until this trade deadline to show me something. Last year, swing and a miss. The offseason, kind of a foul ball. Wasn't that great, but, foul ball, barely past the third baseman. This was going to be your third strike. This trade deadline. Show me what you got. Show me what you can do. Because if you come away with nothing, then I really don't know what you do.
And I agree with you. We know he's going to trade Flaherty. I think we know that for a fact. So far, I've been impressed with the way he's handled business. Now, some people might say, like, wow, that's just obvious. You just wait till closer to the deadline. You create a bidding war. Scott, get back to work, please. It's a busy time for you. But I think so far up to this point, I've been impressed. But here's the other thing that I think Tiger fans should think about. And then we'll take some calls. John Paul Morosi at 2:30 to talk about the latest rumors. But I think either way, as far as Skubal goes, it's good news if you trade him. That means you traded him for a bunch of prospects that will be playing for the Tigers this week. And you may have revamped your entire infield. You don't have a third baseman right now, maybe you get one in Mayo. You don't have a shortstop right now, maybe you get one in Holiday, right? You revamp your entire infield, maybe the outfield as well, and you get to watch him for the next 2 months. So I think that's a positive. He's only making the deal if he thinks it's good enough. If you keep Skubal, which definitely could have happened as well, Morosi says it's 50-50, That means he only has 2 years of eligibility left, 2 years of term left. That means you got to be players in free agency. You got to go buy in the offseason because you're not going to keep Skubal just to waste him for 2 years. Either way, I think you're in a pretty good situation.
But see, Rieger, that's where the catch-22 comes in because Scott Harris is on the record saying, we will spend money when I feel like the core is there. Skubal would help you expedite getting the core ready. But so if you don't, what you're saying is the young guys that we have right now, or maybe whoever you get for Flaherty, okay, we're ready to go. We're going to start spending money because that was me. Once Miggy's contract fell off, I'm thinking, well, you got a ton of money to spend. Like, come on, like seriously, let's go. Because and they didn't. They just really, they're saving it. I don't know what they're saving it for.
I just refuse to believe, and maybe I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. I refuse to believe you would keep Tarik Skubal and do nothing substantial in the offseason and essentially waste Tarik Skubal. Because if that's your mindset, you freaking trade him, obviously.
But isn't that
I refuse to believe it.
Isn't that kind of what you did this past offseason?
Maybe. I refuse to believe he does it again. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. How are you left feeling? Flaherty's going to get dealt. I think that's pretty much 100%. Skubal, seeming like maybe the closer we get to tomorrow's deadline at 6, maybe he gets dealt as well. Morosi comes on at 2:30 to tell us more. How you feeling as a Tiger fan? And do you get it? Have you convinced yourself that it's now for the best to trade both these men? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 97-1 the ticket. All right, Rico, listen up. I know you love ribs. You are a rib lover. Everybody loves ribs, and that's why you need to celebrate. It's the final week to celebrate Christmas in July at Black Rock Bar and Grill. All you can eat ribs for only $16.99. It ends on Wednesday, the 31st. That's right. Right after the trade deadline, it's done. It's over. You heard it right. Just $16.99. You can't get fast food for that price. Just $16.99 for as many baby backs as you can handle. The savings are endless with bottomless ribs for only $16.99. Hurry in for the last week of Christmas in July at Black Rock Bar and Grill. All you can eat ribs. What a steal for just $16.99. This amazing offer ends July 31st. That's Wednesday. Get the Black Rock Bar and Grill right now. All right, John Morosi joins us next segment to talk Tiger baseball. He's the one that went on MLB Network today and said 50-50 chance to trade Tarik Skubal. Jack Flaherty, if you're just joining us, scratched. So you got to believe a trade there is imminent. And I got new news. I was looking at Jason Beck on Twitter. Ryan Kreidler spotted at Comerica Park. Now, he plays shortstop. So what do you think that means? Javi Baez getting dealt? Oh, sorry. Probably not. But maybe Mark Canha? Maybe Andy Ibanez?
Somebody. Yeah.
I mean, Kreidler can play second base as well. So it's going to be an interesting, fun day. 248-539-9797. Where are you left feeling? How are you left feeling knowing that Flaherty's pretty much gone? I know some fans were holding out hope that maybe you extend him, but I just don't think that was going to happen considering he's looking at the last big contract of his life. And I think if the Tigers were going to extend him, they already would have done it. You just don't not trade a guy, let him go to the end of the season, offer him a qualifying offer, and you get the comp pick. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's not the way to do business. So you either trade him and then try to re-sign him in the offseason if you want him back, or you extend him. And there's no talk of extension, so obviously you trade him. Like I was listening to Mark Ryan yesterday, and he's like, well, you'll hurt his feelings if you just want to re-sign him in the offseason and you get rid of him. And Mark is like totally against that way of thinking. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Don't you want to give Jack Flaherty a chance to go win a World Series? And then if he wants to come back, cool.
He could always come back.
Exactly. Or if he doesn't, then oh well, arrivederci.
Right. If he loves it here in Detroit so much, like, dude, we're going to send you someplace. Go get a ring because we're not close to getting a ring. And then we'll bid for you to get back. We'll put out a great offer. You know, keep your place, keep your house, keep your apartment. You will be back in 3 months.
248-539-9797. Ivory in Redford, you're on the ticket. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, good afternoon to you guys.
Hey, man.
How are you?
I'm all right. Try and be quick because I know you got a bunch of callers probably. But my thing is, look, in the ideal world, I wish they could re-sign Flaherty, extend them, re-sign Skubal, and extend them. You know, I know he has 2.5 more years, but the reality is, you know, we have to get out of this, I call it fanboy way of thinking, in a sense that you want to keep these players, please don't trade them. You shouldn't even be considering it. But the reality is, as an organization, you know, you have to know that you can extend these guys because it's not like Skubal makes $20-30 million. He makes pennies pretty much, you know, as far as his worth. So you going down this rabbit hole of each year of, okay, well, we'll wait till such and such to talk about extension later. And that's, you know, it's 2026.
Yeah, but Ivory,
nothing.
Ivory, he's got an agent, unless he fires his agent, that the last 9 times this sort of thing happened, 9 times he's gone to free agency. So I don't think they're able to extend him. Guys like Ken Rosenthal even said, you're not going to be able to extend them, so you got to wait till he turns 30. When he turns 30 and is a free agent and maybe has another arm issue, do you even want to extend him?
That's what I'm saying. That's part of what I'm saying is that in the ideal world, you don't want to lose him. But it's not smart, in my opinion, like to go, if you can, at his highest value right now, I'm not saying trade him for anything, get the proper value.
No, for sure.
But I'm saying if you can get that proper value, I'm sorry. For me, he's a goner because I just think that you're playing a dangerous game, keeping him past the deadline and knowing that you're probably not going to be able to extend them. So at that point, what are you doing? You know, and if you trade Flaherty, in my opinion, man, you might as well package up Skubal right behind him because what your rotation is going to be me, you, Rico, Jeff.
I get you 5 innings.
And, you know what I'm saying? So it's like in the ideal world, you don't want to lose your best players. You want to build around them. I agree with Caputo and Mark Ryan in that regard. But the reality is, can you extend these guys? You can't lose these guys for nothing when they're making pennies.
But see, Ivory,
you know what?
I also look at it on the other side that I like what Federer does with his arms that he gets.
Yeah,
he's able to develop them. So, you know, just like you saw, Flaherty all of a sudden got a lot better this year under his tutelage. Maybe there's some younger arms that, given the opportunity, we will forget about these guys and they'll be moving on because we'll have everyday players and you'll actually have a legitimate shot of winning. I get what you're saying,
I
Ivory.
agree.
It's time to stop. It's time to stop being a fanboy and look at the bigger picture.
Right, and one more thing, real quick. You don't have a shortstop for the future. You don't have a third baseman.
Yep.
You don't have a first
baseman either.
How are you going to get? If you, it's crazy to me that people look at this lineup and say like, oh yeah, you got to build around these guys.
No, but Ivory, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's years and years and years of losing, and it's now easier to make the playoffs. And I appreciate the call.
Add it to the fact that Riley Green, I love Riley Green, but it's starting to be a common thing that's really becoming a bad thing with him. Injuries, and then he'll do good for a 3-month stretch, almost the all-star level. He was an all-star game, and then it'll go every year. It's good, and then for a two-month stretch, he'll look like a bench player. He's a great player, but that's starting to be an elephant in the room as well with him on the positional player side. So
Ivory, man, I'm with you. Ivory gets it. A lot of fans don't get it, but you know what it is? I do think people don't remember what winning actually is in baseball. It's been a decade. And now that it's easier to make the playoffs with that third wild card team, and everybody's in it. Go look at the National League. Every team seems like they're in it in the wild card race. I think people fool themselves and trick themselves. Oh, we got a chance. You have no chance to make the playoffs.
But see, Rigger, I also wonder how much of this is just Tigers fans are gun shy because it seems like they never win trades.
I agree.
So therefore,
other than the Dombrowski era,
right? If you're sending away somebody, it's almost you feel the doom and despair. Well, we've lost this trade. We just gave away somebody for nothing because they don't win, and you can't be a prisoner of the past. You cannot just simply say, well, because things didn't go well under Al and things didn't go great last year at the trade deadline, that there's no way that they can prosper, because I'll keep saying different sport, but when the Lions traded their best player in Matthew Stafford, it jump-started this whole team, and where they are now, they would not be Super Bowl contenders had they just held on to Stafford.
You're right. I mean, my goodness, using those 2 first-round picks, you got your franchise quarterback in Goff, you got J-Mo, you got Gibbs, you got Laporta, you got Iffy. That's just 4 of the 6 dudes you ended up getting, which Brad Holmes was able to take those 2 first-round picks and obviously weave them into way more players. But 248-539-9797. Very quickly, though, your point about being able to bring pitchers back. Yeah, Scott Harris probably screwed up with Kenta Maeda. But last year with Michael Lorenzen, pretty good. Able to trade him for a good prospect. This year with Jack Flaherty, pretty good. Look what they did to Reese Olson. So don't worry so much about who's your rotation going to be.
We're not going to have anybody.
Right. Your worry should be what your core is going to look like.
They'll get a young guy in here, and before you know it, once again, you'll be like, wow, okay, this is going to work. Maybe it's time to bring up Jackson Jobe and see what he can do on the major league level.
Nice. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to the calls. We got ticket text as well. John Morosi, the man of the day, coming up next. And maybe he'll announce a Tarik Skubal trade or a Jack Flaherty trade. Or he'll just tell us all about it.
Maybe.
We'll do it next. 97 The Ticket.
Specs at LTU. You guys have heard me talk about that. Well, guess what? The fall is coming up. They are getting ready to fill up their classes, and you need to get your name in on the register. Why? Because you listen to Jeff and I, and hey, Jeff is a Specs grad, people. You want to do radio? Specs can help you achieve that goal. Or maybe you want to go into TV or you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can be the place for you. It's very simple. You got to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. What does that mean? It means with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
97.1 The Ticket. Big day. It's trade deadline eve. And who better to talk to than the great John Morosi from MLB.com and MLB Network? The man of the hour. John, what's going on?
Hey, Jeff, how you doing? I would dispute that I'm the man of the hour, really, at any hour, but I nonetheless appreciate the invitation to be on the show today.
Hey, John, you're everywhere. You are the man of the hour. Just accept it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And, hey, listen, my big takeaway from this is that people love talking ball right now in Detroit, which always makes me proud and happy.
All right, so, John, you kind of shocked people, I think, and it feels like maybe Baltimore went to bed one way and woke up a different way. You went on MLB Network and said close to a 50% chance that Tarik Skubal gets traded. Do you still feel that way, or maybe you're even to a 60% chance?
No, I think it's a coin flip. I really do. And there are a few reasons why. I think, number one, the Baltimore Orioles, under new ownership, have enough prospects to get this deal done. Now, we can parse the list and say, would it have to include Jackson Holliday? Would it not? Kobe Mayo is potentially a name. Samuel Basallo as well. They've got a lot of players. The Orioles have, I think, the best, not just the best farm system in the game, but the best young major leaguers in the game in terms of guys who are 24, 25 and younger. And not all of them can play every day. And Mike Elias, their GM, has done a magnificent job over a long period of time to accumulate all of this talent. And now it feels like, I think from a Baltimore standpoint, like it's time to go for it. That you've seen Jordan Westburg come up and make an impact, Colton Cowser as well, neither of whom I think would be part of a trade like this because they're now part of the conversation in that major league lineup and roster. So they've got the pieces. And I think the Tigers, what I've been saying, Jeff, all along is this. If the Tigers wanted everybody to know that Skubal was going nowhere, no way, no how, they would have said that by now. They would have at least said, we're not trading him under any circumstances. He's taken the mound for some pretty big games. I realize the Tigers aren't necessarily in the thick of the wild card race, but they've been competitive. And if they wanted, from a standpoint of the overall idea to get into the playoffs and to shut out all the distractions, they would have said that by now, and they haven't. So I think there's at least that possibility there. The Orioles have the pieces, in my view, to potentially make this happen. We've seen the reports today about Flaherty getting scratched. A lot of things are in play. A lot of things are happening. And to me, it's a fascinating time to see what way they go. I'm not going to say that it's likely because I think it's really close to a toss-up. It is 50-50 that it would happen, and I think you've got a very motivated team in Baltimore that clearly still wants to get an ace pitcher.
That voice you hear, that's John Morosi from MLB Network here on the Valeni Show with Rico. Rieger in for Mike. John, you're talking about the Baltimore team and their farm system. If I know you said it was 50-50, but if the trade goes through, how many pieces do you think Baltimore will be sending back to Detroit?
You know, it's an excellent question. I think you could see as many as 4, potentially 5, depending on how big the deal gets. And I would also add this, that it would not surprise me if Skubal isn't necessarily, if this happens, the only Tiger that would go the opposite direction. They might want one more player to come back. Once you start talking about a deal of this magnitude, it very easily can grow. Even the Juan Soto deal, which is the deal that I've most compared this trade to, or hypothetically to, there was one more player that went in that deal in Josh Bell. So there are potential ways for the deal to grow. And what I like about this the most in terms of how big the deal could be is if it happens, and even if it doesn't happen, it's going to tell us a lot about where the Tigers are and where they think they are, what kind of players they're getting back. Because if they trade Skubal and if they trade for Kobe Mayo, he's in the major leagues this week. He's a major league player. He's just not for Baltimore because they've already got all these players in the league, but he's a major league hitter. Jackson Holliday, they've sent him back down to the minor leagues. They've actually had opportunities to call him back up and haven't. If you notice, they called up Connor Norby recently to play second base. They could have easily called up Holliday again, and they didn't. So either they want him to keep working on things, or they think that other people are more adept at contributing to the major league club right now, which in and of itself is very interesting. Samuel Basallo has a catching background. I realize the Tigers just called up Dingler today, but Basallo he's not the catcher of the future in Baltimore. Adley Rutschman is. And so there are players that you're looking around saying, are they the players that are in the Orioles system right now? Are they going to play ahead of anybody that they've already got? And increasingly, for a lot of these guys, the answer is no. And that's Kyle Stowers is a perfect example. He's a good player. He's stuck at AAA right now. He is a major league player who has proven everything he has to prove in the minor leagues. He's already in his mid-20s. He's not a kid anymore. If the Tigers trade for him, he's in the major leagues this week as well. So as much as it's a painful thing for Tiger fans to think about and contemplate the potential of trading Skubal, if you show up to Comerica Park this weekend and 3 guys from a trade are in the lineup every day, it's not like you're getting 4 guys in A-ball, which is why I
get to watch them right away.
Kind of trade. Right. They're on the team right now. Now, I grant you this. That at some point in time, if they're trading Flaherty imminently, which is very possible, and if they trade Skubal, at some point they need some young pitching coming back or just guys to start games for them. Because at the moment, as you well know, the rotation, because of injury and potentially now trades, is not exactly robust. I mean, they're having
bullpen days every other day.
Exactly. And by the way, that is not sustainable, Rico, from a standpoint of just health. Okay, like making sure that you're managing your pitching responsibly from now until the end of the season. So don't be surprised if at some point in time in the next 24 hours you hear the name of a veteran pitcher who's all of a sudden showing up on the Tigers' doorstep, and you're saying, like, who is this guy? Well, they need people to start games, and I think that is I think a big question. The other dynamic, and this is like probably part 1 of a 7-part like biopic and series that we could talk about, is how does Torkelson fit into all this? And are they at a place where, and I'm just hypothesizing here, if he is someone that is valued more highly by other teams than he is internally, would you contemplate that decision? Because what I see happening now is if they were to make a move that brought back a third baseman like Kobe Mayo, for example, well, then Mayo becomes your third baseman, and then Jace Young probably moves to the right side of the diamond along with Colt Keith, and then you've got Malloy as your DH potentially, in addition to anybody else they might get. Where's Torkelson going to play? And they have had, as you know, multiple chances to call him up in the last several weeks, and they haven't done it. And so it would not surprise me at all. I'm not saying they're shopping him, but it would not surprise me at all if he is somewhere else by tomorrow night, because there are probably other clubs that look at what he was out of the draft and say there's a better hitter in there than what the Tigers have been able to find. And I'm not saying whose fault it's been one way or the other, but that is a classic change of scenery conversation that would not surprise me at all if a team is calling to try to get him away, because this is about the floor of what you could ever expect him to be, and it can only go up from here.
Talking with John Morosi from Major League Baseball Network. And John, the Tigers have pulled Jack Flaherty from today's starting pitching assignment. What would be the market for a pitcher like Flaherty?
Well, I think that right now they could get more than what they got for Lorenzen a year ago because of a couple reasons. I think number one, he's been really good. And number two, there are enough teams right now who need starting pitching depth that are contenders, that are going for it. Now, we saw the Dodgers and Cardinals made a move today. He was never going to go back to St. Louis, but the Dodgers theoretically could have been a potential landing spot. They got Michael Kopech from the White Sox instead. But the Astros, the Padres, it also wouldn't even surprise me if as the Tigers and Orioles are talking, I don't think that Flaherty's going to go back there, but there are various other pieces, maybe even bullpen pieces that could be involved with Baltimore as well. But there are enough teams, and even now with the latest news about Reynaldo Lopez in Atlanta, they might be all of a sudden interested in getting some pitching help because of their sudden rotation deficiency. So when you look at the landscape of Major League Baseball right now, the Brewers are another example. I would say the Yankees are another one. The right teams, the teams that are largely big market competitive teams that can drive a market, are all in need of a starting pitcher. So I think that Flaherty, he's been in the playoffs before, he's been traded before. I think he's a guy that would fit a number of different teams. So I would expect that the return the Tigers get for Flaherty will be a little bit above what they got last year for Lorenzen and infielder Hao-Yu Lee.
Hey, John, one more for you. And I wonder, let's say they keep Skubal, and there's a great chance that they do keep Skubal. What does the offseason look like? Because now you're looking at only 2 more years to try to get to the postseason or win a World Series with Tarik Skubal. So are we looking at Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris being massive buyers at the deadline? It can't be status quo. It can't be like this offseason because now the clock is ticking. So if you keep Skubal, does that indicate they got to go, correct?
Yeah. Or basically what Jeff is trying to say, are the next 48 hours kind of the definition of the Scott Harris regime?
Well, I think you guys are exactly right. That you don't decide on your direction today and tomorrow without knowing what you're going to do in the off season. And listen, I look back at last off season as generally in terms of what they did with the pitching side of things, a generally successful plan. I know that Maeda has not thrown well, but you handed out 2 shorter term deals, and I know Maeda wasn't a 1-year deal, but you handed out 2 short term deals. Maeda has not pitched well at all. Flaherty has been really good. And when you're in free agency and pitching, basically you will take batting 500 on short-term deals any day of the week, and that's what they've done. So I think that is probably now incumbent on the Tigers to go down that approach again. You're going to have to keep supplementing because now we're at a point where can you trust Mize to ever be a 180-inning pitcher? What is Manning? From a health standpoint, what goes on with Olsen? There are a ton of questions there. And for all these reasons, this is another point in the column of why you're thinking about moving Skubal. Right. Because if you're not ready to go all in this winter, then you're talking about 1 year of him in 2026 to hopefully make a run at things. And I think that explains right now, if you don't trade him, you guys are exactly right. If you don't trade him, your show on Wednesday should be okay. Who are you going to get in the offseason to make this a competitive team relative to Cleveland and Kansas City and anybody else? Because if you're not, then you should have traded him. I mean, I look at it as a binary choice. You're either in it to win it for the next 2 years, or if you're thinking that you're only going to be in it to win it once, then you should probably trade him. See, that's what I see.
This is a very smart man, Rieger. Very smart.
He
this
went to
is why
Harvard.
we talked to him.
Yes, of course. He's very smart. But I got one more for you. So what do you think the holding point up? Like, what do you think's holding this up? I know you say it's 50-50. You're not willing to go above that. But is it the Tigers are waiting for another prospect that the Orioles weren't willing to give? Is it the Orioles, well, you know what? We're not quite sure if we actually want to pull the trigger, but if we do, then we'll give you this. Like, what do you think the conversations are like right this second?
Yeah, it's a great question, and wouldn't I love to be able to tell you exactly what they're saying either way. But just for having covered a lot of these, I think that when you're talking about a true blockbuster, the way that things have happened to this point, it's all setting the stage for a blockbuster to happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but this is the kind of ingredient that you often see when it happens. And what I mean by that is this. You've seen sort of steadily, day by day, trades have been made, sort of moderate to big. In the case of 3-team trade today, Arozarena was a big trade. Chisholm was a big trade. There's been some significant trades happen in the last few days. But when you have significant business that gets done well in advance of the deadline, like 24-plus hours before, it gives teams opportunities to be creative. And I think that's what's happening right now. Teams are getting creative. A number of executives today I was talking with are saying, hey, man, like we got a bunch of ideas out there. We are flooding the zone. People are going back and forth. And so that's good. That tells me that people are in a mood to make deals, that things could happen. So I think that in this situation, Scott Harris knows that he's got a piece that everybody in the industry would love to have. He knows that Baltimore probably has the best pieces of anybody to get him. And I think as a result, he feels like probably it's his job to hold out until the last possible minute. And Mike Elias and his people, they know what the price is that they'd be comfortable to pay. They certainly know it by now. New ownership there, I'm sure, is probably encouraging them to really explore this. The last thing I'll say on Mike Elias is, and the one thing that might sort of work against a trade happening here, is he is a prospect guy. He was a scouting director in Houston. He helped build those teams that have been the ALCS all these years in a row. He loves prospects, loves them. And for that reason, it's going to be emotionally difficult for him to give these players up.
Yeah, but John,
and that's why honestly, I'm not going to go out there and suggest that Torkelson could be part of a trade like this, but it wouldn't surprise me if that happened, simply because Elias would have seen him a ton as a college player, seen him play well, and said to himself, look, you guys clearly haven't been able to get much out of him. Let me take him as part of this whole transaction and watch me, kind of the prospect guru, help him get back to what he's been in the past. That would not surprise me, just knowing how he likes to get prospects, and he would have seen Torkelson a lot. So that's just kind of one thing I've been thinking about in the last couple of days that would not surprise me as a longtime observer of such things.
John Morosi, great stuff. We appreciate you taking the time. We know you're in Philly for Phillies and Yankees, and thanks so much, man. I know it's going to be a very busy 24 hours for you.
You got it, guys. We got Yankees and Phillies tonight, and I'll be down in the Camberwell field level. And you guys both know I can't have my nose into my computer screen too much because that's when the foul ball's coming.
Right.
So I'm gonna be, I gotta have eyes on the field. But you guys can call me if something happens. Just give me a call, okay?
Will do.
Right.
You're the best, John. Thank you so much.
You bet. We'll talk to you soon.
Watch Phillies and Yankees. Check out John Morosi from the MLB Network, MLB.com, and we'll react to John. And listen, there's something on my mind after that conversation. We'll get into it. 97 The Ticket. Oh, baby, it is an honor and a privilege to be on the air right now because just as we had John Morosi on, and you were kind of left with the feeling, at least I was, the very last thing that he said, talking about Baltimore's GM Elias and how he's a prospect hound and it's going to be tough, difficult and emotional for him to get rid of these prospects. And I'm thinking to myself, like, these guys aren't going to make the team next year. They're still blocked next year. So why wouldn't you trade him for Tarik Skubal? There's never going to be a better opportunity for Baltimore than right this second to win. So I'm thinking to myself, it's going to happen. And then I see Cody Stavenhagen, who covers the Tigers for The Athletic, does a tremendous job. Here's what he tweeted 5 minutes ago. Quote, "They ain't trading him," a rival executive told Ken Rosenthal regarding Tarik Skubal. "This should not come as a surprise. Tigers have listened to calls, but never been close."
Yeah, see, here's the problem I have with that. Anytime you get to a trade deadline to just be so definitive, oh, this is not going to happen. It's fluid. It may, because that rival GM could be sandbagging because that rival GM is trying to make the trade, so he wants everybody to back down. So, no, it's like almost like draft talk when you come out and say,
everybody's lying.
This team's going to take this person. Everybody is lying right now. Believe nothing. So when I see something that definitive, I'm thinking to myself, come on, you got to be smarter than that. Okay, seriously. The rival GM could be sandbagging and using you to drive the price down.
But Morosi also brought up a great point, and you and I have talked about it. You and Mike have talked about it. If they keep Skubal, the clock is on. We talk about how Scott Harris is off the clock, right? Doesn't want to start his clock. Wants to preserve his time before he makes a legitimate move. If you don't trade him, you only got 2 years. You better be buyers.
You got to go.
You better go
in.
crazy. And if he doesn't, then what the hell are we doing?
Rieger, you probably going to have to spend about $100 million on players. Now, if you can.
Or trades.
But I mean, this offseason as free agent, you're going to have to go out there and you're going to have to spend some money and spend close to $90 to $100 million just to really solidify this team if you're going to keep Skubal on this team. Now, if you keep both, maybe you try to re-up Flaherty. I don't think it's going to happen, but you can't go cheap like you did this past offseason and just kind of nickel and dime this thing.
248-539-9797 after hearing Morosi, after listening to all the rumors. How you feeling? Where do you want to be? Brian in Sterling Heights, you're on the ticket. What's up, Brian?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, who was the GM before Scott Harris?
Avila.
Right. And he worked under who? Chris Ilitch. Scott Harris currently works under Chris Ilitch. Same effing guy. Same guy, in my opinion. So instead of doing the dumb thing and making it rain Christmas in July, and let's make the sexy move and do something and shake it up, let's just, for once, be fundamentally sound, leave it the hell alone, and just keep the best player we got on this team right now and just go into next season, see what we got, and keep our heads level and let the offense grow another year next year and maybe build a couple more pieces. You're going to get something back for Flaherty to add to this.
Yeah, but
team.
Brian, wouldn't that be irresponsible?
Olsen's going to be healthy, too.
If it's status quo, like you would almost think if Chris doesn't want to spend, wouldn't you think he actually would want to trade Skubal? Because if you did trade Skubal and you got yourself a so-called new core, you wouldn't have to spend as much in the offseason. It would be one of those years where let's see if the kids can play type deal. And while the fan base might be a little impatient, we would see if these kids can play. If you keep Skubal, you cannot have a similar offseason. That means Chris has to spend. So if he doesn't want to spend, you probably want to trade Skubal.
But, Jeff, as your buddy Bob would say, it's the right thing to do. And you have to just let this thing play out. Aren't you sick of seeing guys like Verlander and Scherzer leave town and go have success somewhere else?
But, Brian, you're not winning with him. You had Skubal and Flaherty all year long, and you're 5.5 games out of the fake wild card.
And by the way, Brian, Brian, hold on. But by the time, Skubal's contract comes up, and let's hope that the young guys are now starting to develop, you're going to have to go ahead and pay this man a ton of money, whereas right now you're in control of his contract. So that's why either you win now, or if you wait, then what was the point of waiting? Because you wasted 2 years on his arm as he's pitching for a team that has no contention of winning the World Series.
Brian, the most insulting thing you could do, at least for me, the most irresponsible thing you could do is keep Skubal, and as you say, keep everything status quo, give the offense another year to develop, and you're in the same exact spot, and you wasted a year of Tarik Skubal.
But you just said we're not winning now with him.
That's why you trade him. I would trade him in a heartbeat. The right thing to do is to trade him. And, Brian, it's right for both sides, and I appreciate the call, man. It's right for the Tigers because you can fill so many needs with one man that you might not intend to resign.
Here's what happened. For callers like Brian, I understand where he's coming from because you're sick of seeing your best players go other places and win. The problem is you're nowhere close to winning right now. So it would be irresponsible. If you're trying, let's just call it what it is. If you're trying to do this on the cheap, then trading him helps you keep it on the cheap because you have young players coming in straight out of the minor league system under player control contracts.
And it's also more beneficial for you right now and for the long-term future.
But the timelines don't match up. You can't play the young guys, but you got this Cy Young Award-winning pitcher because what you don't want is him to become the latest King Felix where all of a sudden, he's pitching great, but he's got nothing to show for it, but just individual awards and not a team trophy, not a championship, not a winning a division.
248-539-9797. People want to talk. So you heard Morosi. We hear what Cody Stavenhagen had to say, saying a rival exec told Ken Rosenthal, no way in hell they're trading Skubal. So it's not like we've never done this show before, right? Would you trade him?
Oh, boy.
Should you trade him? It's such a no-brainer for me, but it's so crazy because people that disagree with me, it's such a no-brainer for them as well.
Or I guess, or maybe even, are you okay if it happens?
Yeah, well, how do people feel? Like, what if, and I know some people do not allow themselves to think this is possible. What if Scott Harris hits it out of the freaking ballpark? Yeah. What if he makes a deal for Tarik Skubal?
Well, think about it. John Morosi said, hey, hypothetically speaking, Baltimore could be sending you back 4 or 5 players. Okay? That's a haul. That's a jackpot. Reason being,
boatload. Let's
just say only out of the 5, 2 everyday players become Major League Baseball players. That's 2 pieces of your core that you have locked up.
And the other thing, too, is like Skubal is one guy that pitches every 5th day that you're probably not going to re-sign regardless. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers have scratched Jack Flaherty from his start tonight. Instead, it will be another bullpen day, the team's fourth in the last 7 days. A.J. Hinch on it, quote, "This time of the year is pretty stressful, and putting him on the mound tonight feels like the wrong thing to do for us and for him," end quote. He'll pitch Thursday instead. Bobrisky will make the start for the team. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Ryan Kreidler has been spotted on the field at Comerica Park. He's up for Javier Baez, who's been placed on the medical emergency/bereavement list. The team also officially calling up prospect Dylan Dingler. Dingler is hitting .308 with 17 home runs this season at Toledo at the catcher position. Tommy Pham is on the move as the White Sox send him to St. Louis as a part of a 3-team deal. Pham hitting .266 this season. Brad Holmes, breaking news on the morning show on 97.1 The Ticket here today as well, that Taylor Decker at age 30 has inked a new 3-year extension with the Lions worth $60 million with $31.83 million guaranteed. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So that's John Morosi, joined us last hour. Listening to John, it feels like there's going to be a deal, even though he says it's 50-50. Cody Stavenhagen from The Athletic citing a National League or a league executive that tells Ken Rosenthal that there's no way in hell they're trading Skubal. So where are you at? And would you be okay if we find out in the next, 28 hours that Tarik Skubal is dealt? 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. We got some ticket text to get to and some calls.
Yeah, because this is like draft season where everybody's lying to you. No one knows anything, but the executives are putting things out there for misdirection. I don't know. I thought this was done. Friday when we signed off Rieger and went off for our weekend, and you go out and lose golf again.
Hey,
by
one stroke.
You still lost. I thought that this was done, and then all of a sudden this morning, as I'm going through, I sent you the tweet like, hey, we're back in business.
That's right.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens, but the smoke is still there. Now, as you heard John Paul Morosi say, hey, the Tigers could possibly get back 4 to 5 players from Baltimore, because as it gets closer and closer to the deadline, Baltimore's almost bidding against themselves because they know how close they are. And you have to ask that question. Though these young guys, we'd love to have them as a part of our team, we don't have any place for them right now. They're not going to help us win a World Series right now. So maybe we just let them go and we bring in a guy who's possibly going to win the Cy Young this year, make him the ace of our staff, and let's go for it, and let's beat the Yankees and everybody else and go win a World Series.
New ownership group in Baltimore. The time is now. The Holidays, the Mayos, the Norbies, the Basayos, they're all not going to play next year. They're all blocked in their system unless somebody at the big league level gets hurt.
Yeah, that's a system where guys are actually being blocked.
Exactly.
Not here.
Right. Exactly.
Javi ain't blocking nobody. It's just
don't block
nobody
the young
there.
guys. Yeah, they are blocked. They are being blocked by better players. So if you're Baltimore and you're thinking to yourself, all right, eventually it's an inevitability we got to trade these guys, because they're not going to play for our big league team. I know it's nice to look at the prospect rankings and the minor league system rankings, but we got to trade these guys.
Right.
If you're Baltimore, there will never, I'm pretty confident in saying this, never be a better opportunity than trading these guys for a Cy Young potential pitcher that you're going to have for 2 years after this, 3 postseasons. And when you look at their team, Corbin Burns is a free agent. I don't know if they're going to re-sign him. They're going to have to pay guys like Gunnar Henderson eventually. So if you were to trade for a Tarik Skubal, it's the gift that keeps giving for the next 3 years. 3 postseasons, I should say. So I have no idea why they wouldn't do it. And listen, I know nothing, but I do believe as we tick down to 6 o'clock tomorrow, they're going to be so damn desperate they're going to give Scott Harris everything he wants. Maybe a little more.
Could be.
All right, Chuck in Commerce. You're on the ticket. What's up, Chuck?
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey.
With addressing real quick, Jeff, Rico's concern over the weekend, you didn't tear a meniscus or anything, did you?
Chuck, very quickly, not that anybody cares. I bet Rico $20 I would break 100 at a very difficult public course at our golf outing. And
good for you.
I shot 100 on the dot.
Chuck, hold on 1 second.
I missed a 5-foot birdie putt.
Rieger, this one's for you. Hold on. Why?
Yeah, no, listen. I played well, just not well enough, Chuck.
Yeah.
Well, for me, of course. Hey, okay. Well, hey, you did yourself proud then, I think.
Sort of.
I'm with the previous caller, Brian. When is he was calling out Chris? He's not the old man, Mr. I, and he's got to spend some money. I think we should hang on to Skubal and spend some money in the off season. And if you listen to Michael V talk about the Tigers being as wealthy as the Yankees in Forbes magazine, he's got to go out and spend some money. The same people that want to see him traded are going to be the same people that are calling you guys bitching about that we don't have any pitching. I think he's just got to go out and get some bats and let these guys mature another year, and I think we're going to be all right.
Thank you, Chuck. Listen, they could go that route, but we already discussed it. You got to go ahead and start this thing for real because you can't waste Tarik Skubal. The funny thing is, there's people that wanted to keep Skubal and Flaherty, and then you'll have Olsen next year, and eventually Joe makes his way up and just kick the can down the road and give it a go.
Rieger, I think a lot of people who want to keep Skubal, and look, we don't know. It's 50-50, but it's almost to the point where these are the same people. We'll never get another player here again. It's just like, dude.
Yeah, but think of it like this. You'll never be in this great situation again to trade two of the best trade chips in baseball.
Don't be afraid
to help your team.
Yeah, don't be afraid of the future. You don't marry the first girl you kiss. It's okay. There will be new pitchers that come here. There'll be new aces on the Tigers team. It's like, oh, we have somebody. We lost all these other guys. And guess what? More pitchers came. More players came. It's okay. You want to maximize this position that you're in because the Tigers are in the catbird seat when it comes to this. They don't have to make a move. They don't have to do anything.
But I think they do. But yes, I hear you.
But if an offer comes that can help you jumpstart this team, you have to look at the bigger picture and say, hey, this could sustain us and this could get us there. Whereas now, instead of having these lights out pitchers with mediocre to bad hitting, we got great hitting that we just need average pitchers to win games.
You hit the nail on the head. You compared it to it could be very Lions-like when Holmes traded Matthew Stafford away for Jared Goff and ends up getting the Jameson Williams and the Gibbs and
heck, Goff.
Well, yeah, Goff, your franchise quarterback.
He's only going to be here a minute. He's got tiny hands, and now people chant his name.
The bottom line is you could look back on a day like tomorrow or today if he gets dealt today and say, that's when Tiger baseball changed for the better, because this is hard to say. And people don't realize it, and it's not their fault. I'm not smarter than anybody other than in this situation, the Tigers aren't that good, guys. They are the team that was 10 games under 500. Do not allow a 20-game stretch to fool you. Don't. They're chasing the fake wild card, the third wild card that didn't even exist 3 years ago. They're not that good. So odds are, if you keep everything status quo, when you bring back Tarik Skubal, it's going to be the same damn thing next year. And then you just wasted Skubal for a year. You might never have a chance like this again. You got to make the move, and Scott Harris has a chance to swing for the fences. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97-1 the ticket. All right, this is exciting. Wednesday is a big day for rib lovers. It's the final week to celebrate Christmas in July at Black Rock Bar and Grill. It's all-you-can-eat ribs for just $16.99, but it ends on Wednesday, July 31st. You heard that right. So cheap. Just $16.99. You can't get fast food for that price, people. Just $16.99 for as many baby backs as you can handle. The savings are endless with bottomless ribs for only $16.99. Hurry in for the last week of Christmas in July at Black Rock Bar and Grill. It's all-you-can-eat ribs for just $16.99. The only bad part is it ends on Wednesday, so maybe go for a couple days. Ends on Wednesday, July 31st. All-you-can-eat ribs, $16.99. Get the Black Rock Bar and Grill. Oh, it's a big day. It's a huge day. The deadline is tomorrow at 6, so it's deadline eve. Happy deadline eve, everybody. All kinds of rumors and stories floating around, the latest of which is John Morosi saying a 50% chance that Skubal gets dealt to Baltimore. Birds becoming pretty desperate. Also, Flaherty scratched today, was supposed to pitch. Instead, it's going to be Brisky. So you got to believe he's as good as gone as well. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. We will maybe replay the John Morosi interview. If not, hit it on the Odyssey Rewind. But we're talking about it right now. What do you want to see happen? Now, I know we've had this conversation before, but I do feel there's some sort of new news introduced. Want to do some ticket text, get back to the calls?
Ticket text here. As much as I would love for the Tigers to trade Skubal, at least we know Harris is asking the question. That's Craig in Madison. You can guarantee me 2 top-hitting prospects for Skubal, and I'm making the trade in a heartbeat.
You may actually get 5, but I'm just saying if 2 stick with the team. Now, granted, you're not going to go 5 for 5. You go 5 for 5, then Scott Harris is going to look like a genius, because he just knew. But if you can get 2 of the 40%, then yeah, I still think that you won this thing.
Well, real quick, the trade everybody talks about, that if you were to do it similar to this trade, it would be such a coup for you, as the Juan Soto trade. And with Soto, you got 5 dudes, 2 are still in the minors, and you have maybe the best shortstop in baseball, or young best shortstop in C.J. Abram. You got Mackenzie Gore, who's a middle of a rotation type guy, and you also got this 6'7" dude that just came up and is hitting the cover off the baseball in Washington. So it's not like these types of deals are not possible. You got to trust your scouts. Scott Harris has a whole new staff, and you identify the guys you want, and then hopefully you develop them.
See, I'm glad you said that, and I want people to understand. He's talking about the Nationals trading Soto, not when the Padres traded Soto away.
Right.
The Nationals.
And
the
they
Nationals,
had 2.5 years of control, too.
The Nationals should be in the wild card race next year. I would imagine so.
Yes.
Because they completely reset their franchise. So, that is comparison. Someone says, no, do not bring up Jackson Jobe. That is from Jacob Turner on a cell phone. Trading one starter for multiple starters. I am sold. Why hasn't the deal been made already? Apparently, you guys want a hitting team that doesn't have any pitching. That's not fun.
That's not fair, though. That's not fair. The one thing Harris has proven, I think, is he can bring
find
you
pitchers,
pitching.
right? And so having a pitching team with no hitting,
we got it.
Are you having fun right now? Your team is below 500 again,
and been shut out double-digit times. Did you enjoy yesterday? By the way, you got 1 hit.
Yeah, and out of the playoff race. So you're out of the playoff race. So that made no sense whatsoever, because if you can hit the ball, then you could have average pitchers and win games. But your pitching staff has to come out there and basically deal every night, because if you're expecting Javi Baez to bail you out, good luck with that.
I think next year on this team, so next year, Colt Keith seems like he's a pretty good ball player. Fair? Riley Green gets injured a lot. Pretty good ball player. Fair?
Yeah.
Other than that, I like Justin Henry Malloy. Is he going to stick? We don't know. I've named 2 guys. I've named 2 guys that are part of your offensive core. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? I mean, Baez is not an answer, right? Torkelson might get traded, not even with the big league team, had 7 RBI yesterday. I mean, so I'm looking at 2 guys. Wenzel Perez. Okay, let's say 3 guys if you want to believe in Perez. Andy Ibanez probably gets traded.
Meadows.
Okay, Parker Meadows, maybe. He's still a big maybe. My point is, and your point is, you can have all the pitching you want. But if you don't get proven hitters, proven core positional players, next year is going to look a hell of a lot like this year. And do you want next year to look like this year? Like, people have allowed themselves to let 20 games form their opinion.
No, people have allowed themselves to just accept good enough as a standard. Good enough should never be the standard, but that's where it is with this Tiger team.
You make a great point, though. Like, I think people are like, hey, let's just get to the postseason. And it'd be nice to get to the postseason. Yeah, but with a trade like this, you have a chance to totally outkick the postseason and actually win series, or dare I say, be a World Series contender eventually.
Yeah, you may take a step back, but you're building something legitimate, and you're actually getting some core players, because the core players you have now, as you just broke down, it's kind of depressing when you think of it like that.
And
that one of your guys in Riley Green, well, if he could stay healthy, it's a whole lot of ifs and wells, and and you don't feel confident. There's no confidence in a lot of these young core guys.
I agree with you. I think it's the good enough Tigers. Hey, you know what? I'm happy with a Cy Young winner, and I'm happy with a really good pitcher as a rental in Jack Flaherty. I'm cool with that. Let's just put it all together next year. And that's the other thing. Who gets injured next year? Who underproduces next year?
Right.
Who overproduces next year? What was that for?
See, and that was
for the just good enough Tigers. Not what you're saying, but
gotcha.
that's for a lot of people. It's
Gotcha.
well,
Okay.
you know, we're trying, and you know, things we'll get there. It's gonna happen. We can't keep trading away all our stars because that's why we're bad all this time. Like you're bad because you have bad players. Okay,
but Morosi said during the interview, he said exactly what kind of we've been saying on the show for a while when he said, if you trade for a guy like Mayo, guess who's if the trade happened today, guess who's in the lineup tomorrow?
Exactly.
Mayo.
Right. You are bad because you have bad players.
Right.
You are bad because some of your guys do not belong in the major leagues. It is the epitome. Hey, do these jeans make me look fat? No, the fat makes you look fat. It's not the jeans' fault.
Oh, my. By the way, there was somebody on the ticket text. David didn't read it because he's so nice. He said, he's looking at the Twitch and the YouTube.
Let it go. David,
he said I'm very ugly.
David, just no.
Yeah, I
Cut
didn't
his
read
mic
it on
off.
purpose.
Oh.
Critter in Lansing, though, says, please move Skubal for high-quality prospects. The Orioles need to go for the World Series, and a trade could catapult us to contention so much faster than Skubal can.
See, that's the biggest fallacy, though, and Rico's right. And Morosi said it, and you're right, too, David. Who you will get, they're not really prospects. They're major league players, at least 2 to 3 of them, that you will see right away. So you don't have to worry about, well, you know, the prospects don't pan out 70% of the times. They're really major league players that just haven't had a chance all that much to play in the bigs. They have big league experience, but they're still major league players. That's why a trade like this could be so significant. 248-539-9797. By the way, somebody says you forgot to mention Carpenter. Do we trust Kerry Carpenter? Like, really great when healthy, but he's never healthy. 97 won the ticket.
It's time to celebrate Team USA going for the gold. Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet on a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year and a free 5G phone. And the action does not stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. So go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or just simply visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
All right, so we have a quote from Jack Flaherty about getting scratched today. This is from Evan Petzold. Tigers right-hander Jack Flaherty on being scratched tonight. Quote, "It's not my decision to make. I pitch when I'm told to pitch." Also, Casey Mize getting moved to the 60-day DL, and he does not seem very happy about it. He said the following, "I want to play. I feel like I'll be ready prior to that, to be honest. That missed time is definitely frustrating for a team that I feel like needs me." So there you go. There's your Casey Mize update. Apparently, the Tigers said to Mize, "We need the roster spot, bro."
Yeah, go figure it out. We'll see you in 2 months.
248-539-9797.
Or next year.
Or I was trying to be nice.
Or maybe never. I mean, come on. Isn't it crazy
You know
how...
what? If you want, you can go room with Torque. How about that?
Right. Do you want to get sent down? That was mean.
What?
No, mean.
That was factual.
Okay.
That wasn't mean.
No, I was saying I was mean. I said, do you
Oh.
want to get sent down? And I said that was mean. Just calling myself mean.
All right.
Yeah. So in case you missed it, John Morosi joined the show. A 50% chance Skubal gets dealt. We talked about that. Flaherty scratch. Looks like it's only a matter of time before he gets dealt. So how you feeling? 248-539-9797. And have you come to the realization that Skubal might get traded? And can you accept that? Will you accept that? There's many Tiger fans that are like, dude, I'm quitting the Tigers forever if they trade Skubal.
They're not going to quit forever. But what they are, because in their world, it's like when Verlander went and won the World Series with the Astros, and, you know, it was the Detroit Astros because that's the closest that you were going to get. Or basically when the Lions traded Stafford and we became the, you know, Detroit Rams.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, but because
I blame cookies for that.
Right, but because you don't see good things happening here. So that's like, we have something good, let's keep them here. But I'm saying, if you can do this, and this is where it gets lost in the sauce. Not saying that they should trade him. I'm saying if you are offered a type of deal that John Morosi talked about, where Baltimore is sending you 4 or 5 of their best players, guys who 2 of them could be playing this weekend for you in the everyday lineup and would greatly improve your team with an everyday players, you make the deal.
He kept saying blockbuster, Rico. Kept saying blockbuster. When's the next chance you're going to have a chance for a blockbuster? I'm not talking about the video store either.
Right.
As a big fan. You know, they closed. I still owe them like $30. I know that shocks you. I think I'm in the clear, though.
I think we know why they closed now.
Right.
I'm in the clear. 248-539-9797. Chris, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I think ultimately what this comes down to is a real test for Illich. Like, if he's actually committed to building a winning team, right, you make the trade, which kind of sucks because you don't get a lefty like this very often. But I just don't know that I have faith that he's really going to pay him $40 million a year and keep him for, 5 years after his arbitration runs out. So ultimately, what I think is that everybody's fear is that by trading him, you realize that now we're Tampa Bay or we're Oakland, where it's like, hey, this is our payroll. This is what we're going to do. Summers aren't, so fun to go to the ballpark anymore, and everything's expensive and whatever. But it's just where I'm at is it's like a sad reality that trading him is kind of just giving up. We're going to wait till 2026. We call everybody up. Our payroll is going to be, bottom 5, bottom 6, and you just kind of go from there.
Chris, I think it comes down to, what are they capable of next year if they don't trade him?
So I think the real year is 2026, right?
Okay.
I think that's
But
what
that means you only have 1 year left with
Tarik.
Tarik Skubal. And Chris, ask yourself this. When Skubal's 30 years old and he's done with his contract, and odds are, unless he fires Boris, that he's going to go to the last year of his deal.
Paid.
Right. So are you going to pay him whatever it would take? And I don't know, $30 million, $35 million a season. Are you going to pay him that? Is he still going to be good? Furthermore, he's going to be 30, past his prime a little bit. And then you have to wonder about the arm history and everything else that kind of comes with it. And then you also ask yourself, too, I've heard Caputo say this many times. I'll do it in my Caputo voice. eventually you might have to trade him. Well, if you are sold on the fact eventually you might have to trade him, you best trade him now because he'll never be more valuable.
So I agree, but if you can get Holiday, which solves our shortstop problem, and you can get their number 2 or 3 guy and a couple others, then yeah, you have to do it. But to me, that really doesn't solve the question of, are the Tigers committed to winning? Because I really don't know that they are. They don't offer, since he's taken over, they don't offer big contracts to anybody. They're all 1 to 2 year deals. They've got a great pitching coach, and they've turned a couple of pitchers that had a couple of below average years the year before and gotten some decent prospects for him. But ultimately, we do not know
but Chris,
if Ilitch is about making money or if he's about trying to win.
Yeah, but you have no choice. Like, I would make the argument if Chris Ilitch isn't
you have a
serious.
Choice because you can wait 1 more year. You can hold on to Skubal 1 more year. Would you get the same offer?
I don't think
we
so.
don't even know if it is an offer. You might not.
Chris, you're giving a team 3 postseasons with the potential Cy Young winner. Next year, it's only going to be 2 postseasons, not to mention, again, the injury factor.
Okay, and he's had an arm injury. And you know what?
Twice.
Nowadays, everybody gets hurt. So you can't live in fear. You just can't. That's not how you build a team.
But you also
right?
have to be smart
Otherwise,
building
you
your
trade
team,
off
right?
Every pitcher.
Yeah, but Chris, if you are under the belief that Chris Ilitch will not spend, if you're under that belief,
I'm not sure that I am.
Well, I'm
I
just
worry
real
about
quick,
it.
work with me. If you think he won't spend, you best trade Tarik Skubal because A, he's not going to extend him when it comes time for that contract, and B, what you could get for Skubal could potentially still work out if your owner's not spending.
I agree on this is going to be the maximum that you're ever going to get for him. I 100% agree. My concern is that we're going to do this every year for the rest of our lives. Like every year, hey, we got a good player. Hey, we trade. Like, are we going to trade? Who's going to be next?
But see, and Chris, I appreciate the call, but that's not true though. That's not true. Has one person said trade Riley Green? Anybody say trade Riley Green?
No, but
nobody said that.
Because that's where Tigers fans are, because it feels like, well, we just finally got a star player. Riley Green's not big enough yet. Because the second he's big enough yet, let's trade him to the Yankees. Let's trade him to the Dodgers.
But no, people need to wrap their head around the fact that the last 10 years of Tiger baseball stunk because the guy running the show stunk. And unfortunately, even though you said, like, hey, the rebuild's over, or Al Avila, with the exception of, like, trading for Reese Olson, stunk. So unfortunately, it's the boat we're in. You got to start over. But there will come a time, hopefully sooner rather than later, you don't trade anybody. You turn into buyers at the deadline. You trade into Baltimore. Like, you hope to be like Baltimore, where you draft so well, and we're led to believe that the McGonigal's and the Clarks that you did.
Well, here's the thing. You hope to be like Baltimore, where you actually have players who are being blocked. That guess
Absolutely.
what? Down the line, you can now you're the opposite of Baltimore. We're talking about, well, you know what? We got a bunch of players down in Toledo or down in AA. They're never going to help this team right now, so let's move them and go bring this one guy in to help become a World Series contender.
All right, last one on this, right? Kevin in Windsor, you're on the ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. However, I got to tell you that football and baseball, 2 different worlds, okay? You're drafting kids that are in high school, okay? Penei Sewell will look good in a Lions uniform 1 year after college. These guys that you're drafting in high school, so you don't even know whether they're going to sell insurance or whether they're going to play baseball by the time they're 21 years old. So it's a loser's battle building through the draft. You've got a guy. You've got a guy now. So a bird in the hand is better than 3 in the bush. The guys that you are going to get, they could be the next Spencer Torkelson.
Yeah, but Kevin, you got a guy, right? You got one guy. And then if you add your offensive core, you got 4 guys. And then if we think you're not, hold on, Kev, if you think you're not going to spend money, if you think you're not going to, how do you expect to get better?
No. But see, here's the problem, Kevin. You're saying, yes, they could be the next Torkelson. They could be bad because in your mind, you can't conceive the fact that maybe you could get the better part of the deal. Why? Because the Tigers never win these things.
Right, and Kevin, this is how you do. This is what you do if you don't make the playoffs.
General manager, he traded Andrew Miller and the next Cameron Maben, and these guys were supposed to be the next be-all, end-all. Guess what? They weren't. And guess who we got? We got Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah,
we're
but
on the
Kevin,
wrong side of the deal.
Kevin, okay, so what do you propose? That you keep Tarik Skubal and do what exactly? Because let's say
a bat.
Buy
a bat. Trade for a bat. Do something in the off season. Get us a 35 home run hitter that you can sit in the middle of the lineup, and we'll live with Colt Keith. We'll live with,
All right, so Kev, you're just cool with being mediocre the rest of the way as long as you get to watch Skubal every 15 days.
No, Kevin, I see where Kevin is coming from, Rieger. And it's where I was in this past offseason, Kevin. Okay, you have about $120 million to spend just to get the league average. Go spend it.
Okay, if they spend it, then fine. But are they going to spend it? Is the question. Because if they don't, it is the biggest sin ever.
Am I supposed to be a Tiger fan or am I going to be a Yankee fan?
But
what do you want?
But do you think they'll spend it based off their history?
That's a great question by Hatchet, Kevin. Answer that one.
I would hope so. If not, he should
So then no.
So you're screwed either way. Hey, Kev, we appreciate it, my friend. But see, that's the thing. You're screwed either way then, right? Oh, that was fun. Nicely done, David. 248-539-9797. How about a little football next? Is that what we're doing?
Let's get a little football.
Let's get some football. They're sick of this baseball stuff. Unless somebody gets traded at the break. Then we'll be back with some baseball. 97 won the ticket. All right, how about a little football?
So I had a little fun with this for the pro side. So we're going to do the college side. These are the top 25 players since the year 2000 in college football.
Oh.
So let me give you the first 10 that were out, and these are in alphabetical order. You have Michael Crabtree, Dwight Freeney, Robert Gallery, Robert Griffin III, Calvin Johnson, Derek Johnson, Luke Kuechly, Trevor Lawrence, Marcus Mariota, Christian McCaffrey. Those are the first 10 out. So,
out? Oh, so they didn't make it.
They did not make the top 25. Exactly.
RG3 and Christian McCaffrey. Okay.
Correct.
Give me the years again. Sorry.
Since 2000.
2000. Interesting.
So, give me a guess.
Stephen Threet.
A real guess, please.
Sam McGuffey.
The top 25?
Yeah, someone that you think is in the top 25. We'll go through the top 10.
Since 2000.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow is on the list. He is number 9.
Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow is on the list. He's also in the top 10. He is at number 6.
Ooh, so probably a quarterback heavy. Vince Young.
Vince Young is on the list. He is number 4.
Yes.
College players. Eli Manning.
Eli Manning is not on this
Oh, he's
list.
before 2000, isn't he?
No.
He was good.
He's not on this list, okay?
Dwayne Haskins?
Haskins is not on this list.
Really?
Correct.
He put up video game numbers.
All right, let me go.
Oh, no. I got it. I got 2. But go ahead.
Tua. Speaking of 2.
No, Tua's not on this list.
Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush is on this list.
Matt
He is
Leinart.
number 7. Matt Leinart. I don't remember seeing him on this list. No, he is not on this
Oh,
list.
you fell for the bait. I took the.
I did. Yeah, you took the better player.
So let me start giving you the top 25 here.
I'm trying to think who's the best defensive players out there, too. Go
At
ahead.
number
What about
20,
Sue?
he is number 1.
So 1.
He is number 1 on this list.
Pretty good in Nebraska.
So at 25, you have running back out of Wisconsin, Jonathan Taylor.
Okay.
I always thought Ron Dane was better, personally.
Number 24 on this list, Julius Peppers, North Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2000.
That seems like 50 years ago.
It truly does, because there was a debate there in the draft when he was in that draft there. So number 23, safety Tyrann Mathieu, LSU.
Honey Badger.
Yep.
Wait, so this means we probably missed out on a bunch of Hurricanes, because the Hurricanes were good back then. Sean Taylor?
Sean Taylor is on this list. He is, give me a second. He is, why is it not showing me? I did see him on this list, so I'll get to him in a second.
Okay.
What about Johnny Manziel?
Oh,
Johnny Manziel
football.
is on this list. He's in the top 10. Johnny Manziel is number, is he not on this list? No, I don't see him on this list. I thought he was.
That was from a tweeter, not me, of course.
Number 22, Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama.
Interesting. Okay.
Recency bias, but okay.
Number 21, wide receiver. Did not have a good NFL career, but he was amazing in college.
Mike Williams.
Oklahoma State, Justin Blackmon.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 20, quarterback, Louisville, Lamar Jackson.
He's only 20.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I wonder would Mahomes be on this list?
Probably not. Losing quarterback.
Number 19, wide receiver, Devonta Smith, Alabama.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield is on this list. He is in the top 10. He is number 2 on this list.
What about Jalen Hurts? All he did was go to the CFP despite switching colleges.
Jalen Hurts is not on this list.
Only because he got so much hype. Is Jabril Peppers on this list?
Jabril Peppers, I did not see him on this list.
I'm just saying, he had a ton of hype.
I got you.
I did not see him on this list. Number 18 is Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Number 17, safety out of Oklahoma, Roy Williams.
Oh.
He was dominant.
What about Kenneth Walker? One great season at Michigan State.
Kenneth Walker's not
Caleb
on this
Williams?
list. Caleb Williams is not on this list.
Okay.
16, quarterback, Clemson, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Forgot he used to be good until
Then I'll go
What a
through
title.
here and finish the top 10. So let me give you 15, David Pollock, 14, Aaron Donald,
David Pollock, mate.
13, Khalil Mack, 12, Joe Thomas, and 11,
They're not thinking O-lineman. Okay.
Terrell Suggs, Arizona State, 11.
That was after 2000.
Yes, it was.
Feels like,
So,
my goodness.
let's finish
God, I'm
this
old.
top 10 here, okay? You got a few guys in here, but at number 10, wide receiver out of Pitt,
Oh, Larry Fitzgerald.
Larry Fitzgerald.
That was
He was
post
a-
2002.
He was a 2003 Heisman runner-up at wide receiver. At number 9, you guessed this one, Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
At number 8, Rico, you mentioned Miami players.
Mm-hmm.
This is an offensive tackle out of Miami.
McKinney.
Bryant McKinney.
Good
Correct.
pull.
He was, oh my gosh. He
I
was a
like
great
watching
player.
Rico. His eyes just light up. McKinney.
I'm like, I couldn't remember his first name, but I'm like, I remember he was a wall.
Yeah.
Where's Andrew Luck, Harbaugh's guy?
At number 7, Reggie Bush.
Oh,
got that.
Got that one. Number 6, Tim Tebow. That was guessed. At number 5, also Miami. Defensive player. Played in the secondary.
Ed Reed.
Ed Reed.
Yes.
Ed
Did my
Reed.
eyes light up?
A little bit. That bell also lit up too.
You all guessed Vince Young, correct?
Yes.
Vince Young at number 4. At number 3, quarterback. Played at Florida. Then played at Auburn.
Cam.
Yeah.
Give me that laptop, Newton.
Cam Newton,
That was
2010
uncalled for.
Heisman Trophy, Maxwell winner, Walter Camp winner, Davey O'Brien Award winner. I mean, he was everything for that year.
Hey, Auburn got what they paid for.
Yes, they did. And then you all finished out with Baker Mayfield at 2, and then Ndamukong Suh at 1.
Sue is 1.
Yes.
Wow. All
Well,
from,
remember, he was up for a Heisman as
He was a
well.
2009
I mean,
Heisman finalist.
He was dominant at Nebraska.
49 and a half sacks. 49 and a half career tackles for loss, 24 career sacks, 4 interceptions, and 2 touchdowns.
Remember, it was that championship game, though, when Lions fans are like, whoa. Look
Against
at
Texas,
this guy.
right?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Killed Colt McCoy.
Yeah.
Every play has felt like. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. According to an article in the Wolverine, the NCAA is considering a postseason ban for Michigan football following sign-stealing allegations last season that include the next 2 seasons. That ban would not include the college football playoff, however, as it's not sanctioned by the NCAA. Vacating wins, including the national championship, are not expected to be a part of the upcoming sanctions. Today, the Tigers transferred Casey Mize to the 60-day IL to make room on the 40-man roster for pitcher Brian Sammons. Mize offered his thoughts, quote, "I want to play. I feel like I'd be ready to prior to that, to be honest. That missed time is definitely frustrating for a team that I feel like needs me," end quote. June 30th, the last time that Casey was on the bump for the Tigers. Here's the lineup today. Matt Veerling will lead off and play center field. Colt Keith bats second at second. Justin Henry Malloy will DH today. Mark Canha hitting cleanup and playing left. Bly Madris back in there after a couple nice defensive plays the last few days at first base. Dylan Dingler also making his MLB debut in the regular season, hitting sixth at catcher today. Zach McKinstry in right field in the 7-hole. Gio Urshela back out there hitting eighth at third. And Ryan Kreidler back up with the team after Baez hit the medical emergency/bereavement list today. He'll round out the order at shortstop. Bo Brisky on the mound. It'll be the 4th bullpen day in the last week for the team. Taylor Decker explains how his new 3-year, $60 million extension came together for the Lions. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, there was a trade made in Major League Baseball, but it's has something to do with the Tigers once did, but it's not Tigers related. Justin Turner, removed mid-game. Just got traded, kind of like Austin Jackson got traded mid-game. Do you remember that? For the David Price deal?
Yeah, I remember
He's going
that.
to Seattle for more offense. So the Mariners acquired Justin Turner, and apparently they just ripped him off the field. So there you go. So, Rico, we'll get back to the baseball stuff. John Morosi joined us earlier in the show. You want to hit the Odyssey rewind. But there's other news, believe it or not. If a trade happens involving Jack Flaherty, Tarik Skubal, or any other litany of Tigers, we will make sure to break it down for you. However, tomorrow could be a big day. I mean, could you imagine? Mike Valenti misses the trade deadline, and he potentially misses a day where it's announced that Michigan football might have to suffer a postseason ban. Like, Mike would call in tomorrow, right? He would come back from wherever he is to come in for studio.
Oh, no. If he said if Skubal gets traded, that he would call in. So, but Michigan, don't hold your breath. There will not be a postseason ban. Michigan, because it's being reported by
So here you go.
the Wolverine on 3.
Yeah, it's all over the place. And if you don't pay for the Wolverine, I got this from Bro Bible. But I'll read it to you. Chris Ballas reports that the NCAA is not going to try and vacate any wins from the past. Jim Harbaugh's undefeated national championship season will remain intact. All the recent success will stand. However, the NCAA might try to ban Michigan from the postseason for up to 2 seasons in the future. That ruling would presumably be in addition to other punishments like a fine or recruiting sanctions. A financial hit is something that the Wolverines wouldn't mind. Anything that would directly imply on-field success will not fly. They are fully prepared to fight the NCAA in court. So 2 straight years of Michigan fighting the NCAA. The first one did not work out really well.
Here's what's going to happen. And David, it's your team, so I'll let you speak upon this. Nothing will happen. The NCAA will not give them a postseason ban. They may hit them up with a heavy fine that Michigan is willing to pay, but I don't think the NCAA is unless Michigan all of a sudden just goes into the tank and then they'll say, "Oh, well, you guys are banned. You weren't going to make it anyway." But if Michigan is good, Michigan's not going to get banned from the postseason. It's just not going to happen. Just like last year, they're going to step up and do something. No. If anything, Michigan put down the blueprint. You know what? Push the boundaries as far as they can go and then go 10 steps further and deal with the repercussions later. So I applaud them because at least they just said, screw it. We're going for it.
Right.
And there will be no repercussions. And the NCAA had time to do what the Big Ten and Tony Petitti actually did in real time. You know what? We're not going to punish kids who are in high school for the transgressions that are going on right now. They're going to punish, and then if it does happen, they'll miss the postseason. It'll probably be like 27 and 28. Okay, these kids are in high school right now.
Well, let's say it does happen. I'm just saying, let's say it does happen. People are saying the postseason is, of course, not sanctioned by the NCAA, so then the actual playoff committee could still put them in.
Oh, who's over the playoff committee right now?
Is it still Ward? However, if the NCAA does ban you from the NCAA, they don't have the power, or do they have the power to ban you from the actual playoff?
No, I mean, I think the playoffs are the playoff committee. I don't know if that's I think the NCAA, they work together with the NCAA, but this is one of those kind of a gray area. I think the playoff committee kind of struck their own TV deal.
Yeah, they have no say in if a banned team can make the playoffs.
So you won't play in the Big Ten championship game.
Which could affect you making the playoffs, but you also got to believe that the TV networks would be frothing at the mouth, and they wouldn't want Michigan to have a postseason ban.
No blue blood school will ever get that SMU type of ban where you can't play in the postseason. It's just, I'll believe it when I see it, Rieger. That's when I saw this, and there'll be a lot of people. It's not going to happen. Let's just put it like this. In the end, I don't think it's going to happen.
All right, so what do you think?
At all.
Just recruiting violations, financial fines, Michigan will pay it, and then just we go by the wayside.
Rieger, Central Michigan still has a football program.
What do they do?
Yeah, they got caught cheating big time on camera. I've talked to members of the actual staff.
With a guy having camera glasses.
Members of the actual staff who actually said, yes, that was him. We knew about it. Their coach came out, lied. Have no idea what happened. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're still waiting to get to the bottom of this. They still have a program. I would have leveled that city. I would have turned Mount Pleasant into a parking lot by now. But no, if proof, there's him on camera with glasses, nothing's happened to Central Michigan. If nothing's happened to Central, why do I think anything's going to happen to Michigan?
Oh, and I hear you. I agree. Not to mention,
by the time something happens to Michigan, Donovan Edwards' son will be on the team.
It would be nice to know just the details and the proof they have against Connor Stallions. That's all I want to know. I know there's going to be the documentary on Netflix at the end of this month, which I'm sure is going to be a company man and say, oh, this was all me. Coaches didn't know.
Like one of the co-producers of this thing. So, yeah, I don't expect. He'll be a tragic hero.
Is he going to advertise for his vacuum cleaner company?
He'll be misunderstood. Rumors.
So you don't buy any of it?
No. I don't buy any of this. Once again, Central Michigan, nothing's happened. If nothing's happened to them, and no one cares about the Chippewas, not even Cookies, who's one of their top alums, because they don't have many.
Here's what I'll say.
Cookies and Dick Enberg.
Here's what I'll say. I do believe it because this is a report saying that the NCAA is looking to do this, so I do believe that this would happen. But as a Michigan fan, we won the national title already. I don't care. Ban me.
I'm just curious.
I don't care.
Let's say, because the NCAA, of course, wants to prove a point. And they've had a stick up their you-know-what from Michigan for a long time. Let's say this was true, and they could somehow ban Michigan from the college football playoff, which we're not quite 100% sure on. Was it worth it?
Yes, it was worth it.
Was it worth it?
Yes.
A national title if it means you have to miss 2 expanded playoffs in a row?
We won the national title. I don't care if we missed 2 straight postseasons. Who cares? Never take my memories away. They're not taking wins away, according to this report. So who cares?
Nothing. Well, David, don't hold your breath.
But this report is saying it will happen. They're ready to fight it.
They're going to be fighting the win. Nothing's going to happen.
No, but David is right. David is right. A source has said they're going potentially after a postseason ban.
They're ready, just like they were ready with the amicus briefs last year to make sure that Harbaugh coached. And in the end, they were like...
But that was actually something. They were actually fighting something. It wasn't they were prepared just in case. They were fighting something. A ban happened.
David, your coach. Yeah, in theory, something did happen. Nothing. I promise you. Because I just look at the Central Michigan, nothing's happened to them.
All right, 248-539-9797. Are you as confident as Rico Beard, my radio partner for the week? 248-539-9797. Here's the other thing. And David said he was happy they weren't vacating wins, where at least we're led to believe. Apparently the report might drop as soon as tomorrow. I would rather have the wins vacated than have a postseason ban. Simply because...
What does it matter? We won already.
Yeah, exactly.
Keep me away from it for 2 years. You can't take away the championship
I want
now.
to play in the college football playoff. Not to mention, if this college football playoff was prevented, you were prevented from playing. You got to believe recruits would leave. You got to believe it would screw Sharon Moore. It would be a disaster.
Which I'll say this. It's possible because I was reminded that James Madison was not allowed in because they said the NCAA has them ineligible.
It would
so
be a disaster.
If the NCAA has Michigan ineligible, they could say the same thing.
Right. Then, of course, the CFP committee might say, but couldn't they put them in anyway? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Does this worry you at all, Michigan fans? And do you agree so much with David Hatchetman Hall that it's all worth it regardless? Who the hell cares? They won a national title. Who the hell cares? Who cares what they say? Who cares what Connor Stallion says in his little Netflix documentary? Doesn't matter. 97 won the ticket.
Let's talk about something relevant. Let's talk about something tangible.
Look at
something
you.
That will happen, and that's Hamilton Chevrolet. Look, they're located in Warren at 14 Mile and Mound. They're ready to be your Chevy dealer. Just go in there and go see my guy Andrew or any one of his wonderful sales staff. They want to be a Chevy dealer. It's time to hit the road in style. Hamilton is the go-to destination for top-notch vehicles and saving sleek, powerful cars ready to conquer the roads. Hamilton Chevy has them all, and they believe, like I do, nothing's going to happen to Michigan. Why? Andrew's a big Michigan fan, so go see him. Whether you're a Michigan fan, Spartan fan, Buckeye fan, they will take care of you. They got vehicles to match your lifestyle. They got fuel-efficient compacts, rugged SUVs. Heck, they even got drop-top convertibles. They're more than just a dealership. It's a commitment to quality and customer satisfaction. And right now, take advantage of the July Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $279 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down, drive off with 10,000 miles a year. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys in Hamilton for more details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
I keep looking, Rico. Nothing new as far as the trades are concerned. Skubal and Flaherty still a member of the Detroit Tigers. We'll keep you updated. 248-539-9797. Talking about this latest report that could drop as soon as, tomorrow, that Michigan will suffer fines and maybe recruiting violations, but maybe, just maybe, they also get a ban in the postseason for 1 to 2 years, but they are ready to fight, Rico Beard. You don't buy any of it.
No, I don't. This is ridiculous. If I'm a Michigan fan, I'm not worried about this. I don't care about this because even if they went and they took away your postseason and said, well, all right, fine. Were you going to win a title? Probably not. You already got your title. You already have your the spoils of winning a title. You got a trophy that's going to go up in the trophy case. You got the hat. You got the T-shirt. You got the memories. You went to the games. You got it all. They can't take that away from you. Okay? Now, other people may not respect it. Other fan bases may not respect it, but you don't care. It's yours, and that's all that matters. And you can celebrate it with your other maize and blue brethren. But as far as doing any punishment to them, when has the NCAA done anything like this before? Now, this is unprecedented.
Right.
But they're not going to do
last
it.
year was unprecedented, too, though. You suspended Harbaugh for the last 3 regular season games. Michigan was ready to fight. Then at the very end, they decided, we're not going to fight.
The Big Ten suspended Harbaugh.
Well, that's
not
true.
the NCAA. NCAA just went like, we don't see anything. I don't know
the
what you're
NCAA
talking
moves
about.
at the glacier
They hadn't
pace.
ruled on it yet.
Correct.
They hadn't done anything to it yet.
Man, nothing will happen. Nothing. And I don't do too many guarantees. I can guarantee
they're trying.
But if the report says they're going to levy these penalties, a postseason ban, how can you say that that is not going to happen? They're going to turn around and say, you know what? Never mind.
David, they're not going to get the postseason ban. Here's what's going to happen. Michigan's going to have to pay a fine. They may give them a.
So how are they going to get that?
Fine?
How are they going to get that? Because if they're saying, if the report's saying they're going to put this,
it says they might try.
No.
Postseason ban on them,
They'll
right?
put it out, yeah.
So that means they're going to have to fight the postseason ban. They're
Right.
going to fight the penalty that the NCAA is going to put on
the
them.
NCAA will back
That
down.
means
like
there's
they
a penalty.
No, they'll back down like normally. Michigan, they've already said, we'll pay a fine. And the compromise may be, all right, take away 5 to 10 scholarships for us for 2 years.
So you believe
We'll
there's
live
a
with that.
penalty. They're just going to fight the penalty.
And the NCAA will back down and say,
Well, then there's a penalty then. Okay.
Okay. Wow. 5 guys that you don't even know who they are.
No,
who will
because you
probably
keep saying
transfer
there's no
anyway.
penalty. They're not going to get anything. Well, there's a penalty that the report says.
That's not a real penalty.
It is if they're going to tell them. If they're going to present the penalty, that's a penalty. It's like talking to my kids. You're on punishment. I presented the penalty.
Right.
I heard your kids are willing to fight it as well.
But David, if the penalty is, son, you can't drive the car 3 years from now.
It's still a penalty.
Is that a penalty?
It's
No,
still
it's
a
not.
penalty.
Yeah, but don't forget how much the NCAA hated Jim Harbaugh, and don't forget how much I'm sure they hate the fact that Michigan got away with this. So this report says they might try for a postseason ban, and if they were to do that, Michigan would be ready with the big guns. It says they will do anything else, like you're saying, whether it's a fine, whether it's a sanction for recruiting, it doesn't matter. But if they try to levy the postseason ban, then Michigan's going to be like, no, not going to happen. But I don't think the NCAA is going to back down. I think they look at this as their one chance to lay the hammer.
You really believe this?
I do.
And you really believe this too, David?
That there'll be a penalty. Yes, because the report says there'll be a penalty. Now, if they fight it, that's a different story. That's a different conversation. If they fight it and in the end there's nothing, that's different.
Okay.
You said there will be no penalty.
Yeah, by the way, this could kill the program if it were to actually happen, though. If it were to happen, recruits would leave.
Are you on crack? There's nothing going to happen.
This guy is... you are so confident
that nothing will happen.
Why? Just because it's never happened before. You also had never had a cheating scandal like this before.
Okay, right. And it's been a year later. They haven't punished Central.
I get
what makes
the
you,
Central Michigan thing, but maybe that's coming with this. Who knows?
If they didn't punish Central and you actually have evidence, tangible things that are undisputed.
But Rico,
what
it's
makes
not
you
done
think
yet.
they're not coming after Michigan?
I
Now,
get it.
They'll come after Michigan, but when the dust settles, David, nothing.
All right, David, you got some ticket text. Rico is so confident that I'm almost rooting for Michigan to get punished, so he's wrong. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, you're not
I'm
kidding. You're serious. You want to be
maybe
right.
Just a little bit.
Postseason, not including the playoffs, because the playoff is not sanctioned by the NCAA. That is from MT. Not quite sure about that, though. We got to really find that out.
I'm almost positive that if the NCAA bans Michigan, that the CFP, the college football playoff,
the CFP will go along with it, but I don't think that they really
Correct.
have any jurisdiction on
They don't.
kicking Michigan out.
Because-
and by the way, who's the head of the CMP?
Well,
CFP?
And that's
I thought
why it was
that
brought to my
changes.
attention about James Madison, because they didn't have any jurisdiction, but they said, well, the NCAA says they're not eligible to play, so we won't put them in there.
Right.
Yeah, but don't forget though.
But
the
I'm sure the
NCAA
president of the College Football Playoff Committee will say, well, hold on. Maybe this team deserves to be in there.
But don't forget, they changed the rules, right? So, like, what Michigan was in trouble for to begin with, this whole off-person, in-person scouting, you're allowed to do in the CFP. If they did it by the postseason or the CFP's rules, they never would have got in trouble to begin with.
David's maize in blue is really coming out. It's not a penalty at all. It's a simple slap on the wrist.
Oh, yeah, don't piss off the
Which
Michigan
is why
fans.
I said I don't care if they do this. I don't.
Yeah.
Give me a postseason ban. Who cares?
I mean, they already
my
gave
memories and
Michigan-
my dream, everything's right there in front of me that we
David,
won.
David, your penalty is you can't drive your Bentley tonight. Oh,
Okay.
wait. You don't have one, so it doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter what they do to us. I'm good with it. TV network won't let Michigan get banned. Someone else
ridiculous.
says, go blue, no sanctions.
I mean, I can't believe I'm sitting here defending this, but can he help me out? I feel dirty.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, Rico, but I'm on these guys' sides here on this one. I think there's going to be a punishment. I think there
Yes,
has
'cause
to
you're
be.
from the SEC, you scumbag.
Well, he's rooting for it,
But all-
obviously.
No,
But also, we laugh at this because it's not a real title.
and Kenny,
no, you shouldn't care, David.
Kenny,
That's
they will
great.
come with penalties, but I guess what I am saying for the record, when all is said and done, nothing. And if it is something, it will be, okay, you paid a hefty fine, don't care, you're making a ton of money, and maybe you have a scholarship reduction for a year where you drop down, because they're about to push it up to 105 anyway. So if that's the case, all right, you could only have 90 guys.
Right. I want to see the evidence. That's all I care about. I want to see the day-to-day of one Connor Stallions. Repairing vacuum
then don't
cleaners
watch
by
it.
morning and at night breaking down some film.
Don't watch the Netflix series because he'll become a tragic hero.
Okay, I heard you and Mike talking about this, the Netflix series, which he will get paid, obviously. I didn't know he was a producer. You say he was. I know nothing about that.
Well, he's
But-
involved with it.
Okay.
I think he sold his story.
Fair enough, but I do think there's a chance that Netflix say, hey, Connor, what the hell are you going to tell us? I don't think Netflix is going to put this out if it's just the pro-Michigan shill
Okay,
Connor
all right.
Stallion.
Now I'm against you.
Okay,
No,
they-
I really don't.
They don't
I think
care.
it means something.
Okay, once again.
Why? Because they're going to give views regardless?
Jeremy, I'm glad
Yes.
you're here because I honestly, I feel like I'm on the space. Did you not see Swamp Kings?
Thank you.
I did see Swamp King.
In Swamp Kings, Urban Meyer came out to be this tragic, misunderstood hero.
That's a valid
that
point by
basically
you.
got. And,
So
hey,
you what? So
hey,
what do you
Urban,
think it
you know
is?
you had Aaron Hernandez on your team who literally beat a man almost to death.
So you think Connor
Nothing.
Stallions is just going to sit, look in the camera, and say, guys, it was all me. Jim Harbaugh has no idea who I am. It was all me.
No, he's did I really cheat? And we did that, and it just went to help the team. And he's not going to implicate
Do you
anybody.
think there's any
you.
chance in hell? I'm just asking. Do you think there's any chance in hell that Connor Stallions feels like he was rolled over by a freaking tank and is ready to tell the truth?
No,
No.
Why?
because
They're paying him a boatload of money.
okay,
Which is
because-
why he can say whatever he
Rieger-
wants. He already got paid.
No, but I'm
Rieger-
asking you, if the story sucks, do you still get the boatload of money?
Rieger,
Yes.
any man who writes a 650
Manifesto.
page manifesto ain't rolling over on that university. The fact that you had enough time to write this tells me that's cult like love
And
right
just
there.
very quickly, though, the word manifesto is usually like, I feel resigned for serial killers. or like bad people. Connor Stallions just was a sign stealer. Is it really a manifesto or is it just like a journal?
Okay, dissertation. Still.
Dossier.
Change the language. It's the same thing.
Dude.
So you guys are convinced it's just going to be this pro-Michigan spin.
It's going to be pro Connor Stallion spin. That's what it's going to be.
And Michigan had, this was all on me.
There you go.
Those guys, they told me, Connor, don't do this. I took it upon myself.
No, that would indicate they knew, though. Can't say that.
See, I cannot believe at the end of this.
They've already come out and said that they knew. JJ came out and said that he knew. Back in 2020 or whenever he was being recruited.
Do you think the LLC will be talked about?
The vacuums.
Like Corum and Connor Stallions.
What about the vacuums?
How is the LLC doing right now?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody got to go out there and interview Blake Corum in L.A.
All right, 248-539-9797. Jeremy Otto update coming up next. And we'll keep you updated. So far, no trades involving Tarik Skubal or Jack Flaherty. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Jack Flaherty's start has been scratched today with tomorrow's 6 p.m. trade deadline looming. Quote, I've known, and I'll just leave it at that, end quote. Here tonight's game on 97.1 The Ticket versus the Guardians, pregame at 6:15. The Tigers traded catcher Carson Kelly to the Rangers yesterday for 2 AA prospects. With Kelly on the move, Dylan Dingler will make his major league debut tonight at Comerica Park. He's hitting 6th and catching. Tigers also adding a reliever from the Dodgers today in exchange for cash. Ricky Vanasco is a 25-year-old righty who was mostly pitched in AAA this season as well.
I believe he gave up 3 runs to the Tigers in that epic comeback a couple Saturdays ago at Comerica Park.
Oh, did he? Didn't realize that. Justin Turner is heading to Seattle after a half season in Toronto. Saw him hit .254 with 6 home runs via trade. Texans defensive end Danico Autry has been suspended 6 games after violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. He just signed a 2-year, $20 million deal this offseason with a career-high 11.5 sacks last year as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All righty. We have nothing yet. Jack Flaherty scratched today. Tarik Skubal, we talked to John Morosi. 50-50 chance that he gets dealt as well. Ken Rosenthal told by an executive, no way in hell, Skubal's getting dealt. But David does have one rumor. Yeah, but what's the latest rumor?
I would say this, Rieger, you're like, where's the rumors? No rumors means that maybe people are talking and things are getting done. Rumors mean... yeah, this is just all people throwing stuff out there to see, what.
And I like the rumors, though. Rumors are fun.
I know, because you're a troll.
Oh, yeah. Ahead, I don't think it's being a troll. I just think I want to be entertained.
Both things can be true.
No, I'm not a troll. I do live under a bridge, though. Yes, David.
We have a rumor. Bob Nightingale tweets out, the New York Yankees are in extensive trade talks for the Tigers starter Jack Flaherty and plan to trade starter Nestor Cortez if they land Flaherty.
So Cortez not coming to Detroit. Cortez going elsewhere?
It just says planning to trade him. So.
Yeah, it looks like he would go elsewhere, not to Detroit. Doesn't look like a 1-for-1 type of thing. So there's your rumor. You happy now?
The Yankees have some pretty good prospects. They probably not a Jason Dominguez, right? That's their top prospect. But Chase Hampton,
depends on
Spencer Jones.
Depends on how desperate they are, how close they feel, because yeah, at this point, you got to go for it.
Well, they got 2 guys in their top 5 that are in AAA and could probably play immediately. Dominguez, who has seen some action, and then Everson Pereira, outfielder. And then they have a shortstop, their 4th best prospect, but he's an A-ball. I got no interest in that. Got no interest in that. He would go to like A-ball, play with Max Clark, although he's in AA right now. Tearing the cover off the ball.
High A, isn't he? Oh, he's in AA. Yeah. You're right. He got moved.
He got promoted recently. So there you go. There's the latest rumor. If you want to hear Morosi, we talked to him earlier, hit the Odyssey rewind. We'll get back to baseball in the 5 o'clock hour. However, Rico, you're holding up some money. It's very disrespectful. Go ahead. Tell the people what the hell you're doing.
I'm just holding up a $20 bill.
That I gave you. I gave
Why'd
you $20.
Give it to me, Rieger?
I made a bet with you, and I lost that bet. So I came in, I was honest, and I paid you immediately. And you said, doesn't it feel good to pay your bets? And I said, no, because I lost money on the deal. So we had the station golf outing on Saturday. And I filled in for Mike on Friday, and Rico and I did a great topic. It was well received. And we were asking the question, are you Team Rico or are you Team Rieger? Team Rico was you go to these types of events and you just have fun because you realize you're not that good to begin with. Team Rieger was it's an effing business trip. And I'm going to win and kill everybody that gets in my way. So Rico and I made a bet that I could break 100 at a very difficult private course. And I've never broken 100 there because I'm not a damn good golfer. I did beat a lot of people from the outing. But you know what I shot? 100 on the dot. Yes, I parked by the greens like Trump does.
Don't care.
So I lost.
So how did you lose it again?
I lost.
How?
On 18, I actually started off great. My first 6 holes, for me, this is great for me, okay? If somebody's listening that's scratched, that wants to vomit at this, I understand. But you're not as awful as I am.
Rieger, how did you lose?
So I started off great. My first 6 holes, it was bogey golf. I went bogey, bogey, double, par, bogey, bogey. And I started thinking to myself, I could get in the 80s maybe. Couple shots, I'm gonna crush breaking 100. And I didn't do that. And kind of took on water on the back 9, a couple of triples.
Okay.
And then on the very last hole, it's a par 5.
Oh, okay, now we're getting to the point. Okay.
A very difficult par 5. And I piped the drive down the middle. I needed the birdie to break 100. I needed a freaking birdie.
How far was this putt?
It's like a 500-yard hole.
Okay.
100 yards out, third shot. I put a ball within 5 feet of the freaking hole.
Okay.
The entire radio station is watching, Rico.
So not even 5 yards, 5 feet.
5 feet. 5 foot, not yards. 5 foot.
No, I'm just painting a picture.
Like pretty much the height of me. Yeah, like a little. Yeah, if I laid down, I would have been a little taller than the distance. Yeah,
pretty much a gimme.
I mean,
I'm not a golfer, but David, a 5 foot putt just seems
maybe it was 6 feet.
Pretty simple to make.
Yeah, it does feel simple.
Yeah, that's
wow.
Anyway,
you missed that.
So everybody was watching you.
Well, how about we focus on the fact that about a 110 out, I put it within 5 feet.
No,
that's a gorgeous shot. I mean, we had the entire radio station watching.
Why don't you describe the final shot?
So I drive up in the golf course. I'm riding with Stoney. I beat Stoney, by the way. No applause for that. Thanks for that.
Rieger, will you please tell the story?
So I'm riding up, and I see our boss and everybody that works, Gator and Doug, and I'm like, see that? See that? That's for birdie. If I make this, I break 100. I go up, looked at the putt, read the green, and I did the one freaking thing that you never want to do. What was that? I left it short.
You choked.
5 foot putt, putted at 4 feet. Break was right, though. I feel I got that right. So I parred the hole. I shot 100 on the dot, and I came in and I paid you and I paid Evan, and that's that. But you know what I learned?
What?
You know what I learned? That you might have been right. Because when I started the day, I just said, I'm just going to have fun because I know I suck. And I had fun. I did. I had fun. Mainly because I kicked Stoney's ass. But I had fun.
But you missed a 5 foot putt.
I can go down the list of the people I beat, though. You don't care about that.
But you missed a 5 foot putt. You choked.
But
everybody was watching.
I wasn't the worst.
And you choked.
I don't know if they were watching the putt at that point.
You choked.
And they just watched the approach shot.
Rieger, death, taxes, and you'll do something stupid. Those are the certainties in life. So I capitalized on it this time. Thank you very much. Dave, we got any ticket texts?
Yeah, we sure do have ticket texts. I missed a 2-footer this weekend for par.
What a total
it happens.
jerk.
What, the guy missed a 2-footer? He's a jerk? Go ahead. I apologize for Rieger's comments. Go ahead.
Clark is in high A. He's not in double A yet. You're wrong, Jeff. Wow, you're wrong, and you missed putts. That's interesting right there. Another one says, I have a buddy who was at Oakhurst. It is a hard hole. Yes, you choked, though. Aaron in Lake Orion.
Yeah, the last couple holes are very difficult. Yeah, okay. No.
Okay, the hole may be difficult, but when you're 6, it's a 6 foot putt.
5, 6 feet.
The difficulty's
That's not
over.
even the distance between you and I right now.
Right.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Maybe it's
right.
not.
And if
No,
you
it
can't
is.
make this, that's a problem.
Rieger,
Listen,
you're
I
looking
suck.
at the
I know
distance
I
between
suck.
me and you.
Why don't
right
we
now.
focus on the fact I was piping drive? Stoney at one point said, hey, you've gotten better. Why don't we focus on that? I got a net eagle on a par 5 earlier. We don't want to focus on anything positive. You know what? Jared Goff is right about you people. He's right about you people. You're all negative. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Comcast subscribers can finally watch games on Bally Sports Detroit. Viewers with the Ultimate TV package can begin watching games on Thursday. Frank Ragnow was asked about Taylor Decker's new deal. The term's 3 years, $60 million. Baseball writer Bob Nightingale posting on XSR that, quote, the New York Yankees are in extensive trade talks for Tigers starter Jack Flaherty and plan to trade Nestor Cortez if they land Flaherty, end quote. No Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight. Instead, it'll be another bullpen day. A.J. Hinch, quote, this time of year is pretty stressful, and putting him on the mound tonight felt like the wrong thing to do for us and for him. He will pitch Thursday instead. Bo Brisky makes the start for the team. Hear the game on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. With sports at 23 and 53. Oh, no, I did it. With Rico behind me at the Corwell Health
Come
Sports
on,
Desk.
get it
I'm
together.
Jeremy. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 4. It is trade deadline eve. We started off the show hot and heavy. We got all kinds of rumors. We had John Morosi on. We're going to replay that interview sometime this hour. I mean, my goodness, we rocked. And then nothing's happened. Everything's gone silent. The only thing we know is that the Yankees and the Tigers are possibly talking about the services of Jack Flaherty, who, by the way, is scratched today. That's all. Nothing's happened for 3 hours. Very disappointing.
Give it time.
I know, but I guarantee you at 6:03, the trade's going to come down. And we're going to be off the air.
Actually, we won't. We will still be here, Rick.
Oh, we got the extra segment.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Anyway.
Rieger.
Yes.
As Jansen would say, just let it play out.
Yeah, I don't want it to let it play out, though. We've been waiting. We've been talking about this a month.
Right. We're close.
I got nothing left. I just want
the
something
end
to
is
happen.
here, right?
Right.
I mean, I guess tomorrow at 6 o'clock, right? You know what's going to happen? So I'm in all week filling in for Mike. Today we got tomorrow we got the 1 o'clock Tiger game. I know what's going to happen. Tiger game's going to happen. We're going to go on. There's going to be no trades of anything. Then right at 6:01, when the deadline is over, Mark Ryan and Wojo tomorrow are going to get a Skubal and Flaherty deal. They're going to get both. That's what's going to happen.
You weren't hugged enough as a kid.
5:55, they send the fax over to the league, and they announce it at 6:01.
Right, you act like this is the Pistons.
It's exactly what's going to happen. Exactly. Anyway.
Friday night, 5:55 dump of a coach being fired.
Yeah.
It's exactly what's going to happen. Anyway, so we will bring you any news of a possible trade if and when it happens. However, we do have other Tigers-related news. David, do you have that story in front of you? Because I have a little information on it as well. If you want to watch the Tigers, I mean, I'm not quite sure why you would, considering they're not very good. No, I'm kidding. If you want to watch the Tigers and you have Xfinity, on Thursday, you might be in luck.
Yeah, correct. According to Alden Gonzalez, Comcast and Diamond Sports Group announced they've reached a new carriage deal today. Under the agreement, fans who subscribe to Xfinity's Ultimate TV package can watch MLB games beginning Thursday. They can also stream on the Bally Sports app using the Xfinity credentials. He goes on to say, still applies to the Diamond's 15 regional sports networks, and assuming they emerge from bankruptcy, will apply to the NBA and the NHL regional networks. This is indeed Comcast's higher, more expensive tier, which had been a sticking point in negotiations.
All right, so I looked it up, and it was hard to find.
I was about to say, so does this mean in order to get it on your
you got to upgrade your service.
You have to upgrade your cable service.
Yeah,
that's
so
what it sounds
I looked
like.
it up. This is not including internet. You still got to pay for internet. The package is anywhere from $125 to $150. How do you feel? That doesn't seem awful. But you're going to get a lot more channels, including Bally's.
For the year?
No, a month.
That does seem awful.
No. It's your entire cable package. It's not just Bally's.
Oh, okay.
It's the entire cable package. So you get your local channels, you get your premium channels, you get the HBOs and the Showtimes and the Apple, and probably not Apple. Maybe you get a little Peacock in there. I don't know.
You would get that probably. That's part of the Xfinity deal, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it said anywhere from $125 to $150, and then you got to pay for the internet. So whatever you pay for cable, you're probably going to end up paying a little more.
So I got to think, depending on what happens in the next 25 hours, it's going to depend whether or not you upgrade your cable package.
Yeah, because it returns Thursday. So you're right.
Hey.
You have to see what they do.
If all of a sudden players are not on this team anymore, I guess you pick it back up in hockey season?
Oh, see, I disagree. If you happen to make a trade for Tarik Skubal and you get to watch Jackson Holiday every day and Kobe Mayo, I'm in, baby.
Yeah, but if they don't make a trade,
yeah,
and Skubal's still there, and you
win.
have no offense.
Can you just buy it for a day when Skubal pitches, and then cancel it the next day, then buy it 5 days from then? No, but is it worth it? I wonder what people pay. You don't have to tell us what you pay for your cable, but apparently basic service, I'm looking at this right now, is like $55 per month. In order to get this unlimited package, this ultimate package, you are going to pay anywhere from $125 to $150. But now I'm looking at something.
I need to know what else is in there besides Bally Sports.
Well, anything on...
It says the ultimate package, so you must have everything. Yeah, every movie channel, everything.
Okay.
So I'm also looking at something else. I looked at what is the most expensive Xfinity plan, and it says this includes the internet, though. It ranges up to $300 a month.
So you have
now that seems obscene.
No, it actually doesn't. That sounds about right. And you probably, let's say, okay, football season's coming up, so you probably get SEC Network with this. I was going to say Pac-12. Almost, there's no more Pac-12 network. ACC, you probably get Big Ten. All of this is probably with it.
Well, I guess ACC is really just on the CW, so
it just
comes on after Dawson's Creek.
A rerun of Dawson's Creek. Coming up next, Virginia versus Clemson.
I got to tell you, I loved Dawson's Creek as a kid. I was a big fan. Joey.
I know.
She was pretty attractive.
I thought about you when Brenda died.
I know.
Rieger's probably sad.
All right, so the ultimate, you get $185 channels, okay? 185 channels. You get A&E, you get ABC, you get ACC Network. You get something called Afro. Do you know what Afro is?
I know what an Afro is.
Yeah, but it's all lowercase and it's Afro. There you go. You get AMC. There's a lot of A channels. You get something called Baby First. You got something called Bet Her. Yeah, I've never heard of most Clio TV. So you get a lot of channels, and one of them is Bally. So, I mean, you might still be better off just getting the app and getting the cheapest possible plan.
See, I'm thinking it probably has gotten to the point people don't miss it. It's been a while. You've adapted this summer. You moved on.
Well, that's the best question.
You've gotten your Tiger fix in other places. So yeah. Maybe you go out and get the app and you get the British basketball updates.
Oh, yes. By the way, I was very complimentary of the Bally's app. I have it, and I'm like, wow, this is really working good. And then yesterday, I'm driving home from Cleveland, and I'm trying to just listen to the Tiger game on the TV, the app, because I couldn't listen to, our station. And it kept cutting out every 3 minutes.
That's your problem.
What?
There's not great connection between Cleveland and Detroit when you're on that stretch. That's your fault.
Oh, it's our fault. No,
Thank you.
No, if you're out of the listening area, you can't listen to the baseball
game.
The
Odyssey app, you can listen.
Not the baseball game when you're out of Michigan.
Yeah, you can't hear it on the app.
Yeah. It wouldn't allow me.
I guess I can't listen. It's free. I guess I can't
exactly.
do it.
So I was trying to listen to Benetti
or something. Yeah.
Driving back. But I am curious. Rico asked a great question. 248-539-9797. Whether you decide to do the ultimate package or whether you decide to just get the Bally's app, if you had access to Tiger Baseball now, if you had access to Bally's, would you even take advantage? Would you even watch it? Would you even care at this point? Or Is the answer yes? But I think you make a good point. I think the people that have gone so long without it have figured out other things to do.
And here's the bad part about it as well. Lions are getting ready to start up. So their preseason games will be kicking in, and that's where the focus is going to go.
And those are on Fox. You get Fox anywhere.
Fox and the
preseason
NFL
game
Network.
is next week. So
Yeah. Against the Giants, right?
So
And then it's at the Chiefs.
As you see, the training camp sold out. People are showing up. That's what they want to see. People support winners. They've been waiting for the Lions to win. I don't know if the hardcore baseball fan, yes, but I just think the people who would watch the Tigers and they would be on Bally's as background noise, and you kind of would pay attention, but not really. You're not paying that much money. You're just gonna be like, you know what? I survived this entire season without it. I'm good.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If you could get it back, because it was such a big deal when it happened, would you even care? Would you watch? Or maybe you're watching America's Got Talent. What's on during the summer? I don't even know.
The Olympics.
The Olympics.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, people were very fired up about that opening ceremony.
Yeah, it was weird. But then again, you got to realize it's not here. It's in France. It all made sense to them.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to your text. Tiger Baseball could be back as soon as Thursday on TV. If you have Xfinity, do you give a damn? 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. Heck, if you want to be a Specs grad like Jeff Rieger, or you just want to be, have your own radio show and listen and have people listen to you, and you could have JP calling you, Specs at LTU could help you achieve that goal. Or maybe TV is your thing. Or maybe you want to go into graphic design. Specs at LTU is the place that can help you achieve your goals and get your career started. It's very simple. You got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You will learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications programs taught through Specs at LTU. Right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business like yours truly. We're not going to waste your time. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's dynamic media industry. So I'm going to ask you once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, 97 won the ticket. So you heard from John Morosi. We've been talking about the Tigers pretty much all show long as maybe they trade Skubal. It does seem like by all the people on the social media that the Tigers are in talks, pretty extensive talks, with the Yankees about Jack Flaherty. So you wonder what they can pry from New York for Flaherty. And, it would be interesting. Kenny and I were talking at the break. Kenny brings up a great point. Like, if you deal Flaherty to the Yankees, then don't you call the Orioles and say, guys, sorry about that. We just helped your competition. We just helped your rivals. You might want to make a deal. Oh, you're interested. Here's this guy named Tarik Skubal. He could really help you.
He could. But you know what, Rigger? I think what this really boils down to is one simple thing.
Which is?
And it's going to put you in the same boat that I think that I'm in.
Yes, go ahead.
No matter whether they keep Skubal or not, or no matter whether they keep Flaherty or not.
Yes.
Do you trust Scott Harris? In the next 24 hours, do you trust Scott Harris to make the right moves for this team?
Okay, what a question. Because last year he screwed up Erod. In the offseason, he didn't do what we all wanted him to do and obviously enhance the offense. Now we're looking at what could be the most important crux of the Tigers.
No. This is a crossroads for this Tigers team.
It is. And
whatever happens for the next 24 hours, and we just talked to John Morosi about it. It's basically his reputation will be on the line. How we view Scott Harris, at least in this short term, because he didn't get that much last year.
Well, he did. He did well with the Lorenzen deal,
right? But
and he did well with the Kelly deal this year,
right? But not a ton.
Yeah, they're not big deals.
It wasn't game changing.
Yes,
your off season wasn't game changing. You made a couple of pickups. One is a guy that you could be moving right now in Jack Flaherty, but right here, right now, 24 hours from now, this is gonna kind of shape how you view Scott Harris.
So you're asking me right now.
Do you trust Scott Harris?
I got to answer now.
To make the right move.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think you're going to disagree with me.
248-539-9797.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I loved what he did with Carson Kelly. The fact that you got him off the scrap heap last year after Arizona kicked him to the curb, and you resurrected his career. And then you traded him to Texas, and Texas just traded a pitcher, so I'm not quite sure what they're doing, but whatever. He's a free agent too, so you got something for him. I like that. I hated Erod. That was a total mismanagement of epic proportions. Do I trust him?
Do you trust him?
I have no choice but to. No, I do not trust him. I don't, considering what I know about him already, but it is a short sample size.
Right. As I said, but right here, right now, we don't get the chance to know what's going to happen 5 years from now. I'm saying based off of this is, to me, the third opportunity he has had to really take this team to the next level. 24 hours from now, will he make the correct move? Do you trust him no matter what he does, whether he makes a trade or not, or is it just cross your fingers and hope to God it works out? Like, put it this way. And yes, I understand, people, it's a different sport, but yeah, you know what? Brad Holmes does something, and you know what?
Right, exactly.
You applaud him.
Like, you could question the Taylor Decker extension.
Right.
You could say, wow, this guy allowed 9 sacks, and wow, Penei Sewell's going to stay at right tackle, and does it really make sense? But you don't, considering the chemistry of that O-line, and Brad Holmes is awesome.
Now, Steve Eisenman, we trust because of his past,
yes,
and him being, and what he did for the organization when he was a player. But for Scott Harris, this, to me, this is that crossroads moment. Can you make the right decision? And what the right decision is, it may be I'm keeping my guys. I'm trading one of my guys. I'm doing some. It may be he blows our mind and goes out and says, you know what, the Tigers are buyers, and we're going to bring in some people.
Like the Cubs did with Paredes yesterday. I think it could be made easily on Scott Harris if Chris Ilitch has already told them, yes, we're going to be ballers in the offseason. Like, listen, if you get this Godfather deal for Skubal, then deal him. If not, you keep Tarik. He's going to win the Cy Young, and I'm going to pay at the deadline, damn it, and we're going to be good next year. And that, I mean, Harris looks like a genius. if that's the case. Other than that, he's got to know his direction, like Morosi said. Do I trust him?
And that's what it boils down.
It's hard to trust him right now.
Do you trust him in saying no matter what happens, at 6 o'clock tomorrow, whichever way the Tigers go, I'm 100% Team Harris, and I trust in this guy, and I believe that he did the right thing.
A lot of people do want to talk. Do you trust Scott Harris? It's such a big-time moment in the Tigers' path, but I get this ticket text, Rico. It says, last year was Rodriguez backing out because L.A. would not redo his deal. And while that ticket text is right, it's your job as Scott Harris to trade him and to pivot if you don't get the deal you wanted. And it's not like he didn't know that Erod had a partial no trade. And it's not like he didn't realize that he couldn't even get a comp pick if he couldn't deal Eduardo Rodriguez. So don't do that.
And to me, it also says in the event, because you had to know that the Dodgers were on that list of teams that he did not want to go to or he would consider not going to,
right.
You had to have another team. Hey, we're going to go with them. But if this falls through, pick up your phone because he's coming to you.
And by the way,
be ready.
exactly. And I don't even care how taken aback LA was. And by all accounts, it was for that, oh my God, Dalton Rushing, the catcher. Mm-hmm. And that was the prospect that Scott Harris allegedly fell in love with, who is the Dodgers' top prospect. So maybe you can still get him in a deal. I have no idea. But 248-539-9797. It's a great question. Do you trust Scott Harris as of right now in the biggest moment for the Tigers in quite some time?
Right. Not saying, oh, well, he's got to make this, whether he makes a trade or not, whatever move happens, when the dust settles at 6:01, are you completely confident Scott Harris did the right thing?
And by the way, how excited will everybody, including us, be at 6:01? Because we will never ask the question, would you trade Skubal 24853? Do you know, I feel Wojo when I started this. We started it, and then you guys ran with it's been nonstop.
Brother, this started early in the season when they were starting to lose, and I'm like, when did we start talking about just dumping some of these pitchers that you have? And Mike was like, no, it's too early. And then about a week later, he came around to my side and was like, maybe you were on to something.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get to the calls. We'll get to the texts. We'll get you up to Tiger Baseball. They actually have a game today.
Yeah.
Jack Flaherty not pitching.
Right.
97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. Do you trust Scott Harris? As we are almost 24 hours away from the trade deadline. Will Skubal be here? Doesn't look like Flaherty will be here. And who else will not be here? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Gary. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Gary? How are you, bud?
Hey, Regner. I got to tell you, I'm a little disappointed with you, okay?
Rieger, but I was a big fan of Art Regner. It's a good dude.
Let me say
Works
my
for the
reason
Wings.
why. I'm 70 years old. I'm tired of rebuild after rebuild after rebuild after rebuild after bad trade after bad trade after bad trade. You got Skubal, a guy who's a generational pitcher.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
you want to
that.
go ahead and just throw him on the trading block
Yep.
and get a bunch of people that you're not sure if they're going to pan out or not. It's a crapshoot.
So, Gary, what would you want to do? Break down your plan.
What I want to do, okay, if they're going to get rid of anybody, trade Flaherty. You can always possibly get him back after the end of the season, okay? But Skubal's the kind of pitcher you build around.
How do you fix your lineup, Gary?
When I was a kid, we had Denny McClain and Mickey Ilitch.
Oh, let's go back to 68 again.
Let him finish. Let him finish, guys. Go ahead, Gary.
Thank you. If we got Rodriguez, kept the Tigers competitive for years. That's a good trade.
Gary, you're breaking up.
Your
I'm
phone
sorry,
is
buddy.
actually breaking up, Gary. We wanted to hear. I want to hear what he had to
I
say.
agree with you.
Gary, your phone was breaking up, but he had to let you go.
Yeah,
He's I'm so glad his phone broke up.
I think David screwed up his phone.
No.
I mean, come on now.
Okay, but
we're going to talk about 68 all the time and 84 all the time, but he's not going to give me a plan
David,
on how our lineup's going to be better for next year.
His plan is, I'm sick of seeing this, but
I'm sick of losing.
He also said he's 70. So you know what? He doesn't have as much patience as you do.
70-year-old's not young. I mean, it's not old.
Well, but the problem is, if you keep Skubal, you might be in the same exact situation that you're in this year, because with Skubal and Flaherty and Olsen and a top, at times, 7 pitching staff, you were losing because you had no offense. So, listen, I get it, man. If you could keep them, nobody wants to get rid of them.
No.
But if you could keep them, then you better perform next year.
But
in the
in
offseason
68,
and go out
I
and
mean,
pay.
when they had Denny McClain.
Yeah. It is funny.
Let it go.
Sorry, I can't. I'm a horrible human being, but I'm sick of it.
David's on tilt today. He's arguing with you about Michigan. He's yelling at callers. I like this, David. Remember David did the chair drop to the one caller.
Yeah, he did.
You made him hang up. He's very upset. William in Windsor, our Canadian friends. What's going on, William?
Hey, Rieger and Rico. How you guys doing?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I agree with Rico. I don't totally trust Scott Harris. And I think that they'll trade Flaherty, but they won't trade Skubal. And I'm okay with that. But I think if you are going to trade Skubal, you got to get a Herschel Walker type deal, which I don't know if they'll get or not. But different sport, but same idea. But that's my
William,
Uh-huh.
thoughts on it.
But that's why I asked John Morosi that question. What would you get back? And he said you may get 4 or 5 players back. And this is where a lot of Tigers fans get angry. Like, well, you don't know. Okay, volume. If just 2 of those 5 pan out, you're okay. It helps in your foundation.
Hey, William, you know what I was thinking about? And it has
What's
nothing to do if you trade Skubal or not, other than, let's say you don't trade him, because I don't think they're going to trade him, but they might. But I do think Baltimore's pretty damn desperate, and this time tomorrow, they're going to be super desperate if they haven't found another pitcher to the ilk of a guy like Skubal, which they won't. Skubal's the best possible starter that they could land. But let's say Skubal stays, and Flaherty by this time tomorrow is gone. Have you thought about that rotation moving forward for the remainder of the season? Listen, I get it. The season's over, but it's going to be Flaherty, and it's going to be nobody else. There's going to be a bullpen day,
true.
maybe Montero. They're probably going to call up some teams and buy some bums to throw out there. Rico, I heard, is going to pitch every 5th day.
You know what?
It's
Jackson
gonna be
Jobe,
amazing.
hey, what a better time to see what you got. Maybe
They
you can
won't
bring
do
him
it,
up.
they say. They won't do
Really?
it. Yeah. They want him to pitch in
Yeah.
AAA.
I guess I wouldn't mind either way, but like if we get like what they're saying, a really good deal, then it's worth it.
Yeah, but I mean, I keep going back to William, and tell me if you agree with this. Morosi said that the GM of the Orioles is a prospect hoarder, if you will. He loves his prospects. He loves looking at the prospect rankings, the minor league rankings as well. Those guys eventually need to be dealt because they're not going to crack Baltimore's starting lineup. They're all being blocked by better players. So unless you don't want to pay those better players, you got to trade them eventually. Why wouldn't you trade them right now for the best possible starter on the market who you will have for 3 total postseasons? Like if you're Baltimore and you want to win a championship, especially if Harris deals Flaherty to New York, why wouldn't you make this deal? It makes so much sense.
Yeah, if you're going to win, you got to go for it. You got to discard a couple 5s and 3s for hopefully you get some aces.
Thank you, William.
Yeah.
Can I read you guys this text?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Because I just don't understand where some of these people are, what they're thinking. This is from John from Harrison Township. You two are idiots.
Talking about you and Rico?
I think he's talking about me and you.
Oh.
We have a good lineup with Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Colt Keith, Justin Henry Malloy, Winsell Perez, Jace Young, who's not here yet, Matt Vierling, Parker Meadows, who's not up here, Dingler.
Riley Green, who just went on the DL.
And then he says, and no one on the Orioles is anywhere near Major League ready.
What's the point?
They're in the minors for a reason.
Thank you.
Because unlike the Tigers trying to sell you, well, I don't want to, our young guys and blocking them, their young guys are actually being blocked. Their young guys would be in the majors right now if they didn't have such good players, everyday players already there. If you didn't have Gunnar, if you didn't have those guys, these guys would be playing right now. So because the Orioles can't use them, they need a pitcher. The guys in the minors can't help them. They can play in the major leagues, but I guess that's some of you see.
And then we have these disingenuous texts.
Yeah.
They got 4 players back from Verlander. Where are those 4 now?
And
First of all,
they still got one of them, Jake Rogers.
That's just it. That's the crux of the problem. Tiger fans are so gun shy because they don't believe we'll ever win a trade. So we're going to get rid. And it goes back to
dumb.
It is.
We trade for this person. He ends up being John Smoltz. And
First of all, the 2 trades are different because Justin Verlander was much older when he was traded, and there's a reason why Al Avila was fired.
Right. And I think the way it was set up, you really couldn't ask for a bunch back from Verlander.
Well, they wouldn't give you their top prospect, which was Bregman, right? So they ended up getting Franklin Perez, who might have been good, but he got injured.
They didn't get Tucker in that deal.
Right. They unfortunately, Al sucked. But if your mindset is simply, well, I'm never going to make another trade because it always fails, then what are you going to do here? Here's the problem. And Doug Karsh actually had a very good analogy. Karsh said, this and those people that think like that, it's almost like the first woman that broke your heart, Rico. Do you remember the first woman that broke your heart, Rico? You probably broke their heart, didn't you? Whatever. Anyway, I've had many. This might shock you. I've been dumped by many women that I thought were the one. Right. Many. It's not like you stop dating. You just keep going.
But to these guys,
you don't stop
you do.
trading if you're the Tigers.
Hey, you know what? This is the first woman that actually likes me, and I get to hang out with her. So I'll put up with anything just because I don't want to be lonely. Sure, if that works for you, go for it.
What do you think? What are you going to be more happy that it's over? Answer this question. David and you and Kenny, what will you be more happy that it's over? The trade deadline or the election? Go ahead. I mean, honestly.
The trade deadline.
But 1968.
No, I need this to be over. I need it to be.
Dude,
we need for it to be 24 hours from now.
I don't think the election will be over. Even when it's over, it won't be over.
Well, the good thing about the trade is that won't be over either.
Right.
We're talking about it for years. All right.
So ready for Tiger baseball.
Well, what is it called? The big show coming up now. What is it called? The big runoff? The big finish. The big finish is coming up.
The big, you got to wait here an extra segment.
The big finish coming up, leading the Tiger baseball, where Jack Flaherty will not start. Oy vey. 97 won the ticket.
No.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers transferred Casey Mize to the 60-day IL to make room on the 40-man roster for pitcher Brian Sammons. He comes up from Toledo. Mize offered his thoughts, quote, "I want to play. I feel like I'll be ready to prior to that, to be honest. That missed time is definitely frustrating for a team that I feel like needs me," end quote. He's been out for about a month. This is the last time he's pitched in a Major League game. Here's the lineup for the Tigers tonight. Some new additions there. Matt Vierling will play in center field and lead off. Colt Keith bats second at second. Justin Henry Malloy will hit third and DH today. Mark Canna in the cleanup spot in left field. Bly Madris back out there at first base. Dylan Dingler will follow him. He comes up from Toledo and make his MLB debut today. He's hitting .308 with 17 home runs in AAA this year. Zach McKinstry follows that. In right field, Gio Urshela will play at third. And Ryan Kreidler rounding it out. He's back up as well after Javier Baez heads to the medical emergency / bereavement list. Bo Brisky will make the start in the place of Jack Flaherty, who has been scratched. Another bullpen day upcoming. Comcast subscribers with the Ultimate TV Kit package can now see Bally Sports and the Tigers beginning on Thursday. That broke today, just a couple hours ago. Dan Campbell excited about the defense this year. Drop that cut, actually.
I'm excited about the defense, man.
See, if you didn't have that extra segment, that wasn't going to be there. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get you up to Tiger baseball. I do want to predict.
Actually, it's the big finish, not Wojo and Rieger.
Either way. Oh, did they say Wojo and Rieger? We
did.
deserve to be represented a little bit. We'll get you up to Tiger baseball. We have the big finish. However, I do want to predict something. At 6:08, Jack Flaherty will be dealt. 6:08, 6 minutes from now. Mark my words, because just as we're getting off the air, he's
Because you
going to be
just
dealt.
need this in your life, don't you?
No, because I know how these things work. It's always when you get off the air, something you've been waiting for, it happens immediately after you leave. Just like Matt Stafford got traded on a Saturday the second as I left the airwaves. Anyway, sorry. The big finish.
You are correct, Jeff. It is the big runoff here, leading into Tiger baseball.
The big runoff.
So we've talked a lot about the Tigers today, but before we get into what we talked about with the Tigers, we did do and gave some news on Bally Sports. It is returning on Thursday, but you have to have the ultimate package for you to be able to have Bally Sports. This is their higher package.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
probably going to end up costing the average person $25 to $30 a month more to watch the Tigers.
So it's like the cost of the Bally's app. Funny how that works. You just don't have to obviously fire up the app then.
What matters here is probably more towards maybe not people getting it for Tiger baseball, but when hockey starts back up. I'm not going to say the Pistons.
I was about to say, I don't think any.
But hockey, yes, right?
I don't know. I like high school football on
David,
Thanksgiving.
You do realize you would pay more per month in that for the $30. Let's just say 25. Then probably the Pistons will win all year in games. Think about that.
No, man, the Pistons are going to win 40 games. What you talking about?
In the next 4 years?
No, you're probably right about that. But it will be hockey is what you get it for. Are there many Tiger fans that are going to just get it for the last couple months here?
No.
When you're probably trading Flaherty at least?
No, you probably wait till hockey.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just don't do it at all.
Or if anything, you're probably waiting until after the NFL season.
I have a quick, stupid question, though. Like, if you really wanted to watch the Tigers, you could have just switched away from Xfinity. Could have just switched cable companies. Wouldn't have been that hard. There's other cable companies that give you Bally's for no extended price.
Very true.
Not many, but yeah, I guess.
We did go through the greatest college football players since the year 2000. And Ndamukong Suh was the greatest player. He was number one on that list. Tim Tebow was in the top 10. Reggie Bush was in the top 10 at number 7. A lot of people had controversy on the text, though, because there was no Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, there was no Johnny Manziel because if it's just college.
There was no Andrew Luck either.
No Andrew Luck either, right.
But Ndamukong Suh was dominant, but in hindsight, Reggie Bush was the cheat code.
I agree.
Reggie Bush, and I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, he got his Heisman Trophy back because imagine if Reggie Bush played now, he would be making at least $2+ million a year just in NIL, not including endorsements. Reggie Bush was everything. So, yeah, he probably should have been one.
And I'm probably showing my bias here, but there was also no Denard Robinson. I mean, he was top 25 here. He wasn't even in the final 10 out.
Rico's going to trash you.
Well,
I said I'm probably showing my bias.
Why not Kirk Cousins then,
no,
right, Rico?
You are showing because David, they didn't win anything.
Yeah, but we're talking about his stat. We're talking about what they did, what these players did.
He was on the cover of NCAA football.
Yeah,
That's got to count for something.
Throw the ball.
Yeah, cool nickname.
So we're just going to ignore everything else that he did.
Well, he ran the ball. He was a good running back.
Top of the list for rushing yards. I mean, alone.
No, he was, but put it like this. When a guy like Christian McCaffrey didn't make the list.
He was on the team, one of the 10 out, yeah.
Then Denard's not going to be on there. And McCaffrey also played on a bad team, did everything, and was a Heisman Trophy candidate. So, yeah, if McCaffrey wasn't there, Denard wasn't.
He should be on the top 10 out.
Okay.
Top 1 minute till Flaherty gets dealed.
Out. I'm saying out. When they had the 10 out, Denard should be there. So 26 to 35 or whatever it is. That's where he should have been.
Yeah, I figured you would have probably had a better argument for Jabril Peppers.
I don't
He did get
care
to go
that
to
much
New
about
York,
Jabril Peppers. I really don't.
What about Blake Corum?
Yeah, sure.
He's got a lot of touchdowns.
Top 25 of all time since 2000? No.
A lot of touchdowns.
No, not at all.
Had the bloody nose.
I don't care about that. No.
What? You do realize it's only 20 seconds till Flaherty gets dealt.
You do realize what I'm trying to do, right?
Of course I do.
Okay.
So let's get into the Tiger talk here.
So, Kenny, how you been?
Because we got into a lot of it here. John Paul Morosi joined the show. We talked about a lot of things, including someone else may be included in a deal if Skubal was to be traded. Also, there was a nugget within the interview about Torkelson possibly, maybe getting dealt. That shocked me within that interview.
Still a lot of smoke. I was leaning, I thought this was dead, but not just Morosi, but a lot of baseball people are saying, hey, we're not saying it's happening, but when it moves up to 50-50 means that there's a lot of phone calls being made. And in my opinion, Jeff, it sounds like there's probably one or two people. If I can get you to just give me this person, we got a deal.
I still can't figure out if Harris wants to do it or not. Like, I think
No,
he does.
it's smart.
But I'm
Hold
not
out
sure.
for
Yeah,
exactly who you want and don't compromise.
I agree, but does he have the mindset of, I'm not trading this guy, I'm just allowing you to believe? I think I agree with you. I think he is holding out and he's playing it right and he's looking to get the price that he wants, and I hope he does.
I think he had a list and said, if you don't give me everything on this list, don't call me back. But here's what I want.
We do have 24 more hours of this. That's the crazy thing. Like, the Orioles still have time to give in, and Scott Harris still has time to, I guess, up his demands.
Or a third team jumps in the mix.
By the way, I was wrong. It's 6:09, and Flaherty was not dealt yet.
You okay?
I need some resolution to this.
It's going to be 6:50.
I need this to be done.
You know what? You can always come back on the air if it happens.
I'm going to cut off the Tiger game.
Go for it.
Actually, no, I'm going to go
You'll be
home.
doing the show solo.
Oh, you don't want to stick around? No.
No, I'm good.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow then?
No, not yet. No.
Tiger baseball is coming up. No Flaherty tonight, but you can watch the rest of the team here on 97.1 The Ticket.